The realm of chaos, a dimension of pure magic where gods and demons rule. Here, the living mind rebels against impossible landscapes as gravity, space, and reason refuse to obey physical laws. This ether, given shape and form by the desires, thoughts, and passions of mortals, is the dark arena and battlefield for the Chaos God's great game of supremacy. Kairos Fateweaver has traveled far from the Red Plains and the Grand Bastion. This is the domain of Tzeentch, the realm of the sorcerer, sometimes named the Crystal Labyrinth, manifests as iridescent islands and plateaus of looming spires, twisting ridges, and scintillating pathways designed to ensnare, dement, and terrorize any foolish enough to navigate its infinite avenues. Though indeed foolish, Zhao Ming's tenacity has carried him through the trials of the Chaos Wastes and into the realm of the Sorcerer. His impudence and audacity are at once delightful and insulting to Fateweaver, who turns his army to punish these brazen invaders. Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, ruler of Western Cathay, possesses an interesting...
Sorry, I probably just realized I didn't really need to be quiet because you guys have probably already watched this because you woke up probably really late. I only just woke up, so I haven't seen the new video, so yeah, that's why I was watching it quickly.
Cabals of metal and fire wizards, though may have come at the cost of his mind.
Yeah, we're doing it's multiplayer again today. So yeah, sorry guys for no campaign play this week. I just realized, yeah, you guys have already seen this probably, so I don't need to worry about it. But yeah, there's a new, in case you didn't know, there's a new video out from CA showcasing some battle between Tzeentch and Cathay in Tzeentch, the Realm of Chaos, in Tzeentch land. I'm not going to go through and analyze it or anything. I don't have time because I got to get started. I'm 12 hours early. Oh, really? Did I set the time wrong? Oh, shit. It's amateur hour over here. I don't know what I'm doing half the time.
He has used the jagged crystal outcroppings of the maze to conceal his Doom Knights and circumvent the bulk of Zhao Ming's forces. With no rear line to protect them, Cathay's artillery is butchered. Now behind the Iron Dragon, Fateweaver's Doom Knights continue.
Oh yeah,
assault and hammer
4 PM I set it for instead of 4 AM. God damn it, I always do stupid shit like that. Anyways, sorry guys. Yeah, thanks for coming to support and everything, guys. We knew what you meant. Yeah, no, you know, just mercy language. He means AM. It's fine. Yeah, so day 2 of training today. It's 4 AM here. Got up early, and well, I mean, I guess it's kind of normal for me. I always stream at this time, but still, I thought I'd mention it because, you know, I'm like an athlete, you know. I get up at 4 AM for 5 hours of hardcore training before I have to go to work. Then that's the dedication. That's what you do when you're an athlete, you know. So that's what we're doing. I think Logic's going to join us soon. He said he was just running a little bit late. He's in conference with CA about secret, with Creative Assembly about secret tournament business. Yeah, it's 4 AM here in Australia right now. But you know, I was just exaggerating. Like, I mean, I go up at 4 AM every day to stream anyway, so it's not like it's any particular hardship. But yeah, but yeah, yesterday. I only had like 3 hours sleep before yesterday's stream, so I was really tired and just kind of, but I was like, you know, full of adrenaline and stuff, you know, because it's just like pretty loud, isn't it? I feel like this video, like without even listening to it, I feel like this video is just like, you know, I don't think I'm really bothered about it. It's like, cool, whatever, it's a battle. They cast the spells and stuff. We've kind of seen these factions before a few times now, so I'll you know, maybe I'll watch some more stuff later on and see what the new stuff was, but I mean, it looks good, looks cool. I'm excited. I feel like a zombie if I sleep less than 8 hours. I find if I don't get enough sleep, I'm alright. I'm usually alright the first day, But then the second day, like I start to get wrecked, you know. Some cool visuals in this. But yeah, hey, real one, how you going, man? Thanks everyone for coming to support my my multiplayer hero's journey from you know, naive youngster in his like sheltered existence going into the terrifying world of multiplayer. Yeah, again, sorry about the no campaign play this week, but yeah, I got to train hard for this tournament. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, the siege. Main thing I'm disappointed with the sieges is it didn't really address any of the issues that people had with sieges. You know, like it's all cool stuff. Like they added all this cool stuff for sieges, which is all great, but they didn't really address any of the issues that we had with siege. Like the main one for me is that the walls are meaningless on large settlements, and I feel like that's just. I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me for some reason. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a good decision gameplay-wise. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'll wait till Warhammer 3 comes out, I'll play it, and then I'll decide whether I like it or not, you know. I'm the shonen protagonist is the mad. That's right. Multiplayer is fun, and you did so well quickly. Oh, thanks a lot, Phoenix. Yeah, I had a great time, and yeah, it was just really awesome. And yeah, I'm like, even if I never play multiplayer again after this week, I think I'm just gonna have so much fun. Like, it's always fun when you like plunge into something completely new and you got your brain's like growing from all this like new things, new information, you know. And I think I'm sure it'll give me a new perspective for single player as well. Like when I get back to my campaigns and stuff next week, you know, I'm sure I'll have like different strategies and techniques and stuff that I've learned from multiplayer as well, which is going to be cool. Although you got to kind of remember that the units and everything, the units and stuff act a little bit differently when they're what do you call it? When they're the units act a little bit differently in multiplayer as they do compared to what they do in legendary, because you don't have any of the legendary buffs for the units and everything in multiplayer. But on the other hand, it's kind of good because some of the units that you like to use, like that you wish that you could use, you know, are actually good in multiplayer, you know. But then on the other hand, you can't doomstack stuff like you can in multiplayer. Like, you know, like if you love Ironbreakers, you want to have an army of Ironbreakers or whatever. That's a fantasy that you can live out in single player, but you can't do it in multiplayer because one unit of Ironbreakers will cost half of your funds allowance, you know. Yeah, I don't know if Ironbreakers get much of a look in multiplayer because they're probably so expensive, but yeah, I don't know, maybe Logic can tell us about that. Excuse me, but yeah, I only had 3 hours sleep last night before the matches, but I was still able to do okay. But I was definitely tired. My gas tank was running out by the end. But I yeah, and also because I had a week and a half leave last week. So I've been off work, you know, just doing YouTube and stuff, but now I'm back at work, and because I was off for a week, I'm like got so much stuff to catch up on. I really need to be doing like overtime every day to catch up on work, but I don't know, I was just too tired, so I had to get some sleep last night. So yeah, so I'm actually rocking up today on 7 hours sleep. So, you know, as we've discussed in the past, 7 hours sleep is the equivalent to like, what's that drug that they took in that movie that made them super intelligent? I can't remember what it is, but yeah, basically if you sleep for like 7 hours, then you become like super intelligent, and you can like think about 2 things at once, and you become immune to stress. It's amazing. It's like a drug. Everyone should try it immediately. Sleep. It's the real shiz. Anyways, I don't think Logic's not on yet still. So I got a full tank today. Logic says we're gonna do it a bit differently this time. I think yesterday we were just kind of like seeing where I'm at, kind of letting me just kind of, you know, explore. Yeah, no, the caffeine's here. Don't worry, we got that going on. I might make a fresh cup before Logic comes on actually, just so we can be ready to go. Yeah, yesterday was just like kind of just doing whatever, you know. Just jumping in the deep end, getting a bit of a idea of everything. I think today maybe we're going to be more structured. I think we're going to try and just smash out like as many games as possible. Logic said we're going to try and do like 3 games per hour or 5 games per hour or something crazy like that. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know how I'm going to handle that. But I felt like it was pretty emotionally draining or something, you know, like it's pretty kind of stressful, you know. I think that's kind of my thing with multiplayer as well. Like, and same with the gym and everything. It's like some days, you know, your blood's up and you're ready to rumble. You wanna go out and test yourself. You know, jump into the fray, do battle and shit. And other days you just want to stay at home and be cozy and not have anyone try and kill you. You know. So yeah, I feel like it's kind of the same with multiplayer and going to the gym. It's like, you know, maybe I'm just not a very aggressive person. You know. Indie Pride once said that you shouldn't spend lots of money on a specific unit unless it's your victory bringer. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I guess no tanker unit is ever going to be that unit, so it's got to be something that's going to get kills. Although I was pretty surprised, like in some of those matchups, some of my what do you call it, spears actually did, like some of my defensive units, my spears actually racked up like huge amounts of kills, at least for their cost, you know, like Marathi costs like 2,000 or whatever, so I really have to get her spells to land and kill heaps of stuff to make, like, you got to get a lot of money's value out of Marathi, but the spears like only cost, I don't know how much they cost, like 500 or something, and you know, sometimes the spears will do like 1,300 damage, you know, if you get them into the right matchups and stuff. So I don't know, that was pretty cool. Yeah, tell me more Indie Pride wisdom. Give me the secret trick. I need more tricks and secrets. The secret knowledge. Make me wise. Oh yeah, we've got some tanks can be great distractions. Oh yeah, no, you definitely want some tanks, but I'm just thinking, we were just talking about iron breakers, and like, you know, if you're gonna have like a super expensive unit that doesn't do any damage, like, I don't know, it might I don't know. Yeah. I shouldn't talk. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a noob. I've had I've had 6 games now. I've had 6 in all of Warhammer 2 multiplayer. I've had a total of 6 games, and I'm going to be in a tournament in 3 days. So that's pretty crazy. It's yeah, I don't know if any of you guys have done any like martial arts or anything, but I've been into like boxing and jiu-jitsu and stuff like that for a while, and it's, you know, I love training, I love sparring, and, you know, having your little battles with your mates and stuff, with your mates at your club or whatever. And but I have actually done some inter-club sparring, which is like, it's kind of like, it's not amateur boxing, it's like way more chilled out than that, but it's like basically you go to, it's something in my area that they organize, you go to a different club and you box against other people from different clubs. So that's a totally different thing. It's like, it's not one of your mates that like likes you and shit, it's some other dude that doesn't care whether you live or die, basically, you know. But they keep it all like safe and everything, so no one gets hurt and stuff. It's meant to just introduce people to fighting in front of a crowd before you go into you know, before you go into proper amateur stuff. So I never got into amateur boxing, but I've done a few of these interclub things, right? And man, especially the first time I did it, like there was like hundreds of people there. There was like fucking thousands of people there. There was, I don't know, there was a shitload of people there, and it's in a proper full-size boxing ring and stuff. And I don't know, before you go in there, like it's pretty fucking scary. That's probably one of the scariest things I've ever done. It reminded me of like walking on a tightrope across like a chasm, you know, like in those movies where you have to walk on a tightrope across or a rickety bridge across a chasm, and you know that you're just gonna die and you're totally terrified, but you just have to do it anyway, kind of thing. I felt a bit like that. but then once I got in the ring and start fighting, it's fine, you know. And that's kind of like, not quite as bad as that maybe, but that's kind of what multiplayer feels like, a bit like, you know, it's scary before you do it, but then once you get in fighting and stuff, it's all right. Vicious Idiot said, I did Golden Glove boxing, been boxing for 12 years. Oh wow, man, fuck, you're probably a lot better than me then. I never competed properly, you know. I've been doing it for a long time, but yeah, not at a high level, you know. But I've had some mates who are like amateur boxers and stuff, and I'll sometimes help them spar for fights and stuff like that, you know. So I'm like, you know, I'm not good, but I've probably sparred with some people that are okay, if you know what I mean. But yeah, man, that's pretty cool. If you did Golden Glove boxing, you must know how to handle yourself. Listen, I'm not trying to say I'm good at boxing or anything. Just trying to say about that experience of that fear of fighting in front of a crowd. I don't know. Can you identify with that, Vicious? Like, do you remember the first time that you fought in front of a crowd, like with all the parents there and everything, you know? And like, yeah, it's not even like you're not even afraid of getting bashed. You're afraid of just getting humiliated. You know, that's the thing. Don't know what's going on with. Don't know what's going on with Logic. Does Marathi have access to Peter Shades? Yeah, she does. And I was like, Peter Shades is my favorite shit right now. But it seems like Logic was like, yeah, I don't know, it's not necessarily the best and blah blah. And she's got that other spell that we've been using. Yeah, she has Peter Shades, but we haven't been taking it. We've been taking something else. I don't know what it's called now. The one that it basically takes does damage to Soul Stealer, yeah. It does damage to everything in an AoE and it heals Marathi. So the good thing about that is it's just it heals Marathi, basically. It heals Marathi, yeah. So it's sort of, I don't know, it seems to, I mean, I'm not an expert in everything, but I'm guessing the reason why Logic's saying to use that is because it's like, it does the damage, and then also it heals her, which gives her back, it gives you back, you know, like, so she's worth like 2,000 points or 2,300 points or whatever, you know. So if I can do like 1,500 damage with the Soul Stealer to enemies, 1,500 gold worth of damage to enemies, that's 1,500 gold. But then if I can also heal 500 worth of damage off of Marathi, then that's, you know, like, that's like 18, I don't know, whatever, 1,800 gold, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that basically the healing on her kind of adds up. Melkos Miasma is good for damage in Cav, I think. Don't know how it performs in multiplayer. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of taking that if it was cheap, but I don't know. I think that Logic just said it was better to just only have one spell because it's sort of a bit extra money and, yeah, you know, it's slow, different utility. But yeah, I could take more than one. I noticed one of my opponents when he was playing one of my opponents that played Kemlar, he took like 4 or 5 spells. He had heaps of spells. So yeah, that was interesting. Like, Logic was kind of telling me just to only take one spell, or maybe, you know, well, he wasn't trying to tell me, he was kind of letting me do my own thing, but I felt like he was kind of suggesting that it's good not to take any extra spells if you don't really need them, you know, just so that you can, just to be cheaper, more efficient. Hey, Edge Jones, how you going, man? Somebody in chat told me about the Wander Caradon making it cheaper. It didn't seem to be displaying on the screen though, so I wasn't sure what was going on with that. But I think I'm going to take that every time because the Wander Caradon is like, it's so easy to use, you know, you just click it on something, you forget about it. Like if you're trying to micro lots of stuff, you can just click it on something and then forget about it, and you know that whatever that thing is going to get smashed at some point later on, you know. Hey Tabitha, how you going? I can dance, and yes, actually the first time I was in front of a lot of people was hella nervous, and the guy I was fighting hit me in a low blow and I pissed myself, like worst case scenario ever. I was so damn embarrassed still, but hey, I knew I was young and shit happens, you know. Yeah, man, fuck, that is my worst nightmare. Yeah, the first time was weird because it was meant to be like just newbies that had never fought before, but the guy I was up against was actually like a mixed martial arts instructor with like 20 years experience. So, you know, I was going in there thinking I was about to have the battle of my life, and he was just fucking letting me work. He didn't give a shit. You know, he was just moving around, just throwing some like chilled out jabs and stuff. You know what I mean? So it was just a weird, like, it wasn't really a fight because it was just one-sided, you know, like I was struggling, but he was just basically giving me a training session, you know, in the ring. So that was weird. But the second time I fought, I was against this big, strong, young dude. And like, as soon as I walked in the ring, it was just this like super stiff, hard jab straight in the middle of my face. And it was just like, bang. And I was like, all right, this is fucking on now. But yeah, that was a fun fight though. Like I ended up kind of doing pretty well, and I think they scored it as a draw, but they kind of always, half the time they always score it as a draw in those interclubs. But yeah, so I haven't, even though like I've done heaps more rounds in the gym, like I kind of remember that one more because it was in front of a crowd and there was so much stress about it and stuff. Sorry, I'm blathering on. That's got nothing to do with it. It's all about multiplayer. We got to learn multiplayer Warhammer, not multiplayer boxing. Wrong topic. Sorry. Don't have to relive my glory days. Anyway, so basically the gist of it is I've had some sleep. Unlike Logic, who's young and strong, I'm old and fucked, so I need a bit of sleep every now and again. Can't just run on caffeine and sugar. All boxing all the time. That's right, Chris. Well, I know. So you're up against George of St. Pierre. Good for you, dude. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but he was super nice. Like, he wasn't trying to kill me or anything. He was literally just letting me work. You know, it was basically like my coach just holding the pads for me or something. You know, but that sort of made it weird and embarrassing in a way. You know, because you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah, it was weird. But the second time was cool because it was like a young kind of scary dude. And so I got to have a good little fight. As it. So it's only like they don't let it get too out of hand, you know, so you're not really going to get hurt or anything. But yeah, it was good. I got smashed way more in sparring than in those interclubs. Do you know when Logic is going to finally show up? Nah, he said he'll be about 10 minutes late, so he's like 23 minutes late now. I guess it's just a matter of how long I can talk shit for. Maybe I should just start playing multiplayer games. I'll just start my own training. I'll just start picking fights with dudes on the street. We'll just go do random matches against dudes that we find. How about that? Right, what's going on here? Oh yeah, did anyone watch this video? By the way, the one that I'm watching in the background, was there anything like useful in there, or I didn't seem like it was, you know. Who would fight Mike Tyson at the height of his career? Oh, apparently Logan Paul's going to fight Mike Tyson. They're going to fight. It'd be good to see Mike Tyson smash him. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, pretty fun. Real life quick battles. It's a big glass of note. What? Try to contact Muckluck. He's first on the list. Oh, okay. Oh, he's here already. He's in. Okay. Oh, Logic's here, but he's not. Why is he not? Maybe Logic's on, but he just hasn't said hello to me. Hey, Muckluck, how you going? What's going on? Is Logic streaming now, or is he still getting ready? Sorry, guys. Sorry about this, guys. We'll get it going soon. I think just some stuff happened, and he had to go talk to Creative Assembly. So yeah. Hello, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. Yeah. So the chat was just asking, when's Logic going to turn up? What's going on?
So sorry. Yeah, apologies. I had to sort out work because I booked it all off the whole week, and my boss called, and I was like, no, now is not the time to call.
Jeez.
So I'm so sorry about that.
No, that's all right. God, the boss doesn't understand. We're on a hero's journey here. We're making a trainings montage, you know?
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know? Listen, we're here, we're ready to win, and I think today we're going to learn the Dowie.
Okay.
What do you think?
Sounds good. All right, I'll select dwarfs. Do I just go regular dwarfs, or are we going to go like Belgar, or... Oh, we can't use Belgar.
Yeah. Can't use Belgar, sadly. He's the only DLC Lord. For the first one, we'll do it like we did yesterday, where I won't tell you anything. We'll play a game, and we'll see how you go, and then I'll try and instruct you the more as we go. I think today we'll try and play some more games. And after your performance yesterday, I might have done a little bit of sneaky looking at other people, and you're looking pretty strong.
Oh, really? Have you been figuring out their weaknesses and stuff so we can, tailor our builds 100%. To... Nice. 100%. That's what it's all about, strategizing. Cool, man. Hey, before we get started, I did want to just thank a few people. If I can find my list of people I need to thank. Oh, man, we've chatted a lot, haven't we?
We have chatted a lot.
No, that's not the one. Oh no, this is it. Yeah. Okay, so yesterday we had a whole bunch of people come to help me train, and I really just wanted to thank everybody that came. We had Haddadins from ODM, we had Zypher, Stormrunner, Pancake, XMT, Von Carstein, Gastral, and also there was Lindsay, Shamefer, and Artisan Tech Priest West that didn't get a chance to play because we took too long. But yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time and being patient, because I know like we were waiting so long, making people wait so long because I had to get my coaching in between matches and stuff. So yeah, so thanks a lot for all you guys, and I really enjoyed all the matches that we had, and I hope you did too. And Yeah, that's it really.
Yeah, and for me as well. Thank you very much for everybody that played. It's amazing, and we've even got some guys from your community today that are going to be jumping in and playing.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, I put out a call to my community because I've been talking about getting into multiplayer for months, really, just to at least try it, maybe do like a one-off stream or something. And a few people had said they wanted to beat me up in multiplayer, so I put out the call to see if anyone wants to have a crack. So that's cool. If we've got a couple of takers.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Which should be super fun. I think I've actually got one of them playing against. So they're actually going to be going through the short bid process. Normally they play sort of a best of 3, and then they get placed in my brand new short bids league. But they're playing against one of my admins now, and they're going to give them a couple of tips, and then they're going to come on live stream after Muckluck and then play against you.
Oh, awesome! Are we going to have a chat with them, or they're just going to play?
Yeah, we'll have a little discussion if you like, and then then we'll put them in. Yeah.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah. Nice. All right, so I got to choose some dwarfs, right? I don't know. What's that do? Oh, that sounds.
Let me put up a blocker so I can see what you're doing. Nice. We have a blocker up. Let's see what you're all about. All right. Yeah. So Thoric Ironbarrel by far is probably the best Lord selection.
Nice. And he's a free. Yeah, because I remember you saying he was free LC, so he was in. We were allowed to play him.
Yep, he's very good.
Just checking out his abilities. I'm seeing how much things are worth. I feel like this minus 15 armor is not going to really be a big deal. Sorry, did you want to say some stuff first?
Yeah, I was just going to say, think of runes the same as magic. Probably don't want to bring any more than 3 maximum would be my suggestion. Simply because they're all on a cooldown timer, so they all have 60 seconds in between their use, and if you overcast it, it's 1:20 before you can reuse that rune again. So can be quite difficult. Why don't you very quickly go through with me what you think the dwarfs are great at and what you think they suffer with?
Okay, so they're poor at mobility, I guess, would be their defining characteristic. The only thing they've got that is fast is Slayers and maybe Gyrocopters. They're good at shooting stuff. They've got lots of guns and artillery and stuff. And also they've got super high morale. All of their shit is super heavily armored, and they're probably expensive as well. Actually, their warriors are only 450. Like, that's pretty cheap.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap.
Although their miners are only 325, so that's super cheap.
Yeah, so of course, for every stat you get, you pay for. So because a lot of their stats are very high, on the flip side, some of their stats are very low, like charge bonus, speed, and in majority melee attack. So something that the dwarves really struggle with is melee attack. But their melee defense is super high. Like if you take Longbeards, their stats are actually absurd. Like they've got 48 melee defense, 100 armor. They've got immune to psychology. They actually cause encourage as well, which gives leadership to units around them. They've got magic resistance. They've got charge defense. They've got so many wicked stats. Their leadership is goddamn 80. You know, some lords don't have that leadership, right? So they're just like a wicked unit to bring. Longbeards, I generally think, are the most cost-efficient infantry in the game.
Really? Even though they cost 700?
Yeah, they are the most cost-efficient. So, like, for their price cost, you get the most from that money, in my experience. Yeah, okay. I couldn't say, yeah.
Somebody in chat just asked, are Ogre Cavalry a legitimate option? Because they're free LC, right?
Sadly not, because they count as campaign exclusive.
Oh, it says campaign exclusive, right? Yeah, I see. Yeah.
So in multiplayer, we're not allowed to use campaign exclusive.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Hey, was it supposed to be like so? I thought you said that it was going to be like limited units or something, so I wouldn't have to worry about it. It would just be automatically selected or something. Is there an option I can tick to make it so I can't?
Yes, sorry, that's me. I've done it now.
So what happens now if I try and pick the things that won't work?
Sorry, you talk about for the tournament.
Yeah,
so for the tournament for you, there's with the DLCs, we'll be able to check box out your DLCs. So I was going to do that in the next live stream, but we can do it in the next one. But you can tick. So if you want to use a DLC, there's a tick box that's done automatically for you, where you can uncheck that and it will take the DLCs out the game for you, and then you can put them back in at any point. So for the next one, I was going to take out all of the stuff for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess we got limited time, so I don't really want to waste any time worrying about anything that's not directly relevant to me, I guess.
I'll just let you know. Pretty much all of the RORs are directly available to you. Let me see what I think I should tell you. Oh, anything with the name Ranger in from the missile infantry you can't take. So you can't take Rangers, Bugman Rangers, Ulthwar Raiders with great weapons, or Rangers with great weapons. Apart from that, you're all good to go, I think. Yeah. So a couple of tool tips. You've got Master Engineers. They're great snipers. Good range, good missile strength. They've got some nice abilities for flash bomb, so that's good. It's a 75 meter range where they can use a bomb that kind of reduces melee defense, reduces speed, it gives you good map control. You've got Thanes, which are great warriors. There's nothing particularly too interesting about them, unfortunately, but they're roughly okay. And then you've got runesmiths, who have, of course, the same runes as your rune lords. So apart from that, good luck. I'll let you.
Oh yeah, someone in chat said to take off huge armies. I'm not sure what that means.
Take off huge armies. What do they mean?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. The settings should be all good.
Yeah, so I should have 9,000 gold. This is good. About right, or 10 or 12,000 or something. Yeah.
12,400, yeah. So you've got my settings that I use for multiplayer because I'm the one hosting the lobby. So we should be fine.
No worries. All right. Yeah, okay. I wasn't planning on taking the engineer, but I'll chuck him in just so we can try him out. I guess we're probably not going to do too great with this first battle anyway, so this is more of an exploration type of thing. Mm-hmm. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is just like copy what I remember from the dwarf army that I faced in the early battles. So I remember he had like heaps of. Well, I remember he had at least 2 units of thunderers. We want some thunderers because they kill stuff.
Those are exceptional.
Yeah, I feel like we want some quarrelers too.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like?
So we're going to play up against the greenskins, by the way, just so you know.
Okay, cool. What's the excuse me. What's the? I'm not sure if I didn't know what I did with the. Oh yeah, so yeah, I need to find my list of things I'm allowed to use and stuff. Oh no, we're not worrying about that. We'll just do whatever.
Nah, don't worry about that for now. Just on the first one, just play what you need, play what you'd like, and I'll let you know.
All right, but I shouldn't take more than Can I take like 4 quarrelers and 2 thunderers? Is that cool?
Yeah. 100%.
Because I feel like quarrelers kind of, they're like ranged, but you could just kind of use them as infantry as well. They kind of do both. They're pretty tough.
Think of them as dwarf warriors, basically, in combat.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, actually, when you think about it like that, like dwarf warriors are 450 and they're 550, so I feel like a quarrel is about twice as good as a dwarf warrior. So maybe I don't want any dwarf warriors.
Dwarf warriors are very, very strong as well.
So range on a dwarf 440 on a gross drawer.
So if you remember my strategy from range to infantry / cavalry, do you remember what number that was, kind of the ratio?
Oh yeah, we went double the amount of infantry, I reckon. Well, let's say I was kind of just thinking I would just use the quarrelers as infantry, if I need to. So maybe we can go like a 1.5 ratio, maybe, or something. I don't know. Anyway, so I can't use any regiments of renown, right?
You can. There actually is quite a few you can use on this one. I'll let you know if you use anything incorrect.
Okay, cool. I feel like we want some slayers, just so we got something to chase off with. Maybe we want. So he's really gonna have like annoying wolf riders and crap. We can outrange them with our quarrelers though, so that's cool. Yeah, I feel like we need lots of guns and bows and stuff, because otherwise they're just gonna be able to kite us and it's gonna suck.
Yep.
Actually,
they do have some. They do have some skirmish. Their actual Dahvplays line is not that great. So Orc Boys, Savage Orc Boys, they're okay. They've got 140 range, so you outrange them, but they're not super strong. It wouldn't be their strong point for sure. Greenskins are a very good aggressive faction that are going to try and get in your face as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And you're very much a defensive faction.
Maybe. Yeah, I feel like I've spent too much money. Maybe I'll get rid of a couple of units of Corralers after all. And we'll just get some. Get some more miners in there. Screw it. I'll do. Or maybe I'll take miners of blasting charges.
Miners of blasting charges are very good against all lightly armored infantry, so they'll like clear out lots of chaff. They're very good against like zombies and goblins and units like that. Yeah,
so shields don't work on them, right?
Shields don't have a negation, no. Because the explosions are it's explosive damage rather than missile damage. How much have you got left?
195.
So just to say, don't forget on your Thane you have Foeseeker and
yeah, nice.
Also those two. It's probably I just wouldn't recommend them. I don't think they're worth it on a single character. A nice tidbit, so for the Grudge Thrower, the ROR Grudge Thrower actually has Discourage, which is a negative 16 leadership for anything it hits. So you get negative 10 for hitting something with an artillery, and then you get negative 16 for its Discourage. That's negative 26 leadership.
Yeah, that sounds
It's pretty good, considering that goblins have 50 leadership. So it's half their leadership already down the drain if you hit them with one hit.
Yeah, it sounds pretty sexy to me.
So it can be a really, really strong element against like Skaven, Norska, even though that's not in the tournament, but also Greenskins and all those kinds of things. I like your Gyrocopter pick. It gives you some mobility. And yeah, I also really like where you've gone with the Master Engineer. Those two items are top picks for him. Yeah, I like what you've done here. Yeah, I like it a lot.
All right. Should we get into it?
Yeah. Any other questions before you start, or are you happy?
Yeah, I don't really know what to ask. Just like get into it, I guess.
Yeah, I generally think for the first time playing this is a good 7 out of 10 army. A good 7 out of 10. Whilst what you did yesterday for the Dark Elves, your first army was maybe a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
This is a good 7 out of 10. Like, I think you've got a lot of the right things in place, a lot of the right ideas. Also quite nice with the Iron Drakes. They're really good anti-infantry, very good against light armor, and they actually cause a burnt ability, which gives them -8. So if you shoot these with something, so it's a really nice combo alongside the Goblobber. So if you shoot them with the Iron Drakes, you get -5 being under missile fire, -8 from the burnt, so that's -13, and then obviously that -26 on top of it for the Grudge Thrower. You actually get a -39 leadership to anything you hit with both firing. So there's some nice combos you can do here with the Dwarves that can really, really smash the leadership of like cheap infantry or even elite infantry here.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that working and we don't just get overrun.
I think you'll do well. All right, so if you're ready, should we jump into it?
Sounds good.
Awesome, dude. Let's get it going. All right, well, good luck. I'll see you on the other side.
All right, catch you. All right, day 2. Here we go. Oh yeah, I've got to remember did I do something? It keeps... Oh, here we go. Did he say something? Maybe. Oh yeah, I've got to remember to do my good luck, have fun thing as well. Gotta have the. It's all about the respect. Gotta show respect to your opponent, especially if they're much larger and tougher than you. It's good to always show respect. Okay, so I guess we're gonna use these guys as our front line. The artillery obviously wants to go in the back. Slayers are gonna kind of protect the artillery. And we're gonna keep kind of those dudes together. I think we want to keep all of these guys together. Kind of, yeah. So the Thane's gonna be like more defensive. Is kind of my plan. Need some guns in here, somewhere. We need to spread out a bit more. I don't want to spread out too much though, because we want to be able to protect everything. I feel like I've got. Yeah, just sort of look. Grudge them rightly? Oh, we will. Don't worry. I don't know. Kind of. And yeah, the Iron Drakes. I kind of want to keep the Iron Drakes, and maybe I should spread them out a bit more. I just don't want to like go too wide because I want to be able to shoot, you know, wherever the problems are. Okay, alright, maybe I should get some groups going as well, just so, because you know it's easy to kind of lose where your dudes are. I don't know, something like that. It is a reckoning. All right. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I think we're going to need to play a few games before I kind of get the hang of what I'm supposed to be doing. Alright, yeah, I was supposed to say ready when I was ready, but yeah. The ancestors watch. Let's settle some grudges. Actually, we could just start firing, actually. That's fine. I don't need to worry about it too much. Iron drakes. Menace. We demand blood. Strike out. It is a reckoning. Move. These guys are, what's it, missile strength that's non-AP? Yeah, okay, shit. I didn't even look at his stuff. I didn't even know what army we're playing against. Is that's Wurzag? Oh, okay, cool. Thunderous! Right up! Stop! Right on! Killbearer's bow! Got! Fuck. That hill's gonna fucking ruin us. Nothing can stop us! Menace! Slay the Oathbreakers! Thunderous! Go! Reach far, reach fast! Get moving! Ward of vengeance! We are relentless! Reach far, reach fast! I haven't used any abilities. I probably should. Oh, I didn't even see. Oh shit. That's yeah, fuck. It's Black Ox. Black Ox. Black Ox. Shit. Come together, lads. Yes. Kazu, kill us. Drain them. Kill them. The clans unite! Iron Drakes! Get moving! Attack! Strike out! Slayers! Whoa! Oh man, I wish I hadn't have used that. Fuck.
Dwarves, ready axes.
Oh, here we go, here we go.
Strike the runes. Quarrelers. Attack the Urks. Kazook. Down.
Oh shit, he's got 2 units of Black Orcs. Fuck. No, my handguns are gone.
Vengeance. This is a reckoning. The tower you ready. Will do. For the colours encore. Pull out. Quarrelers.
Ooh, I'm not sure what got caught in that spell, but
Reach far. Reach fast. Slayers. Strike out. Axes out.
got no AP left.
Now. Kazook. Valea, bless our aid. Take to the air. Anu. Age, wealth, and skill. Hearth and home. Let's start shooting. Go. Plow through. Yes. Let us bleed for the clan. Scout. Thunderers. Kazook. Slayers. Yes, laddie. Ready. Thunderers.
Those Black Orc big bosses are fucking such bullshit. Like, they're so hard to kill.
Strike out.
There's 2 of them too.
Miners. Roar to me.
I don't even know what to do with this guy. Like, how am I gonna kill him? Fucking indestructible.
Will do. All out. Iron drakes. Pump those dwarves.
Oh, chariot's coming.
The clans unite. Shield bearers. Oh. For the ancestors. Charge.
Kill everything without a beard. Indeed. That's what I'm thinking.
The anvil's
No,
might.
actually, maybe we should do that.
Wrath and ruin. Quarrelers. Bring them down. Let them
Yeah, nah. Just a bit too slow on that one.
Understood, Lord. For the High King. Scar. Yes. Run Ricky.
Is anything running out of ammo? Nah, not really. Is there anything left?
Plow through.
Oh, wrong guy.
And withdraw. For
Nah, keep chasing him.
Thunderers.
The Orc's holding on. Not super awesome though.
Moving out. Quarrelers. Killers. Strike. Now. Pull out. Drain the Urks.
Drain the Urks.
Find your targets. Drain them. For the Kala's encore. Gears of Zafbar. That's an order. Scuff. Charge. Strike out. Up those dwarven legs. Oath and steel. Quarrelers. Yes. Have at them.
Drop him.
Aye. Down.
If we can drop him, that would be very nice, but we're very limited in the amount of shit we've got left.
No more fapping.
Done.
Do we attack? Attack! Go! Ready axes! Move to attack! Kill them!
Right. Load him up. Keep those Black Orcs running.
Vengeance! Cattle! Killers! Withdraw! Aye! Ready to strike! They have wronged us! Quarrelers! Ah! Very well! Wrong is well! The clans unite! Nothing can stop us! Strike out! Done wrong! Move! Vengeance! Slay everything without a fear!
I should have used ammo on them. Fuck these.
Get back! Go!
Run!
Strike out! Thunderers! There's nothing I can't fix. Shield bearers, hold! Obey me! Ready to strike! We do miss! Attack the air! Of those dwarven legs! Strike the road! The mountain and home! Slay your breakers! Charge! My Grumney!
That fucking Black Orc is so hard to kill.
Quarrelers!
It's like, come on, bro. Oh no. Oh no, lost to Thane.
Axes out! Yes, yes! War of vengeance! Move to attack! Artillery ready! Quarrelers! Attack the Urks! Master engine!
This fucker's shattered yet? Nope. God damn it.
Quarrelers! Ready to strike! Artillery!
Oh man.
Quarrelers! Dowie, attack! Earthquake blow! We demand blood! Thunderers! Right far, right fast! Let the vengeance begin!
Oh, we ran them off the field finally. Thank fuck. Oh no. Oh shit.
Unite!
Oh. You get deleted.
Aye! Come on! Understood, Lord! Step to it! Honored! Plow through! Thoric Iron Brow! Quarrelers! Show us the target! Oh! Ah! That's your command! Shah! Vengeance!
Oh god. Do we have to run him off? Victory! The Dowie. See? Nothing a good dwarf can't win. Oh, how do I say hello? Oh shit, I don't know how to do it. Oh, well, good game. Well played, Michael. That was really tight. Thanks, man. Sorry, I just don't know how to say good game after a match. I haven't learned that skill. How do I say good game after a match? I don't know how to do it. I always miss it. Hey, how you going, man?
GG's, well played, man.
Oof, that was a close one. I thought I'd lost that for sure. And those Black Orcs, I didn't think I'd be able to kill them, but I did actually manage to work them down slowly with the guns and stuff.
Yeah. How did it feel?
Yeah, it was good. Like I loved it. Like I love these close fights. You know, I love I love it being like on the edge of your seat. You know, trying to pull out everything you can, trying to maximize every little thing you can. It's yeah.
Man. That was a super awesome game. That was really cool. What do you think about the blasting charges in the front line up against the goblins?
I didn't actually watch them that much. I just matched them up, and I just matched them up and hoped that they did well. And then I later on noticed that they, had done okay, but I didn't actually watch them land or anything. I was kind of.
Oh, they decimated them very hard.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, really good. So you got sort of 450 here for the miners. You got 330, 240, 250, and 270. Yep, you did some good stuff. We got 740 there for the slayers and 600. Quarrels 1.4k, which is exceptionally good. That's nearly tripled their value. We got 401 and 700 on the other. 520 for the Iron Drakes. Thunder's in at 1,000 and 1.5k, so they doubled their value. Gyrocopters. How do you find the gyrocopters?
They were they only really had one job, which was to chase off that unit of Black Orcs for the whole game. Yeah, so they stopped those Black Orcs from coming back. I was disappointed. Like, I was wishing that they had have come back quicker, but I suppose I could have aimed them, couldn't I? I could have got them behind. I could have pointed the Black Orcs towards the edge of the map and actually led them off, but I didn't. Yeah, I just kind of stuck them on the Black Orcs and left them there or whatever. Yeah.
It's good. That's one of their advantages. You had the Thane and you had the Master Engineer. How did you feel about those?
The Thane, was, I just figured he's cheap and he's tough, and he probably kind of did his job. He he just held up a unit for a while, and then he kind of threatened another unit later on. He didn't really do too much, but I felt like it was just good having a little iron hardcore there to have a little road bump to use for something. I don't feel like I used him too much, but I don't know. 400
value, so he came roughly. He got 86 skills. He got roughly around his price point. Master Engineer got 540. I thought the flash bombs, you used those quite a lot. That was really nice to see.
Yeah, that was my plan to use the flash bombs and the rune of slowness on Thorak as much as I could to try to keep threats. I originally and to try to kill to assassinate their guys, keep them slowed so I can shoot them, but I ended up using them to try to just run away from those Black Hawks. So it was pretty fun.
How did it feel between the change of playing Dark Elves and then now you're playing Dwarves? How's that change in the multiplayer scene for you? Have you noticed much difference or not too much difference?
I guess the main difference I noticed is that there's no skirmish play or any hero. With Marathi, I'm out there flying around, trying to pick away at the edges, trying to focus damage onto a different area or whatever. Do a lot more active. Whereas from the start with the dwarves, it's right, this is our hill. We're gonna fight on this hill, and that's it. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to keep everyone close so that the range could, I didn't want what my left hand side to be too much longer than Quarrel range from my right hand side, basically, so that everything could kind of work together.
Yeah, no, I think you did well. I think Thorax 733. He's obviously quite expensive. We have a bunch of improvements to talk about. I thought you dealt with the Orc boards quite nicely. I don't know. Do you know how Flashbomb works, or not particularly? Have you used it much before?
It's a slow, and it reduces their melee defense or their melee attack, or both. One of those.
Yeah, melee defense, and it's in a 30-meter radius. So anywhere in a 75-meter distance, you can slow anything in a 30-meter radius. So if you've got a group of units that are in a 30-meter radius in somewhere, you can slow all those groups of units in that 30-meter radius, which is quite nice.
Yeah, there was only
really nice.
Yeah, there's only there's only one time I really used it on a group. I think when Wurzag and a bunch of other stuff was together, but the rest I was kind of just using on individual.
Yeah, it was great. And 1.5k for Wurzag. He played well. 980 and 180 there for the Black Orc big bosses. We got 200, 300, 400, 52, and 220 for the goblins. 900 for the Orc boys. Nice. The warlords single-handedly pretty much killed the Thane. 780 for the AP loonies. Black Orcs got shut down really nicely. They only got 400 and 100 value, so that's really good stuff from you. 1,150 there for the rusty arrows, with 950 for the chariots and 800. Yeah. I think it was a great game.
I think so. I forgot to check the enemy army or anything, so the Black Orcs were nearly into my lines before I realized that he had any Black Orcs, and then I was like, oh shit, Black Orcs, just everything, shoot them straight away. Jesus, they were already in. I think they were already in melee. Basically, I tried to I kind of tried to like make it so that they didn't fully engage the miners. Like I wanted the miners to kind of hit them, but like not for them to be fully engaged, so they wouldn't like start chewing them up. But then I just got everything to shoot them as fast as I could.
Yeah. No, dude, I thought you played well. I think obviously you've seen some of the weaknesses there with them being slow. So normally with how people play the gyrocopters is they kind of sally them out a bit as well. So at the beginning of the game, the gyrocopters.
Okay.
So what I would normally do is I would sally them out a little bit and then try and get some early shots on them whilst they're trying to approach, like kind of the same idea as artillery. So I just try and get them to go around and scout out units that maybe are stalked. So I use them as a bit of a sweeper unit as well as what you did as well, which was excellent. You got them to chase off.
Yeah, but they didn't. They only used half their ammo, so I guess that was a waste of a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that's fine as well. Like sometimes like their direct value that is set on the screen isn't always like keeping away those Black Orcs was really key because the Black Orcs would single-handedly have tore your army apart. Because the miners would have lost to those, the Slayers would have lost to them, and you only had 2 Thunderers to really kind of combat them as well. So and they would have just butchered your lords and heroes. So the fact that you dealt with them really quickly was great. And that's why, like, also if you bring in the negative to leadership for the Goblobber and you happen to break them early doors, you can then just chase them off even at full health, and then you can just start focusing on another unit. Yeah,
I felt like the Goblobber was good. Like it got managed to kind of keep it going. You know, like quite a lot. Like it was still active for most of the battle, which was pretty cool. I don't know if I chose targets very super well with it, but.
Yeah, I think that, just shooting it in the front line and giving those negatives. I was thinking maybe once or twice today we could go through maybe 1 or 2 replays. I'll just like do like a 2-minute assessment of your replays so you can like see what you did, and I can see and kind of show you where some improvements could be made if I like saw any major ones. What do you think? Yeah,
whatever you're the coach. So whatever you think best.
Yeah, so if we go through Floric Ironbrow, so there was one improvement that I didn't want to tell you to make, but if you now go put him on an anvil for me, so he has a mount which is an anvil, and I'll show you what the anvil does for him. So if you notice, he gains an extra rune on his tool belt.
Rune of Doom.
Yes, so the Rune of Doom is an amazing rune, and there's a couple of reasons as to why. It gives a map-wide melee attack increase of 24, and also imbues fear to all of your dwarfs.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, and that you can use that unlimitedly. So you can use that just as many times as you like.
Is that on a separate cooldown from the other? It's not doesn't make the instant rune thing. Yeah. Okay.
So what you can do if you want to buff things by 48 melee attack, you use that, and then you use the Rune of Speed in a 40-meter radius to buff it by 48 melee attack.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I took the Rune of Speed just in case I wanted to do some melee buffing, but I just felt like I needed the Rune of Slowness all the time. The Rune of Wrath and Ruin, like. I don't know, did that do anything? Like, I did use it on one unit.
Yeah, you also used it on yourself, like when Thorot got really surrounded.
Yeah, that's true.
You can drop it on yourself and it kind of like explodes everything in a radius.
Yeah, that's true. It probably mitigates damage a bit too if on infantry, maybe.
Also, I thought the 3 runes you brought were all the 3 runes that I would bring. I thought all the 3 runes were excellent.
I think they're the best ones in campaign as well. I think obviously in campaign the Wrath and Ruin is super exploitable, so that's your number one. But the other 2 have got really good utility as well, and same here as well.
One thing I thought that what you didn't need to bring was maybe the Rune of Hearth and Home. There's not too much that causes terror in the army for greenskins. But that's just like a minor optimization, right? So I might bring it against undead, or I might bring that against like more specific armies. So like vampire counters, I might bring it against lizardmen. They have quite a bit of terror in the army. But I also generally a lot of builds. So for example, because it gives immune to psychology, so I normally bring that. If I bring longbeards, they already have immune to psychology. So for the majority of my army, I tend not to bring immune to psychology if I don't feel like I need it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But no, it's just a small optimizational thing there from me, because of course if that's 150 gold, and then you drop a rune, so you only bring 2, you've got 250 gold, and you're over 3/4 of the way to another unit of miners, right?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
What did you? I got the feeling like you weren't digging my Thane choice that much, but I don't know. I was kind of thinking, it's kind of just cool to have a melee hero, and like with all those melee buffs you're talking about, it's good to have something to use the buffs on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
kind of
100%. Thane is really great. The Thane in the actual multiplayer scene is not amazing, but he definitely has his places. So he's normally used as sort of a little bit like protection for Thoric Ironbrow, or for example, if you have a really strong character that you want to snipe, you can kind of use those two together. So I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, that was kind of what I planned to do, but then I had a bit of a hole in my line, and he was holding up one unit of infantry, so he just kind of had to stay there and keep holding them, because otherwise they would have got into my range.
Yeah. He did a great job. I saw that Iron Drakes.
They didn't get anything.
Line of sight is a problem. I'd always say 9 times out of 10, just take a unit of Thunderers.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I would say. I think they're just like. I mean, I love Iron Drakes. I think they're really, really cool. I kind of wish they were better, but yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but I think you played very, very well. I think for the majority, I don't think I saw too many. What's going on here? Sorry. Need more gyros. How do you feel it went? Were you happy with it all?
Yeah, it was good. With the gyro, it was everything. I don't know, it was pretty good. It worked out, With the gyrocopter, do you reckon just go the normal? So in campaign, I don't use normal gyros. I use brimstone because I usually use, because it's got the AP. I usually use it to try to snipe characters down and stuff like that. Do you think that's worth the extra 100 to get that AP?
Yes, every time.
Yeah,
every time. I much more prefer brimstone guns because they also do fire damage. So if anything has regen, it also gets smashed. Also, they have anti-large shots. So if anything's anti-large. Also, they have more range, and they have higher accuracy.
Yeah, nice. It was it was a bit frustrating having the other ones because they were chasing the Black Orcs, but I knew they didn't have AP, so they probably wouldn't do much damage with shooting, and it was just But
no, I think the army composition you brought was great. I think the front line was a bit small. Like miners, if someone went a really wide front line. I think 5 units miners might have been a bit small because their melee stats aren't great once the blasting charges have gone. But that's kind of like the only sort of negative I could say, I think. Or point of improvement, I should say.
I mean, I could probably drop one unit of Quarrelers maybe and take 2 warriors extra, but I don't know. I mean, I kind of liked having all the Quarrelers and all my damage,
Yeah, you played well, and I think the way you played with that would do really well against in the tournament. I think that would do really well. This army would do really well. I really enjoyed the way you played that. I think you controlled the battlefield well. I'd say sally out with the brimstone guns a little bit early doors. Get your Goblobber, shoot him, and try and see if you can use the Rune of Doom. And the other nice thing about the anvil is it gives Thoric 25% physical resistance.
Oh, okay, that's true.
That's really good.
Bit tougher.
It makes him super tanky. Gives him more melee defense as well, and it gives him like nearly 1,000 extra health. So he just becomes super tanky. He also gets the Rune of Doom, which is free. It's kind of why we never see the Rune Lord, because the Rune Lord gets an anvil but doesn't get the Rune of Doom for the same price. And the Rune of Doom just gives you plus melee attack.
What do you think about the Rune of Thori on the Engineer? I feel like it's pretty useless, the Rune of Thori, the Fire Ring of Thori, sorry, with that long thin AoE that it does. But
I love it against lightly armored units. Yes.
Okay.
I love it against goblins, zombies, where you think there's just going to be lots of chaff. 3 of those can really rack up. Give it a try. See what you think.
All right. So now I've got 200.
So what I would do is...
Okay.
Sorry?
Oh, yes. No, you're right. I was just going to say I've got 290 gold left now.
Right. Did you want 3 Quarrelers, or did you want 3 Thunderers, or how did you want to buff that all up?
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a good call. I could just go 3 Thunderers instead of 3 Quarrelers, and then that'll have spent most of my cash. Is it 5 total ranged, or I can just I can have like 5 Thunderers and 5 Quarrelers upon or whatever?
You can have a maximum of 12 ranged units.
Okay, so
currently you've got 1 with the Goblubber, 2 with the Gyrocopters. You've got then 5 for the Thunderers, 7 for the Quarrelers, and 8 for the Master Engineer.
Oh, okay.
So you've got 8 in total. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, you're looking good. Yeah, I think that this is a good army against the Greenskins. I like it a lot. Your threats there were the Orc Boar Chariots. They are very powerful. Chariots are really great against AoE.
Yeah, I didn't really. Yeah, I didn't really focus. I didn't really focus them early because I was worried about the Black Orcs. But then, yeah, I can't really remember how I ended up taking them out. Did I slow them and then kind of just shoot them?
Yeah.
I got Slayers onto them a little bit as well, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you played very well. There was one more thing with your Master Engineer. He's really great at sniping characters.
Yeah, I wasn't sniping characters enough with him. Yeah, I should have. Towards the end I did, but then they started chasing him, so I couldn't really do anything, and yeah.
Yeah, put him on heroes, lords, chariots, and even if you've got it like heavily armored infantry like Black Hawks, because he'll snipe them, one model at a go.
Yeah.
And for some factions that are living, sniping one model at a go is really important, because then of course when you use Earthblood or any sort of healing, you can't heal that model back, so their maximum healing cap gets reduced every time you kill a model.
Yeah.
So that's really great. Yeah, I think you played awesome, dude. How did you find the Dowie? Did you enjoy it, or?
Yeah, I love the Dwarves. Yeah, the Dwarves are the shit.
Let's do it. So we should have Fate Weaver in next.
Nice. So Fate Weaver is one of the guys from my community. That's
correct. Yes.
So yeah, so a few, as I said before we started the stream, before we started talking to Logic, a few people were keen to have a go to bash me in multiplayer. So Karos Fate Weaver was the first volunteer to have a crack. But yeah, so
I sent in the details, so you should be ready to go.
Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, if anyone else wants to have a fight with me to help me get trained up for the weekend, you might still be able to get slotted in if you just want to contact Logic on my Discord. Or is there a better way to contact you, Logic? Or no? That's probably just that.
If they join the Discord, my admins will pick them up, and then we'll be able to just get them slotted straight in.
No worries. And check out Logic's channel. So Logic's streaming from his perspective. So during the battles, when we're not talking to each other, he's casting the matches. So if you want to see the blow by blow of what's going down and everything, then then you can check that out. All right, so okay, he's playing Undead. God, I haven't been doing too good against Undead lately.
So this matchup I love. I played this. It's one of my favorite matchups. I played it thousands of times. It is, in the majority of the themes, slightly Dowie favoured. Maybe he'll be going Empire.
Okay.
Let me see what he's doing. Just double check that it's all good. Was Balthasar Gelt, was he an FLC or was he DLC? I think he was FLC, right?
No, he's part of the main game. Karl Franz and Karl Franz and Balthasar Gelt were the original two lords. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was Volkmar that came in with the Grim in the Grave, wasn't it?
Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm not really talking to the chat much. I'm reading the chat as much as I can. Thanks so much for all your support. With lots of good jobs and grats there after the last battle. Appreciate that, guys. But yeah, keep giving me tips and stuff. I'm listening to Logic and I'm reading some of you guys' tips at the same time. So appreciate that.
Yeah, it's the same for me. I'm trying to give Mess as much as I can, and I keep missing chat, so I apologise.
Yeah, that's unfortunately that's just probably the way it's going to be for the next couple of days. We gotta get training. That's the top priority.
100%. So it looks like he's ready, and he's going to be playing the Empire.
Okay. So last time I got smashed by Hanadin, he had like lots of knights. I guess we've got some slayers to deal with that.
The way that Empire will play against Dark Elves will be different than the way Empire plays against Dowie for sure. Is one thing that I'll say. So one thing you might want to think about is what would Empire, so you love your Empire, right? So what would you bring as Empire to try and deal with the Dowie? What would you bring a lot of to deal with the Dowie?
I guess cavalry would be the number one thing, but also just to annoy them, you can have your longer range artillery and smash them with artillery, which is supposed to be their best thing. So I don't know. I guess I'd probably take like rocket batteries just to like annoy them with my better artillery than they've got, and also cavalry just to run over them as well.
Okay, and you'd probably bring a lot of armor piercing, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, lots of armor piercing. So they're going to have lots of handgunners then, I guess. What's armor piercing cav have they got? They're only demis, yeah?
Yes, only demigryphs, yeah. Knights of the Blazing Sun can't be used, so they've only got Empire Knights, Reichsguard, and demigryphs.
Yeah. Hopefully we can use it.
Phenomenally expensive, though.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try and, yeah, okay. I don't know. Well, should I just go with the same thing? I don't know, I'm not really sure what I would change.
Okay, so we'll go for it. So for the majority of the, what is the majority of their infantry with their state troop infantry? What can you tell me about their state troop infantry?
The halberds are only infantry, only armor, but they don't have any shields, so we should be able to shoot them down pretty good. And
so would you necessarily need thunderers with mass AP to go against I'd say at least 80% of their infantry?
No, yeah, that's a good call. They were just only want the thunderers to shoot down some of their cav, I guess.
Yeah, so a lot of the cav is going to be heavily armored, so we will want some level of thunderers to shoot those. We might also, for example, want quarrelers as well, or maybe some blasting charges to deal with the front line. It's going to be very lightly armored with only 30 armor for the majority, and some don't even have any shields. So they're very lightly armored, some with no shields. The only ones we might be concerned about are great swords, but even then, great swords aren't amazing. They are good, but they're not amazing.
Yeah, and we've got
no shields. He's gone with this faction, so because he's playing the sub faction, he can only use Balthasar Gelt or the Empire Captain.
Yeah.
Because the other two are off limits.
Yeah, and no flagellants. Not that they would have been very good against us anyway, probably.
No flagellants. There'll be no silver bullets, no Stellan's Revenge, no huntsman. So kind of no stalk. They kind of got crossbowmen. They'll be having no free company militia actually. They'll be having basically crossbowmen and handgunners. That's it for the majority. Maybe some archers. Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Should I go like maybe go 4 crawlers and only have 1 thunderers, or is that getting a bit? I feel like I won't have enough AP if I only have 1 thunderer. I need 2 thunderers. I feel like.
I think for the majority, because you've got mass armor and a lot of their units have very light armor, and I think even at your lowest level of dwarf miners at 80 armor, you're going to trade pretty cost effectively, because even all of their spearmen and swordsmen have no armor piercing. Even if they go halberds, they do have armor piercing, but they pay a lot of their money for anti-large as well. They have no shields, so even if they do come, you can shoot them.
Yeah.
And then put your infantry on their swordsmen. So I think for the most part, you can just go cheap and super wide. So you could actually bring just lots of guns, lots of crossbowmen, and then go like wide with miners and blasting charges, and maybe just go really wide with dwarf warriors.
I was thinking even maybe of dropping some of the blasting charges and just going normal miners, just having like heaps of dudes. I don't know. So what am I going to drop though? You know, like I don't know.
I would say
we could drop drop the goblin and go for normal artillery. Then it give me 200 gold. Or do you think it's worth the 200?
I'd say the gyrocopters aren't worth it if they bring any level of handgunners, because they fire so straight and true. They're just going to get destroyed if they get caught.
Should I maybe still take some cheap gyros just to chase stuff off, or don't remember where they're at? Or maybe just take an extra unit of Slayers, go 3 Slayers so we can... they're expensive though.
They are very expensive. You could take 2 Dwarf Warriors for every Slayer you bring. How much money have you got left?
I got 1290, so maybe I'll take 1 more Quarreler, because they can kind of double as infantry as well.
Yep.
And then I could get a Warrior, and I could switch out one of my blasting charges for maybe like 2 not blasting charges. It's getting wide-ish.
How much money have you got left?
65, and I got 19 units.
Okay. Okay, I think this looks great. Yeah, I actually do think this looks great.
I mean, I'm not against doing the warrior thing. I'm just not sure what I should switch out.
Sorry. I'm thinking.
Yeah, sure.
It's not you. It's me. I'm thinking about my best way to approach this to you without me telling you what to do. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think that's very good. I'm trying to think what you can do with 65 gold. I think 65 gold, maybe just chevron some units, yeah.
Yeah, nice. I maybe just go my handguns. They're probably my gunners are probably the most important.
Yeah, I generally think this is a good 8.5 out of 10 army. 100%. I think this is a very good army. I think it's very good. I think Fate Weaver will struggle to deal with this.
Yeah, all right.
So for you, the one thing you want to do is control the battlefield. So by controlling the battlefield, try and see if you can remove the mobility of the army. If he does go a caster, you've got your runes of slowness, you've got your flash bombs, so don't be afraid to use them and then just kind of gun down their units.
Yeah.
What else have we got here? So of course, one other explanation for... we'll talk about it more after, but like cannons will be better against cavalry, and of course, grudge will be better against infantry.
Yeah.
So it depends what you want your artillery to target. If you want to go more anti-infantry, or if you want to go, so it means if you bring a grudge thrower, it means your thunderers are going to be firing more at the cavalry.
Yeah.
And that sort of thing. So, and then you've got Thoric Ironbrow. Once your infantry hits the front line, just crack on, use that Rune of Doom, use the Rune of Speeds when you're ready, use the runes in Wrath of Ruin. If you overcast it, it does armor piercing damage as well.
The Wrath of Ruin?
Yes. If you overcast it, it does armor piercing damage. If you overcast the Rune of Slowness, it actually goes for longer and slows down your opponents more. So instead of it being 45% negative speed, it gets it 60% negative.
But then I've got a 20 chance of getting damage though.
Yes, there is a chance of you taking damage. Also, on your anvil, you have what's called the Locus of Power, which will cause any damage to anyone that does a spell within 100 meters of you. So they'll take minor miscast damage every time they do a spell near Thoric Ironbrow.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really good. If you keep him close to the front line, if he does bring Balthasar, or if he does bring another spellcaster, they'll really struggle to do spells around you, because he'll just keep doing damage to himself.
I was thinking I might actually take the cannon just to try out the different, thing.
Sure.
But that means
cannons are my favorite. Because they're medium against infantry, and they're great against elite infantry, and they're really great against cavalry.
Do you think yes, I need 35 gold, so I could either switch out a blasting charges for another regular miner, or I could switch out the Thane for Dwarf Warriors, maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know.
I think in this matchup, swapping out the Thane for a unit of Dwarf Warriors would be more optimal. And as much as the Thane is great at holding up units, if someone just decides to push past him, he's not really going to act as the same roadblock as you're going to want with a unit of Dwarf Warriors.
Yeah,
that would be my advice, but I think the Thane is too cool not to bring. So that's my opinion. I love the Thane, and I wish he was better, but he's sort of a what I call a suboptimal unit.
Okay. How come it's saying his name's 726 now? What's going on there? I thought he was cheaper than that. Oh, maybe.
Oh, he comes imbued with Foeseeker and Deadly Onslaught.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. But having it at 500 is super valuable sometimes. Yeah.
All right, nice.
Yeah, I think this is a 9 out of 10 army.
All
9
right.
out of 10.
All right. Well, we should get. We're gonna try to get more battles in this time because because it's hour and a half in. We've only had one battle so far. So yeah,
Cool.
Let's
shoot them. Let's get them going.
Yeah, no worries. And if you guys are asking in my chat how they can get into into the fights, so just go into your stream and ask in chat. Would that be the best way to get in the queue if there's room? No worries. Here's another link to Logic's stream, as Logic channel. Go check out Logic. Also, guys, please, if you haven't already, please check Logic a subscribe and a like on his stream as well. It really helps. I think this is a really fun format, and the more likes and everything that the streams get, the more other people might see them and shit. So maybe it'll help out some other people if they want to learn multiplayer and stuff. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, thanks, Sue. I'm ready when you're ready.
All right. So see you after.
Yeah, you too, man. You too. Take care.
Does a stash count? Whew. I feel like I kind of like the dwarfs better than the I don't know. Yesterday I was like, I love the dark elves. This is my faction. I just want to play dark elves all the time. But now today I'm like, I love the dwarfs. I just want to play dwarfs all the time. But I've only played one game. Maybe they're going to suck against everybody else. How do I... You learning to play with humans, yeah. I'd highly recommend it. Even if you don't want to really play much multiplayer like long term, I'd definitely recommend like learning a bit about it just for the funsies, you know. Okay, so we want a nice wide front line to start with. Actually, maybe we could even go on the hill. I don't know if that's a bit rude, but fuck it. Got a win, right? Get our cannon right on the tip top of this hill. Oh, the only thing is the hill. Maybe the hill's not great actually because we've got our gunners and they might trouble shooting things. Actually, maybe we'll go over here.
What? Vengeance!
Yeah, so we might have a bit of trouble shooting cannons on the right hand side over there, but that's all right. Something like that. I don't know. Slayers at the back. Yeah, this guy's sniping at the front. They're kind of in the middle-ish, I guess. And then, yeah, I think we want to just kind of spread out a little bit. I feel like we want to move our front line forward a bit more, but we can maybe like wait till things start to kick off a bit before we do that. Just kind of stagger everything around a bit. So Balthazar Gelt's going to be casting magic all the time, right? So maybe I need to be aware of that and like ready to move my stuff. All right. All right. Oh, okay. So he's got great cannons. His great cannons are longer than my great cannons. Okay. So he's gonna. Looks like he was gonna wait for me. So I guess I need to move forward and be aggressive and stuff. Oh shit! Stop. Something bad happened then. It was bad. Everything like got screwed up. So yeah, I don't know if you ever had that happen on campaign where you accidentally select all your army, you try to alt drag the whole army in formation, and then you screw it up. But yeah, it's not good.
It is a reckoning. The clans unite. Joey, attack.
Do they have like in stealth? I don't know if they have stealth stuff. But yeah, we're in artillery range of their riders, right? So we can just kind of shoot stuff and that's fine.
Hit them! Killers! Miners! Nothing can stop us! Warriors! Strike out! Range far, range fast!
Cannons are gonna come. Oh, he's got rocket battery as well. It's not gonna be cool.
Down! We'll guard it! Let the vengeance begin! Cannon! Miners! Moving out! Charge! Down! Go! Let the vengeance begin! Range far! Range fast! Scoff! Quarrelers! War of vengeance! The clans unite! Miners! Range far! Range fast! Slayers! Yes! Yes!
Oh yeah, Gelt is getting fucked.
Wrath and ruin! Plow through! What's up?
Drill him.
There's nothing I can't face. Aye!
Okay, that was good. That was good. That was a good start. Okay, I'm feeling a lot better about this. He's still got this crap coming in though. That's not great.
Slayers! Quarrelers! Move now! Thunderers! Hook those dwarven legs! Hook those dwarven legs!
All right. Well, I guess we're gonna have to move up because they got longer range artillery than we do.
Range far, range fast! Thunderers! Anu! Come on!
Man, those that's not great. That stuff. I wonder if we can shoot their artillery. Will that work? Fuck, he's got a lot of artillery, hasn't he? Maybe we should just bum rush him with our superior dwarven skill.
Slayers! Yes!
Let's try that.
Move now! Kazakan Kazakita! Nothing can stop us! Go! Kazoo!
Have we got any other heroes? Hey, what's that guy?
Let me get my tools!
Warrior Priest. Oh, I don't think you meant to bring Warrior Priests. They're part of the DLC. Oh, well, that's alright. But we're just noobs here. We don't know what we're doing. I don't know if I should try and shoot his artillery or not.
Slay the Oathbreakers! Nothing can stop us! Attack the earth! Miners! Range far, range fast! Charge! Move now! Vantage!
Okay, cool.
Move to attack!
That's alright. We kind of wanted that to happen. But I wish the Slayers had been
Anything without a beard!
here.
Kill them!
Yeah, I shouldn't have let him take out my cannons, but fuck it.
Miners! Anu! Dwarf warriors! Move! Killers! Range far, range fast! Fight! Got! Move! Thunderers! Move! Yes! Nothing can stop us! Warriors! Yes! Yeah! No! Attack the earth! Charge!
Where are my cannons? Did they all get blown up or what? I don't even know where they are. Oh, here they are, here they are.
Will do! Strike out! Step to it!
What if I should like...
Strike the
Oh, actually I could have just run.
Withdraw! Charge! Quarrelers!
Yeah, we need to fucking take out that artillery. Big time.
Miners!
Oh shit.
We demand blood. Go! Get moving! Go! Move! Down! Vengeance! Turn!
Where's that hero of his? Oh, there he is.
Ready to strike! Axe it! Cannon!
I don't know if we should try and shoot there. Maybe shoot the hero. Screw it.
Move now! Nothing can stop us! Drang them!
Drang the orcs. Oh, they're not really orcs, but
The ancestor gods! Kill them! Vengeance! Thunderers! Ready to strike! Move now!
oh man, we could have been using this heaps. Heaps more. Oh yeah, we finally shut down this artillery. It's going to make our lives a lot more enjoyable.
Master of runecraft! Oath and steel! Kill them! Vengeance! Move now! Pump those dwarven legs! Have at them! Drain them! Dwarfs! Ready!
Let's try to break everything we can.
Master engineer!
I'm gonna... Oh shit! He's getting wrecked. He's getting wrecked.
Move it out! Off we go! Come on! Yes! Move! Get! Attack the earth!
Shit, there's artillery's been firing the whole time. I didn't shut it down.
Kill us! Slayers! Thunderers! Unarmed!
Oh shit, he's going down. He's going down.
God! Quarrelers! Off we go! Have at them!
Yeah, he's not gonna be able to do much else.
Range far, range fast! Darby, attack! Yes!
We got Thorek.
Kill them! Guts! Kazook! Pump those dwarven legs! For the carriage encore!
Where is he?
It is an order! Fight! Aye! Yes! Nothing can stop us!
You got him? Got him? That's it. Whew. Hey, how do I say GG now? Tab? No. I don't know how to do it. Oh well, GG, Karis, Fate Weaver, that was a good battle. Thanks, man. You had me, got me a bit scared a few times there, but yeah, it was good. Good game, well played. You have to press chat button before the game ends. Okay. Oh well. Oh.
Hey, dude.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good. GG's well played, dude.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I still haven't mastered
How's
the
that?
chatting this to saying good game afterwards. I keep failing to do that, but yeah.
Oh, it's alright, dude. Don't worry about it.
What were you gonna say?
He's in my chat, so we can just say thanks to Fate Weaver.
Yeah, thanks, Fate Weaver. Thanks for getting in there. Fate Weaver was the first. As soon as I said, "Did anyone want to take part?" Fate Weaver was like number one.
Yeah.
He was the bravest, so he was the first one to step up and volunteer. So good on you for getting involved, mate.
He bought a great army, so I'll say some lovely things about this. He bought a great army. We saw Balthazar Gelt come in with a reasonable amount of spells. He also brought a supporting character with a warrior priest that gives some nice buffs in the front. He had a nice wide front line, as you saw. Not too many range that he had to protect. Some artillery that really put some pressure on. Artillery did great. 1.8k for the Great Cannon, 1,480 for the Helmstone Rocket Battery, 500 and 990 for the second Great Cannon. But you played really well. You played really well. Great target prioritization. Coming forward, the Quarrelers shooting the lightly armored Outriders. Also, your decimation on Balthazar. What was that? What was that?
Yeah, I had all the slows and I just targeted him with everything, basically. I threw the kitchen sink at him and just got him with both slows and just shot the hell out of him. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like maybe that was, that was a bad mistake that he kind of made at the start, and then he was kind of like, that was it. Kind of, it was a bit almost like that was not like it was game over, but it was like that's kind of how I felt like when I ran Marathi into Hanad and just got drilled.
Exactly. That's exactly what you did, and we make these mistakes, but you learn from these mistakes, and then you haven't made that mistake since, if that makes sense. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, no worries. So did you was Fate Weaver the one that was doing the short bids thing, or is that was somebody else?
Yes, it was him. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So did you end up playing some games with him prior to this or anything, or?
Yeah, so he jumped in with one of my admins who helps with the short bid league. He jumped in, had a game, and then got so Zypher that you played yesterday. He jumped in with him beforehand. They played a game. He gave him some tips, and then he came and jumped here onto Livestream. And I thought he bought a really nice army. It was really well balanced, and yeah, it was great. He had good levels of artillery, good cavalry, not too much range, good infantry that performed really well actually, considering what they were up against. But I would say this is probably one of the Empire's least favorite matchup, probably.
Yeah, that artillery was the worst thing probably. And once I realized that I could just bum rush him, then I thought, we're good now. But then I forgot about the cannons. Like I took out the rocket batteries, which were doing some really bad. I find cannons are easy to kind of not notice because the animation, you don't see the bullets as much as you do with the rocket batteries, and because they're not AOE, they can be just quietly sniping something, and you don't kind of notice it as much.
It can be, he was shooting Thoric for quite a while. With both of his cannons. Yeah,
I know. I didn't even notice until it was kind of too late. I didn't have anything to really screen him, and
that is what is so great about the Master Engineer, because it's even smaller. And his bullets pack a punch, right? They got 330 armor piercing damage value. That I was playing against Robert Duck on stream, I think about a week ago, and I was just quietly assassinating his Slan on the side. And he said to me, "Oh my god, I turned around and my Slan's on a quarter health." I was like, "Yep," I was picking him off all game. But yeah, dude, I really one thing I was saying: don't be afraid to get Thoric involved. Just throw him in there. Get him involved. Because he's an absolute beast.
Yeah, and
an absolute melee beast.
I took that skill that recharges his abilities when he's in melee, but then I never actually used him in melee till I tried to at the end, but I don't think he really got in.
It's really good when you do. I thought also, and one thing I really must commend you on is when you did push, you recognised that you needed to push because you were losing the artillery draw, which I think. That's something you can teach, but you did it instinctively. You did it without having to know, because when I did that for my first game, I didn't push. I just sat back and then realized I'm losing, and it was too late by the time I pushed. But you pushed at the perfect time. You knew I can't outrange this, so I have to go forward, which is good, which is amazing. Your front line did really well. As you saw, your front line won for the majority. You got 575 damage value on one of your miners.
Nice.
So they paid for themselves and some, and they had over 3/4 health.
Nice.
Yeah, I think the armor was really great. Your Slayers did great. Your Quarters did great. Your Thunderers were insane. 1,000 nearly on each. You kind of got 850 for the majority. Most things paid for themselves. Also 900. I really like that firing a Tory down the flank of the lightly armored crossbowmen. I thought that was really great. That's perfectly what you use them for.
I wish I forgot about it until the end. So I managed to get 2 in, but if I had remembered a bit earlier to get the 3 in, that would have been. What
might be good is actually maybe if we reduce some of the items so you don't have so much to think about, because then obviously if you bring them, pay for them, but don't use them, then obviously they're not worth it. But I'd rather you use them, see what they do, see what you like, see what you want to bring, and then we can kind of tailor it tomorrow a bit more, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. So that was your second game. How did you feel about that game?
Yeah, it was good. But I kind of feel like it was a bit you know, I kind of feel like maybe he just got a bit unlucky with that Balthazar Gelt thing at the start, and then it was kind of a bit one-sided after that. You know, like it was. I mean, it wasn't like I was completely out of danger, but like the artillery was still definitely very scary. And like you said, if I'd have sat back, I would have got wrecked still. But you know,
Balthazar Gelt, he could have won. He definitely could have won, even losing Balthazar Gelt, but it made it tough for sure.
Yeah, it just made and it gave me a huge boost in confidence. Like when you're confident as well, it's like, you know, like with so many things in life, if you're coming from that abundance mentality of like, yeah, I'm going to win, and then how can I just smash them even harder, you're so much more effective than if you're like, oh my God, I'm going to lose. How do I stop myself from losing? You know, you don't play as well when you already think you're going to lose. You know, I think, you know.
Yeah, dude, you should be confident because you're playing really, really well. You're making great in-game decisions. Your movement to get the quarrels forward. One thing you could have done is maybe got your engineer forward a flash bomb there. Could have caught some of the outriders, or you could have used Rabuna Slowness there. Just an extra thought. To catch them off guard. But you dealt with them really well, and I saw that when they came back, the other unit that had broken twice, you were straight back on it. You were straight back shooting them, which was excellent to see. Your battlefield awareness was really great. I think that, and also like the way that the cavalry was trying to charge in up against your thunderers, and you move the slayers through for a bit of protection. Also, don't be afraid to put your infantry on their widest. Setting, so like they're as wide as possible to create a bigger blockade as possible, so that they can kind of screen out as many of the units as they possibly can. Because that's when like they're also most effective, because then if they've got a wider front line, also you've got more melee infantry engaging as well, because if they've got lines in behind, like the second and third or maybe even the fourth line are not going to be fighting in combat. So the wider they are, the better they're going to fight. And if your opponent's infantry is shorter, you'll be able to wrap around them as well. So you'll also be attacking them from the flanks, which will give them negatives to leadership and all these kind of things as well.
Good.
But yeah, amazing. So thank you very much to Fake Weaver for playing. Yeah,
thanks a lot, Fake Weaver. Now I can talk. Good game, well played. There we go. And thanks so much for being the bravest one to volunteer first as well.
Yeah.
So Karis is quite new to multiplayer as well, isn't he?
Yes. That was his technically his second ever competitive multiplayer game. He said he played a few before with some mates for just a bit of a laugh. Like I think you played one or two yourself, but he's never played like competitive before. So that was his second ever competitive game.
Yeah. See, my six games of experience gave me the edge, or seven games of experience gave me the edge on him.
100%.
No worries. Thanks so much, Karis. That's great. Who's the next?
Let's have a look. Let's get these guys in. Sorry, I got 1,000 messages. Okay.
Victor's saying new people can get bad habits with dwarves because they're so sturdy they don't flee all the time, so they make you complacent.
Who said that?
Victor in my chat.
Okay. Yeah, I think as well, if you just play dwarves, they can also be, they're quite campaigny in the way they play, I guess is the best way to put it, where they're quite defensive. So getting aggressive like you would need to with some factions can inhibit the skills you need to be aggressive. Because tomorrow we're going to go over some ways of defending quite well, and then we're going to go over a nice way of attacking as well. I'll give you two different ways of playing the game that should really help you in Friday's tournament. Saturday's tournament, sorry.
Oh, awesome, yeah. And we aren't going to be playing just dwarves. We're going to be playing 3 or 4 different factions in the tournament. So so we're not going to be limiting ourselves to one thing.
So now we have Stormrunner. He played yesterday. He was the high elf player. He said he would like to come back and give it another go.
Oh, he's going to take revenge on me. God damn it.
He is. He's come. I think we'll play the next one on one of the maps that's going to be in the tournament as well. So we'll play the next map.
Oh, is that one not in the tournament?
It is not, but it's just a nice fun map to start. I thought we'd get into it and then we'll now learn one of the maps. That was my bad. Okay, so we have Doc Karaz. So we'll play on Doc Karaz. Okay, I thought Oakenhammer was, but I got that wrong. I just saw it. So we're on Doc Raz. It's pretty similar. It's pretty flat. On the minimap, you can see on the side. On the minimap, it will kind of tell you on the right-hand side what it kind of looks like. So the whiter the color, the higher the ground, and the darker the color, the lower the ground. So on one side of the map, it's got a bit of a dip, but for the majority on the left-hand side, it's going to be pretty high ground. It should be pretty flat for you.
Yeah, I like flat. I want everything completely flat. That's ideal.
Yep, as many cannons as possible, right?
That's right.
Cool. We'll get Storm in. Let's have a look at what's going on here. So we've got Stormrunner coming in, and then we've got another guy from your community. So we have Murph, the Great Seal of Itza. He'll be up next.
Awesome. Did you hear from Verings? He's one of my moderators. He said he wanted to have a crack, but he wasn't sure if he was going to finish work in time.
Okay, I haven't heard from him, but if he wants to play, yeah, of course.
All right, Verings, if you're listening out there, get on to Logic's Discord and to Logic's chat and call out.
Waiting for the big man to come in.
Did he?
Cool. So
Did he tell you what he's going to play yet, or he hasn't decided yet?
I'm gonna get him to play Lizardmen.
Yeah, I was thinking because you were saying Lizardmen is like one of the strongest races, so I guess we need to learn how to play that, or deal with that. I feel like the Lizardmen are going to be a problem because, you know, I want my cannons to shoot the crap out of their things, but then I can't protect the cannons because they can just run through all my crap. You know. And like, do big dinosaurs have high armor? Like, do I need? Because obviously Slayers you want, but the Slayers don't have AP. So do you need to take Giant Slayers that cost even more?
Let me double check the Giant Slayers are in. Yeah, cool. So he's coming in just 1 minute. He was in a quick battle, so he was warming up to play against you.
Oh no! Last time I got him cold. This time he's going to be all warmed up.
Let me see if we've got.
When did Giant Slayers come with? They came with. Can't remember now.
I think they came in a DLC. I think.
Yeah, or maybe they were free DLC. I can't remember.
Let me check. Oh no, you can use Giant Slayers. Yeah, so Giant Slayers might not be a bad idea. As well, so let's go through some of the units to give you a update on some of the things. I didn't want to tell you too early doors. So for example, if you bring the Dragonback Slayers, if you didn't know, I main the Dowie, so I know the ins and outs of pretty much every single unit. It's like my favorite faction to use. So the Dragonback Slayers come with the Power of the Dragonback, which is also a slow. So that can also be quite a nice ability, another like controlling slow on the battlefield. So anything they hit for 10 seconds, for every single melee attack, it kind of resets, but they get a 35% slow.
Yeah.
And these Slayers also come with an added 20% physical resistance compared to normal Slayers.
Yeah, that seems pretty good value.
Tankier. Yeah, better melee stats, and of course they have the slow. I really like them. I think they're very, very good.
Yeah, I'm like... Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I think for this matchup, I think you're right. I think AP is something you are going to need, though. Yeah, for sure.
Well, what about? I was just thinking, what about? Because I feel like the Giant Slayers are a bit. I don't know. They're just expensive as hell, and I'm worried about them. Like, because they got no armor. I'm worried about him like bringing like some kind of skink bullshit or something and just shooting the shit out of him.
What have you got in your? So I tell you what. Why don't we try the same thing we did yesterday? Why don't you just delete your army and we'll start from the beginning?
Yeah. Well, actually, I might just keep Thoric keep Thoric and the Engineer in there because I definitely want to keep that. But yeah, what I was thinking. Sorry,
yeah. Go on. I was just gonna say those two are they're key for almost any matchup. I think those two combined are like staples. They're just kind of the two you're gonna bring.
Yeah. And you reckon bring the Hearth thing again? Bring the mount, and do you reckon?
Yeah, I think Brune of Half and Home. You could bring that for the ITP.
Yeah, so that'll make him immune to terror and stuff. I was thinking, what about if instead of taking the giant slayers, I just take extra slayers and just take heaps of thunderers. So so the slayers can pin stuff down and kind of whatever, and then the thunderers can. No, you can't really pin them down though, can you? Like they're just going to run through everything.
You can slow them.
Yeah, I guess we've got the Dragonbone slayers for the extra slow. What else can we?
You got three slows there. So you got Flash Bomb, Rune of Slowness, and now you've got your Dragonback Slayers. So all three of those will do slowing effects on cavalry and big monsters.
Yeah.
Also, as much as like having anti-large is great, you've also got bucket loads of armor piercing with Thunderers. So Thunderers could just shoot the big dinosaurs. Because they don't have shields, they don't have any missile resistance, so they're just going to get pounded by gunfire.
Yeah, so we just get like 4 of them, just so we've got lots of bullets.
100%. And you've got things like skink cohorts. You also got red-crested skinks. They're all very lightly armored. Even Source Warriors, 60 armor is okay, but mathematically, until you kind of start hitting 80 to 100 armor, it's not going to be super high. So I think Blast and Charge yet again are pretty good in this matchup. But tell me what you think. Tell me what you would like to try.
Would this be, well, I was just going to think sort of what we were saying with the Slayers as well. So Slayers, I kind of want Slayer, maybe I could take 2, we need at least 2 units of Slayers, just so I've got something that can react. But maybe instead of using Slayers to try to attack the dinosaurs, we just use Dwarf Warriors, because they're, pretty tough.
You can definitely make Dwarf Warrior great weapons, so they have great AP as well.
Okay, I was thinking more like just to be like, tar pits kind of thing.
Cool. Yeah, or they've got 40 melee defense for a unit that cost 450. They've got shields, they've got armor.
Yeah, and the dinos,
they're very, very good.
The dinos don't have huge melee attack a lot of the time, like some of them. I don't know, it depends what it is, I guess. But yeah, like the 40 melee defense might make them hold up a bit better instead of the 18 that the miners have got. Armor probably won't do them much good, but yeah, I'm worried about like the skinks with those blowpipes and that stuff that are just going to like kite me, and I won't be able to get into melee with them, and it's just going to be, whereas if I've got shielded, then shielded warriors might be better,
Yeah, we could bring some shielded warriors. We could also maybe bring 1 quarreler, maybe 2 quarrelers if we want to shoot some skinks that are darted around, because the skinks will do nothing to the quarrelers because they've got 80 armor and a bronze shield, and obviously they can be pretty effective in just shooting them back. So we could say if that was our gun line there, 2 quarrelers and 4 thunderers, we now just need probably maybe something to deal with their infantry. So what have they got? So they've got, I'll actually have to double check the list about what they can actually bring. Let's have a little look here.
Should I not? Do you think I should not bring my brimstone gun because they might have like heaps of those bowler flying skinks or whatever they are? Or, I can just shoot the crap out of them if they try and go for me, can't I? Sorry, he's thinking. He's doing something.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, so what was your question?
Oh, yeah. Can I take my brimstone gun? Because I was a bit worried about all those flying skink crap that they've got. But then I thought if they try and mess with my brimstone gun, I can just fly back to my thunderers and blast them out of the sky pretty much. So.
Exactly. And if they don't have any, you also get airfield control.
Yeah.
So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units of range already.
Yeah, don't think we need any more range now, unless we want to take some miners with blast and charge. But I'm thinking just go warriors as my main infantry this time. So just like if I just spent all the rest of my money on warriors, I'd get 4 warriors, and I've got 200 left. I don't know. Do I even want artillery? I guess I do, kind of.
You don't necessarily have to. It just means you can have a bit of what I like to call a bit more of a mobile box, or a bit more of a mobile onion build, so you can kind of like be a little bit, you're not as slow as your cannon. You can kind of just move with the thunderers in the middle more so.
Yeah.
So you don't have to. I don't always bring cannons in this matchup.
Well, he's not
can always be nice.
Yeah, it is useful, isn't it? And it kind of gives them something to go for as well. Like that's what I feel like in a few of my matches, that's been kind of part of the battle has been like that. I've got that cannon or that artillery there. That's like kind of like their red rag to the bull for them. And then they come in and then we just shoot the hell out of them, or, you know, like, cause I need them to come to me, you know, so I kind of want something for them to attack in a way, you know, if you know what I mean. I don't know. If that's good thinking.
If we could bring a cannon, you could drop a thunder and bring a cannon maybe.
Don't drop a warrior, you don't reckon?
Yeah, or we could drop a warrior, yeah, if you want to.
Oh, I'd have to change one of them into a something else. Into a no. So I've only got 4 infantry, 6. I got 6 infantry and 6 ranged. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I can just use the Quarrelers as ranged, as infantry kind of. Oh, no, I guess I don't really want to do that because it's wasting them at their costs. But.
So, as well, from my point of view, and it's also something I wanted to talk about just for like your own game knowledge and everybody else that's watching. When it comes to balance of power with a Master Engineer, don't forget to use restock because ammunition actually counts as balance of power. So when I say balance of power, each unit individually, so you see at the top of the screen where you have like the yellow is how much you're winning and the red is how much they're winning. Yeah. Each unit contributes to that line. Ammunition actually counts towards balance of power. So the more ammunition you use for a unit, the less balance of power it has for itself. So restocking units of range like Thunderers, etc., actually gives back balance of power or gives more value back to that unit.
Yeah. So if I try and really game that this time, like I'll try and get the cannon firing early. Like as soon as the cannon's down 25%, I'll like restock it straight away and try and just use up all my restocks for the whole. If you know, try and use up all my restocks.
That's also like why fighting Quarrelers in combat and then losing models without shooting will actually hurt balance of power quite a lot as well, because not only are they losing in infantry, they're also losing models, which is losing ammunition as well. Yeah. Which they pay quite a lot for. So that's just also something to think about.
Oh yeah.
I think.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah. In last battle, also I noticed a thing. So when the Outriders came in, I started firing. I started targeting them with the cannon, and that seemed to be doing okay. Did a bit of damage to them. And then as they got closer, I started. Yeah, and as they got closer, I started targeting them with the Quarrelers, but. Because the Quarrelers were really wide, they kind of were just spending all their time wheeling and they weren't firing at all. And then as soon as I realized that, I just started dragging them out, facing roughly the direction that I needed them to cover. And then they seem to be doing a lot better. Like, yeah, is that just generally a thing in multiplayer? You don't really want to target their units with your range because they'll just move sideways and screw up your... You know,
there's a really cool thing. So there's 2 elements to this that I will teach you. There's what's called the blind spot, which is you have a cone of fire. What a lot of people will try and do is go into your blind spots, where they try and, if you're not 360, they'll try and get away from that cone of fire. So of course that means if they run really fastly around your cone of fire, or they get really quickly around and start firing, you're not going to be able to keep up with them. If you want to rotate faster, make your unit smaller into more of a box, and it will rotate faster.
But isn't it better to just like not rotate it at all? Like just point it, like just say they're going to my left, instead of like making my box smaller and letting me chat and letting my guys follow, isn't it just better to reform them like 90 degrees to the left so they're already, you know, they're going to run through the field of fire?
Yeah, I kind of rotate mine in expectation of where I think they're going to go. Yeah. So I try and mimic because the Dawi are quite slow, you end up finding they're quite a reaction faction. You end up finding that you react to a lot of what your opponent does because you can't instigate the fight because you're too slow. So as the Dawi, you end up kind of predicting a lot of what your opponent's going to do. So having them early rotating, expecting them to go in certain places might not be a bad idea.
Okay, but if I wanted to like have them sort of auto fire while I'm macroing something else, then a narrower formation that's actually targeting on them might be alright. Yeah,
and that might be alright as well, yeah, for sure.
Cool.
I would say here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units of infantry, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 units of range. That's my only that's my only thing, is that we are quite ranged focused. So if he goes with an aggressive force, we could struggle. would only be my my point to bring up, I guess.
All right. I mean, we could always just go like heaps of miners because they're super cheap, I guess.
I think that looks better already. I think that looks good. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think that looks good. And because the problem is with Dahvplays being slow, if they overwhelm you and they go wide, you're going to find that a lot of your range units are in combat because you can't protect them so easily because your mobility will be lower. But yeah, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Let's not talk too much more. I'll give you this. Let's get into it and let's see how it goes.
Great.
Sweet. Well, good luck. Have fun, dude. I'll see you on the side.
Thanks, mate. All right, see ya. Hey, Rubberduck. Rubberduck wants me to go to main Ungram. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that under consideration, Rubberduck. Thank you for that valuable advice. But no, I think I'm going to listen to my coach because there's been some question that Rubberduck's advice may not be in my best interests always. Because he's if anyone doesn't know, yeah, Rubberduck of War is hosting Dame Offensive, and so he obviously doesn't want us to do very well because he wants his team to win. He's trying to trick me. Okay, so I think I want to put my Dwarf Warriors at the outsides. Oh yeah, it is pretty flat, isn't it? Alright, I guess we kind of want to set up over here. Wait, actually, no, you don't want to like be too like corner campy, do you? Like that's probably a thing in multiplayer. In single player, you want to just cheese it out to the max, but in multiplayer, I think you got to have a certain distance from the corner, otherwise they'll call you out as a cheat. It doesn't really matter where these are because I'm going to move them all anyway, so it's fine.
For the ancestors. Dwarf warriors.
Get a bit of get our noob box going, as they say. I think I'm kind of ready-ish.
There's nothing I can't fix. By Grungni.
You have white line camping? Yes, it's not. I'm not. Am I? That's alright, isn't it? I'm like far. Is that far enough away, or is that not? 200 meters. How long is 200? Is that? Does that look like 200 meters? I don't know. How far is 200 meters? I don't know if this is 200 meters. It's about the range of the Corralers? Oh yeah, cool, yeah, true, we can judge it by the Corralers. Corralers 160. So that's fine, 200. Yeah, I think we're okay, we'll just here we go. There we go. Now we're fine. But do I have to like maybe I should just move my whole thing over a bit. There we go. Okay, I'm good now. Thanks, Hank. Appreciate that little tip there. Obviously, yeah, I can check the range with my range units. I feel like we need to spread everything out a lot more because they're gonna like, yeah, they're gonna be. I'm just worried about those big dinos just running through everything, you know. Oh, they might have like some kind of sneaky backdoor bullshit as well. I didn't think about that. I might just actually point some guns backwards. I'll probably forget about them.
Thunderers!
Yeah, I'll totally forget about them.
Ancestor gods! The clans unite! Thunderers!
Right, I won the first match. Only very close. It was super close. I won the first match I fought against Stormrunner, I think his name is Stormrunner. Yep. So he's gonna be out for blood this time. He's gonna make me suffer, and I feel like he's a bit more experienced than me, so he probably knows some nasty tricks that he can play on me. But that's good. That's what you need. So you learn by getting smashed. Smash him. Oh, he said something. I'm ready, you. Oh, cool. Okay. Let's do it. Okay, I don't know what any of this stuff is. Oh, he's got a heap of lizard cavalry. Crap. I don't like lizard cavalry, I don't think. Is he gonna have... I feel like he's gonna have some, like, invisible shit behind me or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I don't know. Who's that? Saurus Old Blood. Okay. Maybe I should shoot these Croxigors, maybe. I don't know what to shoot. The cannons need to shoot... I guess the cannons should... Maybe they should shoot these guys.
Charge! Get moving! Plow through! Let the vengeance begin! Strike out! Pump those dwarven legs! Menace! Kill them!
What's that thing? It's got... Oh man, it's got multiple heroes. I don't know if I like this. What's going on there? Are they getting shot by the cannons? Okay, cool. I can dig that. Looks like those. Alright, let's just shoot some. Oh, Jesus, that was hectic. That was extremely bad. Oh, what happened there? Okay, we got problems. We got problems here. Alright, here's this invisible bullshit I was worried about.
No more faffing! Slayers! On the way! Drag them! Move to attack! Off we go! I'll get my tools! Move! Move! Withdraw! I'm guild approved! Go! Drag the axe!
Oh shit, no, you stay there.
Thunderers!
Thorax. Busy.
For the Karazankor! Slay everything without a beard! For the High King! Find your targets!
Man, those that spell, whatever it was, just wrecked those absolutely wrecked them. Get out of there, get out of there. He's in deep shit.
The anvil's might.
Oh, we got another one. Oh man, that's not good. I don't know if this is Source Soul Blood, if I should even be going for him. It seems like he's just like too tough to actually kill him. Where's my engineer? Is he gonna come back? Yeah, he might. I don't know if I should try and kill this Source Soul Blood or just forget about it. Oh damn, let them get shot.
For the ancestors.
Where are they? Oh, they're here at a million.
It is a reckoning. Quick about it. Yes. Ready to strike. Run, Ricky.
Oh no, no.
That'll do. Obey me.
Damn it.
Score. Slay everything without a beard.
Damn it, he came back, but I didn't notice fast enough to use him.
Slayers.
We're done. He got him. I can't.
Wrath and ruin.
Yeah.
Menace. The clans unite. Right off. Now. Charge. Move to attack. Wrong these well. Thunderers. Cut out. On.
Phase off.
Dwarves, ready axes. Cannon. Go. Warriors. The clans unite. Attack. Minus. Go. Kill hoods. Ah, as you command.
Fucking die. Die, you lizard scum. Break. Flee.
Attack.
Kill them all.
Dowie. Attack.
What's those? The chopper needs to... Oh no, it needs to chase him off. Shit.
Yes.
Oh no, it's cool. He's cool. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, chase him off. That's fine.
Ready to strike. Charge. Scrap. See it done. Half and home. Cannon. We're the ancestors. Ready to strike. For the ancestors. Ready to strike. Dwarves, ready axes. Master of rune
In there, son.
The runes.
Where's my cannons? Can I get back on them? I don't even know where they are.
Slayers. Aye. Pull out. Thoric Ironbrow. Get to it. Ready axes. Kill them. Vengeance. Minus. Kill them. Slay. War of vengeance. Get it done. For the ancestors. Move now. And do. Strike the runes.
We got some melee. Got some melee going on there. Got this guy.
Vengeance! Dwarves! Ready axes! Thunderers! This is a reckoning! Dowie attack! Scuff! Vengeance!
These guys shuttered? No, they're routing.
Right up! Aye! Oath and steel! Let the vengeance begin! Withdraw! Ranged firepower ready! Oaths fulfill! Wrath and ruin! Attack! Will of iron! Kazuk! Shift it! Aye!
Yeah, he's not gonna.
Quarrelers! Yes, yes! Gyrocopter! Thoric Ironbrow! Quarrelers!
Oh yeah, you're going melee, am I right? Let's do it.
Charge!
Got nothing left. Nothing else coming back. No, that's it. Do or die time now.
Ironbrow!
I don't think we've quite got it.
Runes!
Unfortunately, I think we're in a bit of strife.
Move! Thoric Ironbrow! Pull out! The anvil's might! Slayers! Yes, yes!
What's his speed? 34. Okay, that's really crap.
Thoric Ironbrow! Kazuk! Dum Grong! For Cazador!
And break you weakling lizard scum. Yes. Yes. Oh wow, that was a sick battle, man. I don't know, how do I chat? What's the chat button? Is there a chat button? What is the chat button? I don't even know how to. Yeah, whatever. Wow, that was it was just Thorgrim, just Thorek. Fucking Thorek just beasted it. He was just having his health up, I guess. I don't know, like I don't even know why that was, but yeah, I think it was maybe him having so much health and everything on their team was kind of low on health, and then that made it like the balance of power, you know. Oof. Jeez. That was another sick fight though. Like those probably the last. Hey, hey man, how you going?
Well played again. GG. That
was awesome. I think there were two battles that I've had against. Is it Stormrunner? Is that his name?
Yes.
Yeah. The two battles I've had against Stormrunner have been the best ones so far. Like just both times have just been so like just tooth and nail, just battling with everything you've got. You know, just throwing the. Pull, you know, where you pull off your helmet and throw it at him and stuff, and pull out your sidearm and stuff. Yeah, all that. That was,
you threw your whole body into that, and that was excellent to cast. Brilliant stuff. So I have one question: how do you feel about chameleon skinks?
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, nobody does. They're such sneaky little guys, right?
I knew there was. I thought, oh, he's gonna have some like invisible shit behind me, but I didn't know what. Yeah, and then I don't know. And then he put it at the right time, kind of, because I didn't. Like I was ready at the start. I was like, yeah, some stuff's gonna come behind me, but then it sort of didn't, and then I kind of forgot about it. And then when they did pop up, it sort of surprised me a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah, they were just shooting up against your cannon crews, and they were shooting up against your pretty naked slayers. Although they still did very well, your slayers. They did very well.
I just loving my slayers. I love slayers in multiplayer. They're so good, and they're so shit in single player. Cool. Yeah.
They're so cool here. They have such great application, which you as you said, you don't see from single player.
Yeah, and that like unbreakable as well. Like, so even if you've only got 5 of them left, they still go around and they still do work. You know, just those last 5 dudes will just chop stuff up and chase things off, and yeah.
100%. Yeah, it's really awesome. I didn't see any firing of Tories. But that's okay. How did you feel with
firing a what? Sorry?
The Master Engineer's his ability.
Yeah, I did try and use it one time, and I had some problems with misclicking. It was like changing to a select window instead of targeting and stuff, and so then I had to redo it again, so like I wasted a bunch of seconds on that. But I did not get one. There was a line, I think it was like some Saurus Warriors or something. I just tried to get it. I just tried to fire at something just to get it some work in there, you know.
It's good. I mean, how are you feeling with the army in general? How did you feel that went?
Not super great, not great. I felt like I was kind of losing the whole time, but then just managed to, I don't know, maybe you can explain really what happened, but I felt like basically I was kind of losing the whole time, but then just because Thorek's health was so high, and then we kind of just managed to grind down a few units and run a few units off the field, and then maybe, you know, then the balanced power just went my way basically because I had so much health left on Thorek. Is that pretty much what happened?
Sort of. He also had nothing at the end to kill Thorek. Like 4 units of the Chameleon Skinks and the Skink Chief they were never going to kill him.
They don't have enough like armor piercing.
But you played really well, dude. Like the cannon got 1,100 damage value, nearly 1.2k. So excellent work there. It got a damage and a half of its base value. You played extremely well with the gyrocopters. I think the gyrocopters are really, really good in your hands. I think you got forward, you got aggressive, early doors. You were shooting into the Croxigors. You got some great value there. Croxigors got no value. One of them got 94 value, and the other one got 500. And they cost 1,000 each, so they did nothing on the battlefield because you negated that threat early door, which was really good. Yeah, I think that I think with the dwarfs you always feel like you're kind of behind a little bit because you kind of are, because your opponent is attacking you from all angles, right? And for you, like, and eventually sometimes it is the way. Eventually they will get into the honey jar. They will get in up against your thunderers. They will get in up against your key range units. There's kind of sometimes you can't prevent that. Because essentially that's what they're trying to do, right? I guess for you, the longer you can hold them getting off in the honey jar, the better, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought you played well. Your Chorus did well, 550 and 400. Thunderers 600, 300, 800. But there was some great pressure there from your opponent. Slayers did really well, 1,000 each, and the other one got 1,100. Dwarf Warriors 600, which is great. That's more than their value as well. Miners did pretty well on the front. Thoric, he got more involved this time. I listened to you there. I was trying to get him into beat up some people. He was
also.
Rune of Dooms were used multiple times, which is really nice. I would say use the Rune of Doom as much as you possibly can. Always use it if you can. Yeah,
I wonder how much that really helped, because I had just everyone was in me, because I was kind of overrun for most of that, towards the end, and so everyone was practically in melee, so maybe that helped quite a lot.
Yeah, it really does. What I try to do is use it so when you're just about to engage, it takes 5 seconds for it to activate. I normally try and pop it in just before we engage in melee, so they get that melee attack just as they hit on the very first main part of the battle when it starts.
Yeah.
Because then I get it back as soon as possible, and I just use it again immediately when I get it.
Yeah.
I just try and use it as many times as possible to buff up my entire force.
Yeah, no, I missed that.
As well, because it also gives you fear, which gives, if they don't have fear, it gives them -8 leadership as well, which really helps you, not only beat them down faster, but break them faster.
And I missed that opportunity. Yeah, I didn't get the initial one at the start. I forgot about it, but yeah.
That's fine. I mean, you've got so much going on in your head, right? And I don't blame you at all. I mean, the amount you did was excellent. Like, you microed the gyros really well. The cannons had great targets. You shut down the cavalry. The 850 for the Cold One Riders. One got 300, the other one got 600, so you shut those down really well. The Feral Cold ones at 450 each. They got 200 and 200. I think defensively you held quite nicely. What might be good on the next one, if you want to keep your front line nice and wide, it might be worth putting your Quarrelers on the outside of your Thunderers. So that means if they charge and break down on your flanks, then your Quarrelers can take the charge. Because then obviously your Thunderers are a little bit more precious.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought you played that really, really well.
Nice.
And you use flash bombs, you use slows, you use Rune of Speed. I also saw you used all of your runes. You used Rune of Doom. You were doing everything you needed to be doing. I would have to go in and look a little bit more detail to find some more things to go over, but for sure you looked it looked strong. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think me and Stormrunner are developing a bit of a rivalry now. It's been very close battles there.
That's what we try to do in multiplayer as well. So like you two, we try and find others in the community that are like very good standard, that are of similar ability level. We try and play them against each other for like a bit of a show, as it were. So yeah, it's like, in the future it might be like you two come play against each other for for a bit of a laugh, or it doesn't actually have to be, but like that would be like a good idea that we would do here on multiplayer. Yeah,
it sounds great. And I mean, I don't know. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. I can talk about that later. But yeah. But no, definitely. I definitely enjoy these close. The close ones are the best. Like it's just it's like it's good. Just more exciting. They're all pretty exciting for me. I'm kind of overexcited about this whole thing. But yeah, the really tight ones like that are definitely high adrenaline. I might have a Tim Tam to reward myself. I'm supposed to be on a diet, but yeah, I was explaining to my wife, because my wife, like, she got rid of all of the. I don't usually eat sweets actually that much. It's more my wife. She's like into the chocolate and stuff, but she's like got rid of all the chocolate and everything because she's like, right, we've got to eat healthy and stuff like that. But then this week it's just a big week for me because I'm back at work. I'm like got to do overtime every day. I was training every day, like 5 hours a day for multiplayer. I'm like hardly getting to sleep. Yeah. It's like, babe, we're not worrying about the diet. It's just fucking sugar, caffeine every day. Sugar, caffeine every day. That's what it's all about. Forget that. Next week we'll worry about healthy and longevity. This week we just gotta go hard. So she's on board now. Well, she went and bought me a packet of Tim Tams.
Dedication.
yeah. She's Mrs. Mercy's very supportive. She's like, all right, I don't agree, but I will support you. I will go and buy you chocolate biscuits, and that will get you through.
If you ever want any help, actually, my area of study is actually I'm a sports nutritionist and a physiotherapist.
Oh, awesome! You can help me with my boxing and with my multiplayer. We both do both.
100%.
Awesome.
Do you know what? I kind of miss it a bit. I kind of miss a bit boxing actually. I did a very small amount when I was like in my early teens, and I really loved it. But I just never got through it. My mum used to hate me doing it.
Yeah, it's really that. Do you find like that you appreciate like when you watch UFC or you watch boxing a lot more because you kind of know what it feels like and stuff?
Yeah. Oh, dude, when I used to come home and like my face was like all bruised and red and there was blood everywhere, and my mum would just panic every time she saw me.
But you feel good somehow though, right? You feel better.
I felt amazing with it. Like I kind of like never felt more alive, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's a bit like that with this as well. It's just like, combat, mano and all that kind of stuff. It's good.
Yeah, 100%.
Good fun.
It's great.
But you don't get the CTD and stuff, so it's even better. You don't get the brain damage.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen some fights where some dudes are leaving and they're just, oh my god, yeah, it looks like they've been hit by hell on earth, And I'm like, Christ, I couldn't do that every day. Yeah,
I had a bit of a one period. Mostly, we don't spar like really bad, like heavily all the time and stuff. But there was one period where a mate of mine was going to go. He was going to have this amateur fight, and so he was sparring really hard all the time, and so we were, kind of sparring, and also because of that, it just made the whole gym kind of just go up a notch, and it was just like all hard rounds, and I was getting like, I'm pretty sure I got concussed a few times during that few weeks, and it was starting to be a bit, but yeah, apart from that, I've never really got hurt or anything, so it's been lucky.
Well, that's good. Yeah, obviously it's a high risk, high reward when it comes to those kind of sports.
Yeah, but it's good fun. I mean, yeah. Anyway. Let's focus.
We have a channel favorite coming in.
Oh.
He's coming into play. He is from ODM, but
God damn it! How did that Haddon's guy smashed me already? All right, no, it's good. I need to learn humility. That's all right. Good.
He's called Pantelanard, and he said if he ever wins my main tournament, he'll call himself Fanta Lemonade. So. And he'll call himself permanently, so that's why he's a.
What does the R next to ODM mean? Does that mean he's even worse than the rest? Oh, okay.
So he's kind of like proven himself to be in ODM.
Oh, okay, right. But he's not going to be as bad as Hanniden's, possibly.
Yes, he won't be as bad as Haladin's.
Okay.
But he's going to bring. He's great. He's actually. So the great thing about ODM and why they're an amazing clan is they take a bunch of students on, and they teach people how to play the game to a much higher level. And these people don't necessarily have to join ODM, but they teach them skills way and above the average player. And they take each of the top players in their community. In ODM, just bring on students, and Pantalalad is a student of a Bretonnian main, so I kind of wanted to get him on today so you could experience Bretonnia.
Okay, wow, alright. Well, yeah, this is going to be horrifying, but it's good.
Well, luckily for you, I think this is quite dwarf favoured. Obviously, that's not like to put you off if we don't happen to win, but it's one of those matchups that I think we could do quite well in. So tell me a little bit about Bretonnia. What do you know about them, and what's their strengths and what's their weaknesses?
Mainly, is in terms of multiplayer, I only really know when I followed Legend of Total Wars like multiplayer run, and he had this really cheesy Bretonnia build that was just heaps of basic archers and like basic halberds. Basically, it was like a super cheap, massive army. So I guess they have really cheap archers. I know that. I know they got like 27 different types of cavalry. So they got a type of cavalry for every situation. I don't know anything.
Tell me about the cavalry. What's a common trait within the cavalry for Bretonnia?
Charge bonus.
So Bretonnia are known as the elite cav faction in the game. They are known as having some of the best cavalry. Although it is very heavily armored, great melee stats, good charge bonus. They are just the cavalry faction in the game.
Yeah.
So you're going to predominantly expect a high cavalry force from Bretonnia in most matchups.
Yeah.
Also, where you might not see peasant bowmen in for the majority of single player, you'll definitely see a lot of them here in multiplayer, and the reason for that is that they are very, very cost effective. If Thunderers aren't the most cost effective in the game, they certainly are. They are very, very good. They're very cheap, and you can spam them really wide with poison, and poison is great because it reduces quite a few stats.
Yeah. They can poison themselves though, right? If they're trying to fire into a melee and
that changed a couple of patches ago. So they will do damage to their own units, but they can't poison their own units, which is what made poison really strong.
Shit.
Poison did get reduced in the last patch from being, I think it was like 25% slow down to 15%, but it reduces your armor piercing output, your base weapon damage output, and it reduces your speed. So that's for missile and melee attacks. So there's quite a bit of reduction you can see.
Yeah.
So they have lots of cavalry, so we will need some elements to deal with cavalry. So what do you know about their infantry? Tell me about their infantry.
They're crap.
Are they all crap though?
They've got those greatsword dudes that I think can do decent damage, but they don't have very good stats, and I don't think they have super good morale either. And they've got those religious nutter dudes with the shields. I don't know, are they unbreakable or they just have high morale maybe?
No,
okay.
Really high morale, yeah.
High morale, yeah, and they've got shields.
You're totally right. So foot squires and which are the anti-infantry armor piercing models, they have like moderate armor, like 70, and they have pretty low leadership for a model of their count. They have like 70 leadership, so it's not great. They cost 700 apiece, but battle pilgrims have a lot of leadership. They also come in with frenzy. Yeah, so they're pretty tough, but they're lightly armored at 30 armor.
Yeah, and they're not AP, so they aren't going to be doing any damage to us.
Yeah. So pretty much the only thing with armor, and it's pretty moderate, is going to be the foot squires. Foot squires have 70 armor, so blasting charges do really well up against Bretonnia. They're really good at deleting chaff. You also have something that's really powerful, which you wouldn't believe is powerful, but it's peasant mobs. They cost 100 gold, and they kind of operate the same as zombies, but they're like zombies on steroids. They kind of will pick apart any really expensive unit, and for 100 gold they'll just remove their perfect vigor down to exhausted in no matters of time, because it's 120 sweaty peasant mobs running at you with pitchforks. It's going to be pretty hard to take all of them down. So they're really good at just pinning you in with chaff and just getting around the flanks with those extremely expensive knights, and then just shooting you with a bunch of archers. So they're very good at going wide and super wide. is what they're good at. They also have some amazing legendary lords. Faye is very often picked. We also have King Milka and Rapans. What's that, sorry?
So how is this matchup in my favor? I feel like it just sounds terrible. It sounds like everything's bad.
So a lot of the cavalry doesn't have armor piercing. A lot of the infantry doesn't have armor piercing. Their range doesn't have armor piercing, and you have a lot of abilities here to snipe out cavalry with cannons and lords. And you have mass options to great weapons and thunderers. So you have everything you need to take down them. They really struggle to take down you. So there's multiple ways that you can play this.
Okay, well I haven't actually used any great weapon dwarfs yet. I tend to go with defensive. I literally never take longbeards with two-handed. Even though I love this little picture that they've got on the unit card of the longbeards with great weapons. They look cool, I reckon. But and I always want to take them just because of that. But I never do because I feel like they're defensive ones. But anyway,
what we could do is what is a good way with our infantry that we could use infantry that are still cheap but really effective at taking out a lot of infantry in one go. What infantry allows us to do that, and then what infantry can we bring that has maybe some great weapons that can thump up against some really heavily armored cavalry? What could we do there? And also, what other models do really well against large combatants?
So I guess the peasant mobs, I feel like the miners with blasting charges might be the go.
I would 100% recommend those.
So if we get rid of, well, we're going to keep our two slayers, I think. They're like staples.
Yeah,
we're going to keep.
You love those.
Yeah, I'm probably going to keep at least 2 quarrelers, at least 2 thunderers, and at least 1 cannon. I'll still keep the cannon as well. So yeah, if we put in like at least 3 miners with blasting charges, I guess, just to get us started.
Just so you know, the ROR, the Urkra miners, they actually have 3 blasting charges per model, and they also have increased stats. So the stats are also going to be better. So that's another option we can throw in from time to time if we want to. So they're basically going to be miners with blasting charges with more blasting charges and better melee stats. So that is also something we have in our quiver that we can use when and if we want.
Yeah, maybe actually.
I normally bring them if you've got leftover gold. So if you've got like 175 left over, I normally just put a miner of blasting charges up to an Okra miner. That's normally what I would do.
I was going to say, actually, would it be a bad idea just taking crap tons of miners of blasting charges, and then we've got, or just with even without blasting charges, and then just using like the Rune of Doom? Is it what it's called? The Rune of Doom.
So I didn't want to tell you this, but obviously going wider is better with Thoric with the Rune of Doom, because the wider you go, the more utilization you get out of the Rune of Doom.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, if we take miners that have got they've got AP weapons, even though they've got shitty melee attack, and if we take like dwarf warriors with great weapons that have got AP but shitty melee attack, and then is that where you were going with that?
Yeah, it can be. So the way I'm not going to tell you what I would totally bring. I would bring something along these lines. I would bring some level of miners and blasting charges. I'd bring some slayers, some thunderers, definitely Thoric, and then some level of great weapons. Now, an extra unit you can bring if you particularly want to is Ironbreakers. Ironbreakers are basically miners with souped up stats. Now, the biggest problem you have with Norgrimling Ironbreakers is they have no melee attack. If you take the ROR Ironbreakers, they have 79 melee defense. I cannot think of they beat about 80% of lords in the game with their melee defense. They are the tankiest and the biggest pain in the game. They have blasting charges. They hold really well. Their weakness is melee attack, but of course you've got Rune of Doom, you've got Rune of Speed that you can buff them up with. So they're actually a really strong element in the game that if you wanted to bring something, I would even say bring one and see how it goes. I think here it could do really nicely.
Well, they're one of my favorite units in the game, so it'd be cool to like get them, them some in the sunshine a bit.
And if you bring those, maybe bring some Dwarf Warriors with great weapons then. Maybe just bring some of those, and you look like you've got a very strong army here, I think.
Should I... are the Quarrelers going to be a bit less... I don't know, I feel like Quarrelers are always good, just because you can put that damage wherever you need it to go, it'll arc over.
Yeah. If they also can bring skirmish cavalry. They do have, like, you would never use them in single player, but you do have mounted yeoman archers. The Wardens of Montfort have actually poison as well, so they can poison slayers and all these kind of things. And it'd be also nice to push back the peasant bowmen. The reason for that being, and actually what might be really nice here is actually if you did drop the cannon and you brought up the ROR grudge thrower, peasant mobs have very low leadership. They have 26 leadership. 36 leadership, and we do negative 26 just on the artillery alone. So pretty much one artillery shot should be enough to break the peasant bowmen. So you could actually just throw them over the top and break them.
Okay, that sounds cool. Should I... So I'm 81 over. I'll just check Thoric's ability. So we're keeping Rune of Hearth and Home. No, we don't need Rune of Hearth and Home. They're not going to be causing terror, are they?
I don't think we do need that, no.
Alright, cool. That puts us good then. Maybe give a chevron to the Thunderers. And yeah, then we're done.
So I would say with chevrons, I didn't tell you this earlier, but chevrons give you 1 leadership, 1 melee attack, and 1 melee defense for every first chevron. They also give you an extra missile strength, so generally chevrons are better utilized on infantry rather than range. They can be good for range, and they also give you better reload times, but I generally prefer to have them on my infantry front line. I generally prefer to have them there, but that's my experience.
Okay.
How much gold have you got left?
40. So I can put like 1 chevron on something, or 2 chevrons on a unit of miners, or 1 chevron on the Dwarf Warriors.
I think 2 on the miners sounds great.
All right.
Yeah.
I
think this looks like a great army. I think that you are going to be pretty. You are going to be pretty short on what we've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units, 8 units of infantry. That's good. We've got 5, 6 units of range. That's actually not bad. And you've got Thoric, so you've got 9 and 6. So yeah, I think that's good. I think that's really good. Let's see how it goes, shall we?
All right, let's do it.
Pantananard has said, "Forzy lady." So let's do it. All right, dude. Well, good luck, have fun, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right, no worries. See you. All right, let's do it. Thoric has magic damage, anyways. Oh, okay. Because if they take their Grail Knights have physical resistance. Is that right? Grail Knights have physical resistance. Oh, someone has physical resistance, I think. So maybe Thoric could fight them. I don't know. Okay, so right, so we wanted to stay away from this edge, so we're sort of set up to about here. I don't even know what we're gonna. I feel like now that I'm like doing it, I feel like we don't have anything. Like they're gonna just run over us with cav charges. Like nothing we've got is gonna stop their cav charges. Like I'm gonna have the Norgrumlings. I was thinking maybe they should defend the artillery. Maybe even go behind, or maybe in front. I don't know. And then like we got the Thunderers. Like this kind of thing. We got the Slayers. Like, what do I do? I don't. Yeah, I should have asked Logic. I don't know what to do. Like when their cav come in, like what do I do? Like I can shoot them. I can shoot them when they're far away, but then when they're actually coming in to charge my shit, like what do I do? Do I countercharge them with Slayers? Do I countercharge them with other infantry? I mean, I'm gonna try and get slows on them, I guess, but I don't know. What's the humans? Umgi scum. What are these straight lines? I don't know what he means by that. Who's Logic? Wait, what? Oh, he's saying to him, right? I don't know. Okay. Oh, he's setting up his... So these are the peasants at the front. These are battle. Okay, he's got battle pilgrims. Oh, and he's got foot squires. Okay, so he's got shitloads of infantry. He's got shitloads of foot squires. He's got questing knights and questing knights. Okay, so he's not even got that much cavalry. It's mainly just all infantry. Shit. Okay, I don't know if we had encountered. I don't think we'd really. So I'm not really that worried about the cavalry in that case then, because I don't know. See, now the thing is, yeah, we can rout them, but they're just going to come back again. That's the thing.
I'll do it.
Shit, that was probably bad timing.
Quarrelers! Nothing can stop us. For the High King.
I don't know if I should keep shooting these. Maybe we should just shoot into their like proper infantry so we don't waste.
The clans unite. Dwarf warriors.
Have they got archers? Oh yeah, they do have archers. I should be shooting their archers, shouldn't I? That'd be better use of my
Understood. For the Karas Angkor. We demand blood. Quarrelers. Miners.
Is there
For the ancestor gods. War of vengeance.
oh, here's the cav. Oh shit.
Thunderous. Battle through. Hearth and home. Battle. Dowie. Attack. Right on. Dwarves.
It's all kicking off now.
Miners. Scrap. By Grumney. Strike the runes. Slayers. Oaths fulfilled.
Oh, I should have kept the slow for the Lord. Who is their Lord? I didn't even check. Repants. Oh man, I don't even know what she does. Probably something bad.
Quarrelers. Nothing can stop us. Understood, Lord. Mover. Move now. Ready to strike.
No, he's not dying at all.
No shoddy contraptions here.
Oh, there's my Ironbreaker's getting absolutely wrecked.
Dowie.
Excellent, excellent.
Dwarf warriors. Plow through. Root thrower. Dwarf warriors. Axes out. Ranged firepower ready. Obey me. Wrath and ruin. For the High King. Dowie, attack. Plow through. Thunderous. Down. Fight. Iron breakers. Dwarf warriors. Bring them. Nothing can stop us. Plow through. Range far, range fast. Strike out. Attack the Orcs. Aye. Vengeance. Thoric Ironbrow. Slayers. Understood. Quarrelers. They have wronged us. Attack! Root thrower. Adu. Kill them. Quarrelers.
Those cav actually were doing some serious carnage.
Dwarf
They're a big problem.
Dwarfs ready access! Yes!
No, I can't get can't get my missiles free to shoot anything.
Hunt those dwarven legs! Dwarf warriors! Kill! Thoric Ironbrow! For the Karazhan Core! Withdraw! Yes! Thunderers! Slay the Oathbreakers! Aye, lad, I'll do it! Oath and steel! It is an order! Dowie, attack!
Who's that artillery guy? There it is. Oh shit, he's gonna struggle.
Aye, as you command! Pull out! That'll do! Yes, Lord! Vengeance! Kill Orcs! Yes! Ancestor God! Range firepower! Ready! It is a reckoning! Go! Taking aim! Move! The anvil! Down! Plow through! Strike out! Down! Plow through! The clans unite! Ready to strike! Romney's hammer! Move to attack! Yes, Lord!
Neither them went to Repance, but they didn't go to Repance for some reason.
Anat! Kazook! Strike the runes! Shield bearers, hold! Iron breakers, attack! Slayers, move!
Repance,
Do it!
wench.
Warriors, kill them!
Oh shit, I wasted them. It's alright.
Mine!
The best we could.
For the ancestor gods! Move to attack! Yes! Attack the orcs! Ready to strike!
Repance is like nearly wrecked, but not quite wrecked enough.
Thunderers! And miners! Pump those dwarfen legs! Ready to strike!
Man, these knights are just doing some work. Just my slayers are just trying to chase them everywhere, but they can't get them.
Pump those dwarven legs! Iron
Oh, they're way up their own breakers. That's why they can't catch them, because they're slow as fuck.
Anad! Castle! Withdraw!
Got mixed up between my slayers and my iron breakers. It's a bit bad.
Thoric Ironbrow! Hearth and home! Nothing can stop us! Slay the Oathbreakers! Come on!
Come on, something come back.
Iron
We need something to come back.
Dowie, attack! Let the vengeance begin!
Anything wants to come back. I need more units.
The ancestors! Oath and steel! Strike out! Quick about it! Move it out! Exit out! On our way! For the ancestor gods! Attack! Iron breakers! Quarrelers! Understood, Lord! Have at them! Aye! Now! Kazook! Kazook! The anvil's might
Land, come on. Die. Come on, engineer. Fucking rally, you motherfucker. No, he's not gonna rally. Alright, fine, whatever.
Let the vengeance begin! No more fapping!
Kill her. Slay her. Victory. Whew. Oh. She was questing animations, I believe. I don't know what that means, but it was, I don't know, something worked. I'm not really sure what was working there, but something was working. That was tight. Oh my god. That was stressful. Faye is for Brett, what Marathi is for Duck Elves. She seemed pretty... What did she even do to my Norgrim? These are my pride and joy, like half...
Hey, dude.
Oh, hey man, how you going?
Yeah, good. How did you find that?
That was stressful. It was hard work.
It was. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, of course. I'm loving every minute of it. What happened to my my Ironbreakers? They just got deleted like right at the start. Like, well, not fully, but you know, they got like half wrecked.
He dropped a comment of Cassandora on their face.
Is that's sort of slow, quite slow casting normally, isn't it? So if I hadn't noticed, I could have just run away from it.
For most spells you can, but that's okay. Like, you have so much to micro. I think like watching out for spells and stuff is something will come when like your micro becomes more second nature, and you'll be able to you'll do that sort of thing automatically. Yeah, dude, you played very, very well. Can I just tell you, by the way, that was the best game I've seen you with Thoric so far. Don't even look. Have a guess how much value you got with him.
Thoric himself, I don't know, like 1,000.
2,100 damage value with Thoric.
Nice. He was smashing.
Nice, yeah.
He was smashing stuff.
15,000 damage dealt. Your Rune of Wrath and Ruins were excellent. You did really, really well there. He was bunched up using his Battle Pilgrims, his Foot Squires. I thought your slows were really nice. I'm going to teach you something in a second that's going to be really helpful for you in the Dowie, but I'll show you something in a minute. But the mine's got some great blasting charges in there. 570 for the Dwarf great weapons. Thunder is 500, 1,000 for the second. Qualler 660, 200. Did you notice as well? I don't know if you saw the Goblobber breaking the archers.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure what I was. Yeah, like so I started off breaking the infantry because the peasants, because they came into range first, and I remember what you were saying about them, and it just so I'd have less stuff to overwhelm me. But then I kind of realized that it wasn't going to kill them all, and they were just going to kind of come back. And so as soon as they came into range, I think I switched onto Battle Pilgrims or Foot Squires. And then in the later game, once everything was kind of engaged, then I was just trying to take out archers. Yeah.
Yeah, which is, you know, I think because what it does is because it kind of breaks up and kind of breaks those units. Not only does it stop them from shooting for a short while, but also I don't know if you know, but if you break something 3 times, it shatters.
Yeah, I did know that. But I mean, you don't really have time to like follow that, like especially if it's like peasant mobs or something. You know, you can't really able to track how many. I was just more thinking like if you break them, it kind of like breaks up his force a little bit. He has to come back and do a little bit of extra micro. And, yeah, I definitely thought that would be good because they would like instead of being this front line absorbing, you know, my quarrelers and stuff, they were just going to be trailing off somewhere, and I just want to say quickly, thanks a lot, Pentel and Aid, and great game. As like definitely one of the closest ones so far, and and I still haven't figured out how to say good game after the battle. I don't know, when am I supposed to do that?
So when it says like when the game's over, it says victory. Quickly jump up to the top left where you normally find your speech thing. Open it up and then just press GG.
So that thing's still. I always look up there and there's nothing there. There's no button or anything, and maybe I'm looking there too late.
So once it will kick you out the game very quickly afterwards. After the game's finished, it will say like victory or defeat, and it'll kick you out very quickly. So you have to be like pretty quick with it. Or you can just say it once you've gone out of the exit screen.
Like so after we finish this, looking at the damage and then press continue.
Yeah,
then...
you can just say it there, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So this,
So normally in a best of 3, we'd hang around for a bit. So I'd normally just say GG after every game because we're still going to play another game, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you played really well, dude. Like 1,900 for Rapans as well. We got 760 on the Damsel with that comment of Cassandora.
Did I end up? I tried to run the damsel off a couple of times, but then I got distracted. I didn't end up. I don't think I ended up getting her off. Did she? What happened? What happened to the damsel, June? Did you see? Like, did she end up getting run off, or?
No, she came back a couple of times.
Yeah, I think
he kind of moved her off as well, and like kept her in the. You know, there's like the dip on the left hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of kept her in the dip so that you kind of couldn't shoot him and stuff like that. Because she got very, very, very weak. Yeah, dude, you played well. You got even though that the Nord-Grimlings, so you had the Nord-Grimlings fighting up against Rapans. You had them bunched around her. Obviously, I'm going to show you something that's going to help you in a second. But obviously, the Slayers did well. They got 900. The other one struggled a little bit, but of course they got shot by the peasant archers. But that's kind of like their job, is to shoot the Slayers. That's why sometimes it can be quite hard to take a lot of Slayers in this matchup. Even if they are great against cavalry, they do have no armor and they get shot pretty hard. So sometimes actually just going maybe just the dragon backs and maybe bringing 2 extra dwarf warriors can be, for the same price, can be, you know, more cost efficient.
Yeah, I got confused because the Nord-Grimlings were a regiment of renown and they both have the same single axe symbol as the Dragonback Slayers. I actually got mixed up for I think twice. I thought the Nord-Grimling Slayers the Nord-Grimlings were Slayers, and I was chasing cavalry with them, and yeah, that was great. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. Yeah, maybe it made it a bit harder for him to micro because he had some like really slow Ironbreakers chasing him. But yeah, I wish
they stayed and fought all the way up until like 500 health. Like they fought right until the very end, which is the really nice element about them. They trapped Rapans in for a huge amount of time. But yeah, no, they were great. How did you feel about that game?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was fun. Yeah. Lots of there's just some little bits and pieces that I wish that I had done better, you know, basically. But yeah, overall, like, it was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had at the end, near the end, I had some infantry coming around the sides to start to try to get into their archers. But I mean, it did actually disrupt their right side of their archers a little, like my right side, you know, of their archers a little bit. But yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I kind of wish that was more effective. Like, I don't know, wish I had more units there or something. But then the artillery started to take out the left side, so I kind of think that that, you know, maybe those two things together was sort of all right at shutting down a bit of the back line towards the end, or really killing them. Really, I guess basically. He got into my honey jar, as you say. Yeah, with those battle pilgrims, and he had like a unit of handgunners, thunderers, and a unit of quarrelers, both tied up with the same unit, and I couldn't get him out. And like, he was like, I tried to send the quarrelers back in to pin them while I pulled out the thunderers, but he somehow still kept on the thunderers even though I was trying to, you know, I was like, and then
I actually have a bunch more positives for you. So well done, 3 runes of doom in that game.
Oh yeah, I was smashing that every time I could.
Yeah. Dude, really good, and like, you'll get used to that timing. So on stream, I was going, I would now expect another Rune of Doom, and pretty much every time I said that I expect a Rune of Doom, you pretty much did it. Like, because obviously they're like a minute in between each, and then, you know, those runes keep cycling them as well. You were doing really well. I saw some Rune of Speeds. I saw lots of Roads of Wrath and Ruin. I saw flash bombs. Yeah, there was lots of great stuff. And of course, if you go a little bit shorter on the front line, a little bit more elite, you're going to have less roadblocks, which I think you found at the end. You struggled because you couldn't protect your master engineer so well.
Yeah.
But, you know, that comes with a bit of practice as well. And sometimes don't be afraid to use the, because obviously it's unlimited as well for the flash bombs. So don't be afraid to use them in advance. You know, for example, if you see something happening, you're like, I'm not going to be able to get a unit there quickly, don't be afraid to flash bomb something early so it slows it down, so it gives you time to react to a situation. You don't always have to use it as like a last resort, but it's also nice to have as a last resort as well. So, you know, you can kind of just, you know, use it whenever you have. You know, there are some times where I use them and I go, I need it now a third time and I don't have one. But, you know, sometimes that's the way it goes. But you played really well, dude. I might show you a quick strategy with miners and blasting charges, if that's okay.
Okay. How do we do that?
Cool. So what I'll do, if you go onto your Discord page, so you don't have to come off YouTube, I will share my screen. So if I share my screen 1, So you should be able to now see on your Discord, you should be able to see my screen one, and it should show you. Can you see my game, or can you not see my game?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to leave quickly, and then we're going to remake the lobby. So when we go into the battle, we'll go on to a custom battle. I'm going to bring some front line. So I'm going to bring. It doesn't really matter for the Lord. I'm just going to bring good old Belagar because he's not going to see any love today. We're going to go 3 units of dwarfs, and then we're going to go 3 units of miners, and we're going to fight here up against. So a good example. Let's say we take the greenskins. They're going to have just a single cheap lord, and then they're going to have. Actually, let's go something really expensive. Oh no, I don't want. Yeah, you. And then we'll go with 3 goblins. So yeah, Prague is fine. Let's go. So there is something else that you can do as well with these forces if you go wider. Something that I'm going to try and show you here. That can be really great as well, because there's there are some elements you can do with the Dowie that a lot of people just maybe don't think about so much. So for example, with miners you can do a little bit like this. So I've got my dwarf warrior front line. What you can do is you can stick miners in behind like so, and I'll show you why. What we'll do here is we'll move towards the enemy. We'll allow the enemy to come on. Now, as they come forward, I can now use these guys as a bit of a blockade. So we can throw some blasting charges in here. I don't think the computer is going to do what I want it to, but
wow, that does some good damage, doesn't it? It's like 45% maybe gone straight away.
But what you can see here is they don't get all the blasting charges off in one go. You can see there's quite a lot left here. But now they're attacking with the dwarf warriors in the front. I can still throw my blasting charges over the top. And there's still, and you can see this unit's already broken. Look how much damage that did there. And now I can now let's say I've got artillery back here. I can now drop them back, and my dwarf warriors are now fighting in the front. I can now also rotate these. The blasting charges don't do well up against armor. So just fight them up against goblins is a lot better. So now that he's fighting there with Grimgor, he's gonna do the mashing. I can now just throw blasting charges against this line that's held. I can now drop these back and fill them back in with kind of a bit of a box. So blasting charges go over the top, and then once the last one has been used, which should be now, I can now drop these back into my box, and you obviously got him fighting there. So now I've kind of still got my box. I've done all the blasting charges at the front. I might have some extra sleds and units in the back. So here my miners haven't been destroyed. As you can see, my front line's pretty healthy. Yeah, so you can certainly use blasting charges in that way. And you can use them to kind of disrupt infantry like that. Oh my god. Anyway, that's the way you can do that. How do you feel about that strategy?
Yeah, it seems pretty good. But I mean, isn't that going to make it hard to like your line will be very narrow then, right? So how do you are they going to be just coming around their sides?
If I show you like a force I might bring, if I go with a full force.
Another thing I was thinking with that, I'm kind of thinking how this is going to affect my campaign play afterwards and stuff like that. And it's like, you don't really want to take miner blasting charges in campaign because they don't have enough ammunition. If you have quarrelers, you can pretty much a lot of quarrelers, you can just keep firing until you use like every bit of ammunition and kill like thousands and thousands of enemies, and but the miners of blasting charges, yeah, they can just like take out that like one unit pretty much like gone, and then you still got this kind of subpar infantry unit left over afterwards as well. So yeah, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I'm wondering if I could actually use that in campaign a bit more as well.
I certainly, this is how I use them in campaign. So when I play campaign, I play a little bit more multiplayer campaign rather than just strictly campaign where I try to use. So if I just give them a random army, let's not give you Wazag, let's give you Grimgor. You can, you can have all the big stuff. There we go. Oh, please don't give them ogre units. Actually, don't do that. Just give them a bunch of goblin units.
Yeah, so they're super wide, so they're going to go. Yeah, that's what we wanted to see, basically.
Yeah, so if we go spiders, and then we just kind of play. So we got a super wide force here. It's got some mobility. It's got some RORs. It's got some black orcs, and I've got a bunch of items here. So you can see I've actually gone very low on the range, but I've got no artillery. I've got a master engineer. I can kind of utilize this how I want. Oops, sorry. I'm used to playing on debug camera as well. I don't know what camera you play on.
Whatever, I don't know, whatever the normal one is. But yeah, I was gonna say with that is should I do the debug thing? I saw Enticity's video about how to do it. Is that something I should?
We can go over it. Yeah, I didn't want to I wanted you to get used to like playing multiplayer before I said, change your camera and whatever. But yeah, as we can see here, we got all my boys in the front.
Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, so this is kind of like a thing you would use if you were going super wide, but it's not something you could really use if you were, stretched for infantry kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that it all depends on the matchup, right? So for example, you can see that. So this is also the way I see you build quite a lot. So I see like a really nice wide front line, but here on your sides, your flanks are quite wide open. There's kind of like nothing to meet any sort of incoming cavalry. So what you can do now is I can put a unit on the side like so, if I wanted to. Put this unit on the side. And then what I can do in the front is I can allow just these three to kind of soak up the majority of incoming infantry with blasting charges over the top. So I've got like a bit of a layer. So they have to get through like multiple layers to get through onto my thunderers and my key units.
Yeah.
I really want to go wider, but I can't. But yes, all right. So we'll play that. So I'm going to go forward just to obey the attacking rules, make sure I meet my opponent.
Is like
so
go on. Just the 4 units of warriors in the back line. Is that like? I don't know. That seems a bit expensive. Is that like? Yeah, I don't know. Like.
Just in case there's any units of cavalry coming from behind, I can switch these in and out and move them around. I've got them in the back just in case.
Yeah.
Of anything, I've got all sides covered for my main pocket line.
Yeah.
You can certainly put these in the front if you want. I just did a very quick kind of makeup. So the computer's going to make me come to it because it's got the range superiority apparently.
Yeah. Well, I suppose. I usually put my 2 slayers in the back, so I guess I sort of have a back to the same thing.
You definitely put slayers in the back. Yeah, for sure. I saw on a couple of times where if you had like these 2 of the slayers. Like here and here, you had pockets at this angle kind of like left open, which is where kind of the cavalry came through like this, which is where they got onto your warriors. So for me, I'm kind of like, because I have such low mobility, so if we do like a tester from like these long beards, let's say these dwarf warriors went here, if I now want to come cover up this spot here, to go from my long beards to covering there, let's just see how long it takes. Because they're quite slow, it's going to take a minute. So it's going to take me 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It's taking a really long time for me to like cover up this space.
Yeah.
Just to stop them. So being that they're already in position, and what I see from a lot of new players is they leave like pretty large gaps open. Because even here, this is like still relatively wide. You can definitely squeeze cavalry through there because you can reorganize units. So if I'm pushing with my dwarf warriors, for example, let's say I want to fit them in this gap in the middle here. Just so they don't engage in any melee, what I can do is click forward, but then also make them smaller, so they'll still move forward, and then they'll come into their small little force, so they can still push through like small holes and kind of get into my opponent as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd actually like to do a bit of that, like, because I do a lot of like him trying to get through my lines, but I don't really do much like me getting through his lines, kind of thing. Yeah.
Valley dwarfs are quite a.
Yeah, maybe we should leave that for another faction. Yeah.
Dark Elves is something that we will return to on Friday, where we'll do some way more aggressive tactics, where I'm going to teach you how to do a flank overload and stuff like that.
Yeah. So yeah, so notice you got your longbeards at the back. So I guess that's just a generally good thing, isn't it? To like, you want to save your high value stuff to that later game phase.
Otherwise, they're going to get shot. They're going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Also, in general, I take everything off skirmish mode.
Oh, I've got it off by default. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. I'm sure you would understand. So you can see here the Night Golden Archer shooting the front. That's fine by me. The computer will soon realise that it's not winning.
That's
And then with Master Engineer, I'm just going to pop shots into Grimgor. So now the computer knows it's losing. I'm going to create a bit of space between my front line and the remainder of my forces. So I'm kind of just going to move gently forward like so. I'm just going to move like gently forward, and then just allow the blasting charges. If I click on with the blasting charges, blasting charges will move quicker than if I didn't click on them.
What do you mean? Like they'll throw them quicker?
Yes, they'll throw them quicker. So if I actually give them the action, they'll throw them quicker.
Okay. Because so normally they'll like come into range, then the AI will be like, okay, they're in range, prepare to fire, and then they'll fire. Whereas if you just click attack, they'll just attack.
Exactly. And now the miners have been used here with all the ammunition. I can now start pushing. The miners in the front line to start helping. So now that now that I've really won in the front line, I can start pushing forward with my flanks. I now realise they've got no cavalry, and I've still got 4 units in behind. My Thunderers are still going. Thoric should really be more in the middle, but I can just kind of help where I like. Let's get Thoric in. Thunderers now. I'm just going to target on top of Grimgor. Can start giving ammunition to my guys. We see we're losing in this pocket, so I'm going to start getting my Longbeards in. Get these back in here actually, and then we can just start moving forward and start putting some pressure on the back. Obviously I'm playing really relaxed right now. I'm not really thinking about it too much. I'm not taking it too seriously, but just a rough idea of just kind of how it's playing. He's not putting any pressure on my back line, so I can just start getting my boys forward. Thunderers are still going to be shooting, so I can drop them back a little bit. Monster Engineer is still going to be shooting here. Black Orcs are in the middle, so I'm going to start targeting the Black Orcs with my Thunderers. They're holding the line pretty nicely. Also here, you can see I've made a bit of a mistake in this area. I pushed out my Dwarf Warriors too far. If they get too far away from my units, you can see these are broken. I now can't save these units because I'm too slow. Yeah, this is generally how I would play. I've got another flash bomb coming, so I kind of just keep cycling through all of my stuff. Flash bomb is ready to go here. Restock here. And then I've got a Rune of Slowness if I want to use it, so I can just kind of pop it on Grimgor, just kind of keep him nice and still. Still shooting the Black Orcs. I'm going to try and see if we can get these guys back in here to fight up against the Black Orcs.
So are you
wavering? Yeah, go on, mate.
So are you saying that I should literally do that with some matchups, like do the three Dwarf Warrior front line for maybe 4 or 5 second line blasting charges?
Can do, yeah, 100%. And then it's giving me a lot of utilization, and you can see they haven't touched any of my range here in the middle. They've been protected quite nicely. This one they did actually get on. Oh, it's blasting charges. That's okay. But for the majority, apart from 1 unit, I've used all of my blasting charges.
And so it's interesting. So the blasting charges are great at clearing out crap, basically. So you want to get rid of them. You want to get them done early, and then you've still got a bunch of just miners left afterwards to chase things down and mob things and interrupt things and stuff.
The nice thing about that double line is even if they beat 1 unit in the front line, they're not straight into your honey jar. They've still got another unit of miners in the back there to push through. So it gives you multiple lines of defense and, more importantly, time, so that you can reposition your units. You saw there, I kind of only had to reposition 1 unit of Thunderers at one moment, just because I thought, I want a little bit more space there between myself and Grimgor. Yeah. And the blasting charges got maximum values of 700, 280, 500, 360. A lot of these they did get in combat in the end, but a lot of these were fighting. The Longbeard, some of them just didn't do anything because I didn't really need them to. And the Thunderers just, it was quite even job across the board.
So, do you think when because I'm pretty keen to try out that just the micro of that early micro with getting the thing. Well, yeah. So maybe just if I'm fighting greenskins, I should do it, or
anything that has lots and lots of good cheap chaff that you don't mind going wide against. So greenskins could be really great against. Could be really good against undead, Bretonnia. You could have had your longbeards in the back with great weapons, so you can use those to fight up against cavalry that try to get in the back. So you're going to thump them really back hard, or you can use your slayers as well to counter them, and all those kind of things.
oh yeah, I had great weapon warriors in that last battle, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
I don't even remember what happened to them or whether I used them or what happened. Jeez.
Because what I saw for a lot of your battles is I saw a lot of blasting charges used, but not all of them. And that can be a good way to use a lot of blasting charges and stay really defensive, really hold your front line. You can see the build was quite wide. I had no real kind of threat there. Of course, this is against the computer. It's not against a player, but you can see how that might be quite difficult to break down. And the reason I had warriors and mines in the front line is because they're weaker than longbeards. So longbeards just being a single line in the back, they're going to hold a lot longer. I don't need as many units back there because they're more elite.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then you can kind of just move around, some with great weapons, some without great weapons, and you can kind of do it in that way.
I got to take a short break now. I just got to go to the toilet and get a drink and stuff.
No problem.
Did you want to talk to about something about short beards maybe or something?
I'll invite you. I'll invite you in. I'll get the other dude in as well, and then I'll talk to the guys about some more multiplayer.
Yeah, awesome. All right, I'll leave you guys with Logic for a few minutes, and I shall be back.
Sweet, dude.
Thanks.
Yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying the multiplayer stuff so far. If anybody would like to know some more strategy, so that there is a little bit of an onion build. It's not quite the true onion build that I would like to show. There are other ways of doing that as well, but what that allows there is multiple lines of defense with blasting charges over the front to really help with cheap chaff. So that therefore you're not kind of really just having your units fighting up against cheap chaff for days on days, because cheap chaff will just remove vigor and just kind of really deplete your more elite units. So having blasting charges can just really decimate that front line with light armor, and Dowie allowed to be really defensive in that point. And I didn't have cannons, but I still controlled the battle. I only needed 4 units of range. I didn't need much. I didn't have to look after much. And it was pretty comfortable. At least 3-4 units didn't fight. I would play very differently in a multiplayer match in my micro, my unit selection, but there it was just meant to be a relaxed showing of kind of how you might set up for a certain force in multiplayer. Panther 2 weak, let Mercy play against Felkon. I mean, you never know. Mercy is defeating everybody at the moment. He's getting absolutely crazy right now. Let me see what's being said in Mercy's stream. Hey Nicholas, how you doing, buddy? Another neat trick, putting them on guard mode and disabling fire at will. That they don't shoot the first unit, which is most likely meant to eat the charges, and you can aim them at whatever you want to. Yeah, that's a great shout, Zypher. We'll come onto the unit. What I try and do is I try and give an idea first, and then what I try to do after that is then build on some theory and knowledge afterwards. Yeah, for sure. Right, so I need to get in No Gain, No Gain. So they're in a lobby together, but I'm not there with them, so they'll need to come join me back. Also as well, guys, if you haven't checked out Mercy's content, please go check him out. He's a really, really cool dude, does some great single player stuff. And now he's coming into the multiplayer. He's been an absolute champion about it, and he's honestly he's hit the ground running here. So give him some support for the multiplayer, and we're definitely going to be seeing him here in the future in a multitude of different ways. So just make sure that you give him some love, and that hopefully you guys can enjoy this journey with us. Yeah, and he is honestly doing super well, and I'm really excited to see what he can do here in the tournament, for sure. Let's have a look here. So if we go with I can't see No Gain, No Gain. Let me send him a direct message. No Gain, No Gain. What have your guys' thoughts been? Hi, Mr. Logic. Hey, Zephyr, how you doing, buddy? What have you guys thought about multiplayer so far from the side here of Mercy of the Mad? What have you guys thought so far? Have you guys been enjoying it? What would you like to see more of? And from my side, have you guys enjoyed it as well? What have you thought of Mercy's progress?
Yo.
All right.
It's really I was just sort of thinking about like applications for campaign play after this, and like how wondering how I can sort of try to improve my game. And I feel like with the campaign, you get a bit lazy sometimes, like you got your build, you can just kind of kill the AI and stuff, and sometimes you take more casualties than you need to, or you sort of also you're working with like your replenishment, because like a common thing that you want to do is like spread your damage so that no one unit takes too much damage. Like in multiplayer, you're happy to trade. Like I'm happy to trade a unit of miners for a unit of expensive archers or whatever. But in campaign, you're not happy to trade anything for anything because you want to always every unit to survive and hopefully take less than 30% damage so that you can, replenish everything. So it's just different like mindset. But I feel like I feel like playing to break. Like playing more to break the enemy, for the balance of power and to break the enemy, could actually be good for more efficiency and stuff like that sometimes, rather than just Anyway, I don't know. I don't.
You're touching on some great points. For example, when it comes to campaign efficiency, is very, very different. Efficiency, there are some, just auto-resolving. Sometimes, you can nuke certain units, or if you play and you throw certain units up against others, you can absolutely delete them, and that's not optimal. Whilst in these stages, sometimes I might just throw a unit of miners, Ats, and Black Orcs because I need them to hold back for a whilst I get some more important units over to deal with them. Sometimes you just have to do that because the micro is different. There's different strategies, different mindsets here between the two, which it's good that you've recognized that. I won't talk any more about it because I don't really have any conclusions, but I think I'm just going to be looking at that, and then maybe we'll have some good conclusions more after, in a couple of weeks or whatever. Yeah. Cool. If you join me up, it looks like No Gain is ready. He's going to play High Elves against you.
I thought I was already in. Am I not in? No, this is me.
Sorry. So because I left, I'm no longer in control of that lobby.
Oh, do I have to join again?
Yeah. No gain is in. So just whenever you're ready, mate, we can join up.
Just the Mercy of the Mad one.
Yeah. There should be another one in there.
Yeah. Got it.
You're in. Yeah. Nice. So yes, now I should have. I do. Actually, let's put on a different one. You guys seen that all day. There we go.
This one's one of the ones we're going to be using, though, right? In the campaign, in the tournament.
Yes, it is. So you would have played against, I think, every faction now. You would have played against every faction now. High Elves is the last one left. Yeah, I think we played everyone. What was it? Empire, Greenskins, Vampire Counts, and Dowie. Bretonnia we just played against today. We haven't played against Skaven yet. We need to play against Skaven at some point. Skaven are looking really weak because they've lost a lot of their units to DLC, and they're actually really bare without their DLC units.
Oh yeah, because they've got none of their weapons teams or anything. Which
is it's by far Dowie's hardest matchup with all those weapon teams. It's so tough to get into their back line and break it down. It's almost impossible.
Okay, do you think we basically just don't even need to worry about playing against Skaven really, or practicing Skaven, because they're just going to be pretty much useless?
Yeah, we could probably avoid them a little bit. It's always good for you to have some experience against them and see what they're like. They're going to be super wide, a little bit like Bretonnia. So of course, blasting charges, that kind of thing is going to be very useful there. Now, High Elves, tell me a little bit about them. We played them once before, so tell me what you remember from them.
So they're not going to have this chaff type thing. So we're not going to be doing our miners with blasting charges on their chaff thing. So yeah, they're expensive. They've got lots of elite units.
Indeed, yeah. Do they have lots of access to armor piercing?
Yes. Oh, well, actually, actually, no, they don't have any Sisters of Avalon, do they?
No, but they do have White Lions of Chase, Sword Masters of Hoeth.
Yeah.
And these kind of units, yep.
Yeah, so we definitely want to have some anti-armor to shoot them.
So what would be good to shoot those kind of units?
Yeah, so we take let's take lots of Thunderers. 3 Thunderers, maybe, at least.
Yeah, that seems good to me. I would say, firing a Tory, just to let you know, is really good up against lightly armored infantry. So I'd say anything that has probably 40 armor or less. So I think firing a Tory might not be optimal in this matchup.
Okay. He's probably still going to have heaps of archers and spearmen, isn't he?
That's true, actually. That's true, actually. Yeah, that is true. So I guess you could keep it, yeah. Okay,
What's the range? No, it's only 100 meter range, so I'm not going to be able to use it on archers much. But I thought maybe to clear out. How much does it cost?
150.
150. Yeah. I mean, it's not. You reckon I'll take out?
Keep it, and we'll see if we can use it.
I feel like
it might be great in later stages.
I feel like even if I only get 1 cast off, it'll take out a third of a unit of spearmen or something and be worth its price, probably.
100%.
Maybe.
So, would you see spearmen in this matchup?
Oh, right. No, we won't see spearmen. Why would they have spearmen? That'd be waste time. Well, maybe because they might want some shields, right? What else have they got with shields? Like they've only got spearmen.
Tell me about Rangers and White Lions and why they might be better than spearmen.
Oh, right. They've got the 30% missile resistance and they've got armor.
Yeah. I don't actually think they can use Rangers in this. I think Rangers are from the DLC, actually. But still, White Lions, this is one of the few matchups that I think White Lions are really good in. Always expect some level of White Lions in this matchup.
Right.
Yes. White Lions have great AP, great missile resistance, 90 armor, pretty decent leadership, and great stats. They are very strong.
They don't have great melee attack, though, do they? They got, like, okay melee attack.
36 off my head, I think.
6, yeah. 36. I mean, that's still okay.
So your 48 melee defense on Longbeards will hold that up for a considerable amount of time, for sure. So what we need to do, so they also have access to chariots, they have access to good levels of cavalry, they have artillery, they have lots and lots of access to magic. So tell me about some of their legendary lords and tell me about some of their lords that they have.
So without DLC, they've only got Teclis and Tyrion, right? Oh no, and Elithanar.
Yes,
DLC.
And one more. He has a massive dragon.
Oh, Imric, right.
Yeah. Cool. So, which ones might be difficult to play against from those?
Don't really know.
So Elithanar is a bit of an artillery piece. He has lots of range. He has like 300 range, and he's a great sniper. He can be good at shooting against artillery pieces. He can be good against shooting against heroes and lords. So he could be a bit of a pain to deal with. Actually, he can be a big pain. Imric comes with his dragon horn. He's an exceptional melee combatant, same as Tyrion. And Teclis, of course, is a magician, so he's going to be very strong as well. He has regrowth, net of Amantok. He's going to have a bunch of great tools that he can use against the Dowie. So we got lots of things there. So we're going to need some. They basically have great legendary lords, so we're going to need something that could deal with them. So Thoric is a good counter. He can certainly thump against them pretty hard, and we can shoot them with a Master Engineer, right? So we've got 2 good tools there to deal with their legendary lords.
Oh yeah, we can take Felix, right? Or is he counted as he's free LC, right?
He's FLC. We could do. Felix is he is quite expensive, but we could certainly take Felix. He will heal up both your characters.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was just a thought, but yeah.
No, it's a great thought. It's a great thought. I don't see a problem with that. He cost 800 base cost, so his minimum cost is 800 if you take nothing on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still comes with his nice healing ability. So that comes with the Blood Oath, which means that he can heal units of characters around him, and healing for the dwarves is very, very good.
Yeah, for sure.
So if he fights alongside Thoric, he can certainly heal up Thoric whilst he fights.
Does he heal himself or no? Yeah, he heals himself as well, right?
Yeah, I think he does. He can heal himself and 2 others in his 40-meter radius.
30, yeah.
Yeah, so I've seen, like, for example, Felix, Thoric Ironbrow, and Athenius before. Those guys go together, and they sort of, like, fight in, like, a group of 3 as, like, a Dowie Doom of Death, and they do pretty well. You know, you can use, for example, Rune of Speed, or on the Trio Blob, and you could just thump through units. So we could certainly use him.
I don't think I can ever give up the Flash Bomb under any circumstances in any build.
It is very, very good. It is very good. I think Felix would be good. I just think maybe not in this matchup.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
But I think he definitely would be good against Skaven. He would be good against what else would he be good against? I think he could actually be good against Greenskins, actually. Yeah,
what are you thinking, like something that's got crappy infantry where he can actually heal himself in combat?
Yeah, or other factions that bring, say, multiple heroes. You know, where you have, like, you can have a bit of hero support there. Where, you know, he might bring Grimgor, or he might bring some Black Orc big bosses that you have to kind of take down, as it were.
I've been noticing some of the other guys have been bringing a lot of heroes. Like, a lot of them have been bringing 2 heroes.
But some of them, it is worth it, for sure. So tell me, if we've got White Lions, we've got good archers, so you know, they've got cheap archers, they've also got Lothran Seaguard that have shields. How are we going to deal with these things, and how are we going to deal with chariots?
Well, I guess we need our Dragonback Slayers in there with our triple slows, happening.
I think that's a very good call, those 3. I think it's a very good call. For almost every build.
Yeah, I kind of think again. Oh, do you reckon I should? I don't know. I kind of think again. Maybe don't use the Slayers against the Chariots necessarily. No, we need something. You need something faster. I do like having the 2 Slayers because then you got at least 2 units that can react, and they do stay around the whole game. You know, so it's like even if there's only 10 of them left, they can kind of pin things or get in the way of something. And
yeah, 100%. I am not against that. Oh yeah, by the way, don't be afraid to be wrong. I would rather you go with your gut and go, this is what I think is going to work, do it. And if it doesn't work, you now know why it doesn't work. And if it does work, then we know, awesome, this is why it worked.
yeah.
So they're going to come with some heavily armored infantry that packs a punch. So we're going to want something that's going to punch back pretty hard, that is also going to put off their units that punch pretty hard. So what might be a great counter against, say, the White Lions of Trace?
Well, Thunderers, I guess, is good.
Thunderers will do great, yeah. So are we looking to win with the infantry, or are we looking to win with the Thunderers, is the question.
Like,
that's entirely up to you. It's entirely.
I mean, we could do like a melee build, I'd be up for that. Let's melee build it. What can we do for that? Just all like Longbeards with great weapons or something?
You could go even 5 Longbeards with great weapons if you wanted to.
And just get rid of, well, maybe keep 2 Thunderers still? Just so we got some.
Go maybe 5 Longbeards with great weapons.
And then we'll put them in the back though, right? Maybe we have the front line of Dwarf Warriors or something? That'd be...
Yeah, we could go with front line of Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors might actually make a good back line. Well, actually, no, they could make a good front line as well, actually.
Because they're gonna have a lot of archers, aren't they? Probably. Oh, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. So what would be a good counter to archers? What in your roster is really good against archer fire?
Groshaw, I guess. Maybe.
Groshaw would be good. Maybe Quarrelers.
Yeah.
Quarrelers. Pretty heavily armored, bronze shield, and they also have crossbows themselves. I think they're very good.
Well, could we even maybe switch out the warriors for Quarrelers and just? I mean, Quarrelers got shields. Like the warriors are mainly just there to absorb arrows. They're not really there to fight the White Lions.
How much money have you got left?
Well, if I replace the Dwarf Warriors with Quarrelers, that's it. Done.
Oh, right, I see. Okay, I would say 2 Quarrelers and 2 Thunderers would be great. And then probably invest into something else that could maybe protect maybe a cheaper unit that could protect your flank a little bit. Because you've got a good front line of Longbeards. You've got a good pocket of like Thunderers and Quarrelers. Backline is covered by your Slayers. Maybe 1 or 2 infantry units that could maybe cover your flanks. Yeah, I think that would be perfect. I think that would be a really good army.
Okay, this would be cool. I'm looking forward to using some super slow dwarf infantry. That would be cool.
How much money have you got left?
215.
215. So it depends if you wanted to. You could bring a cannon if you wanted to. So you could maybe trade a Thunderer for a cannon if you wanted to. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You could otherwise bring the Goblobber. You could maybe just bring a normal Grudge Thrower if you wanted to. Just if you want to have superiority with range. Now they also, what artillery pieces do they have?
They've only got the elf crossbow.
Eagle bolt throwers, yeah.
Indeed.
They're very good at sniping out other artillery with their single bolt shots. They're very, very good at it. I would say they're the closest in the game to sniping out as well as cannons. So, for example, the one thing about this matchup is if they go for crossbows, and you have to go to them. They can generally outtrade, say, 1 or 2 cannons. So it's the whole mindset of, am I going 3 cannons expecting 2 crossbows, or am I going 2 cannons expecting 2, 2 expecting 1, 4 expecting 3? You know, it's a bit of a mind game there. Like, what are we expecting here in this matchup?
Yeah. So what about if we take no artillery and we just run at them? How's that going? Is that going to work out?
That is another way we can do it. So we can go, do you know what? Screw it. We're not going to play on these mind games. We're just going to bring a front line and we're going to come at you. And I don't hate that. The thing will be is you'll have to keep your box nice and tight, and then of course we'll have to fight our way through that front line and try and get into the back. Yeah. So we could do that. So with your extra 200, or what you could do, it's up to you. You could drop the firing of turret and then pick up a unit of miners as a bit of a spare infantry if you wanted to.
That sounds good.
Or we could upgrade our Longbeards and then bring the ROR. We could then bring the Grumbling Guard if you wanted to.
What do they give us?
They give you added vigor on the front line and extra melee stats. So they give you, if you put the best stats from Longbeards and the best stats from Longbeard Great Weapons together, that basically is your Grumbling Guard. So you get 48 melee defense with the Longbeards, but you get 34 weapon strength with armor piercing with your Great Weapons. You get both of those combos for the Grumbling Guard. That could also be something nice that could help you front line, but it's up to you. If you think that, I think maybe adding an extra unit of miners could be nice. Yeah, I think this could work nicely.
All right, well, it'd be good to try something different, totally different anyway.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yeah, I just got to spin my. There we go. All right, I've got a chevron.
Perfect. All right, are you happy with this?
Yep.
Oh, I've just realised. Would you want? Are you still happy with your 3 spells?
Yeah.
They're the ones you're going to keep. Are you happy with those, or do you want to change any of them around, or are you all good?
Yeah, I don't really think I'm going to end up using anything else. I don't really like any of those spells. Yeah, I don't really like any of the runes. Do you ever use any of them? Can you sell it to me?
Let me think. So I was only asking if you wanted to. I never used the Rune of Oath Steel. I don't particularly think it's worth it.
No.
Rune of Negation can be really nice on Slayers sometimes. I'll maybe talk about it to you in another time, but they can be used quite nicely because that's damage resistance.
Yeah.
Rune of Breaking can be quite good if you've got, for example, Slayers that you want to get a bit of extra AP based off of damage, and they also do armor sundering, so it means you just remove some of their armor. So it could be quite nice to maybe pop on top of the Dragonback Slayers if they were chopping down a heavily armored chariot. You could use that there to buff those.
Yeah.
But you can only use that on one unit. I think the Rune of Speed is better in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Rune of Slowness and Speed are the best runes you can bring.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wondered if you want to try anything else, but if you're happy, let's do it.
Yep. All right, let's do it.
Sweet, dude. I'll see you on the other side then.
Okay, catch you later. All right. Yeah, I do quite like, I never really get to use it in campaign, but I do quite like the idea of having like just a dwarf melee army, you know, and just getting in there and punching on. So this will be fun. Wildlands are scary for me. Yeah, they've got AP. I have still got my 2 units of Thunderers though, so I can shoot the crap out of them hopefully. I feel like, yeah, I'm a bit nervous about not having much range in this one, and so it's like a bit. Oh, wait up! I didn't know. I didn't just. What was? So he said to put these guys on the sides, but I kind of want to put them on the front. I'm not sure how that works. I know. I mean, yeah. I think he wanted me to put the on the front, but I don't want to put the. I kind of want to put these guys on the front because these guys have shields, right?
It is a reckoning.
And I wanted the Longbeards at the back so they don't get shot as much. That's kind of my plan. But then I guess these guys are on the back as well. Maybe we could put the Slayers on the sides instead of the yeah, and we'll put these guys like there. Right. I think we need to go a bit wider. Need to spread everything out a bit more.
The vengeance begin. Dwarf warriors, the clans unite.
Sort of like that, I guess.
Thunderers,
I'm nervous about going too far apart.
dwarf warriors, for the Karazhan.
Go with your gut. Thanks, Lucky.
Dwarf warriors,
Hopefully my gut's good. I feel like I'm gonna go like this, but I'm gonna spread it out more. Like once we get in there.
age, wealth, and skill.
Something like that, maybe. This should be out here. I know it need to be back there because otherwise they're gonna get.
Longbeards,
I don't know.
dwarf warriors, satisfy the grudge.
Something like that. Okay, he's got no artillery. He's got artillery. Okay, right. We got the time is we're short on time. We need to get in there. So our Longbeards are gonna. Okay, they're trying to kill us. They're trying to snipe Thorek. We'll have to do some evasive actions. Who do I want to kill with this guy? I guess they're Lawmaster. I thought I didn't know if that's. It's evasion. Yeah, I don't know if that's like a good thing. Who are they shooting at?
Come on!
Oh man, this is fucked. It's just maybe we can take Thorek through the map through the things there. I wonder if that'll work good.
Attack the Urks! Quarrelers! Axes out! It is a reckoning! Scuff! Longbeards! Ready to strike! Dwarves! Ready axes! Thunderers!
I should want to shoot through the.
Right on! Strike the rooms! Vengeance! Have at them! I'll get my tools!
I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Move now! Range far! Range fast! We demand blood! Kill us!
Oh man, we should be killing something with something.
Nothing can stop us! We are relentless! Yes, yes!
No, he just did something bad to me.
Thorek Ironbrow! Withdraw! For the ancestor gods! Charge! Move to attack! Pump those dwarven legs!
We're losing
Well done!
in the middle there.
Withdraw! Kazakan Kazakita! Slayers! Rage fast! Rage fast!
We lost in the middle.
Quarrelers! Yes, Lord! I'm Gilda Blue! Attack the Urks!
Yeah, we're losing everywhere pretty much. Fuck.
Aye! Slayers! Will of Iron!
They're just gonna get slaughtered.
We demand blood. Doom. What?
It's really a waste of time. Fuck. Yeah, we're screwed. It's all over. It is all over.
Understood.
What's his lord? I didn't even check who his lord was. I looked at my shit.
Grungni's well.
The Lord Lawmaster is gonna,
Sharpish. Master of Runecraft. Thunderers. Keep him at beard's length. Come. Longbeards. Plow through. Axes out. Crash through.
man.
I'll do it. On our way. Get to it. No more faffing. Wrath and ruin. Ah. Attack. Quick about it.
Verdunskis. Yeah. Ugh.
Yes. Ready to strike.
Yeah, that was bad. Didn't work out well. I didn't even know what I should have done there really. Like the artillery was just putting the pressure on me by damaging Thorax so badly, like straight away, and I was trying to dodge it a little bit, which it did work. I was reducing the damage, but it was like not, nowhere near enough. I mean, it was reducing damage, but I still had to deal with it. Like I had to. I don't know. It just screwed me up, and then yeah, the white lions were fucking terrifying. Fucking white lions, Jesus! They chewed up my whole front line, no problem. The Thunderers, yeah, just didn't. Yeah, the Thunderers didn't really work because the white lions were engaged with my front line, so I couldn't shoot them, and yeah, like I don't know, nothing worked. Basically, everything was wrong. Yeah, nothing worked at all. Basically, it was all bad. Like, if I was going to do that melee thing, I think if I had to do it again, I would just lose the Thunder. I'd just lose all of the ranged and just go like all Slayers and Great Weapons and just bum rush them completely. Yeah, that was terrible. That was horrible. It didn't work out at all. Like, I couldn't use any of my ranged really. Like, yeah. Ouch.
Hey, dude, how you doing?
Yeah, that didn't work at all. That was terrible.
Yes. So there was part of this that I kind of I knew this was going to be a bit of a painful experience. This is probably the second worst matchup in the full game for Dowie. This is probably the worst matchup in this tournament, I think. This is a really, really hard one for the Dowie.
That's not good. So this is my ban. This will be my ban then. High elf ban. You want to play in Dowie?
Yeah. So this is why I wanted to get this experience for you, so you can see how an unfavored matchup feels like.
It was horrible. The fucking straight away the bolt throwers were shooting Thorak. I mean, I could dodge a little bit, but I was still aware that I was going to be even dodging as best as I could. I would still be taking like 50% of the damage, and so I tried to get him into those trees, which did actually work. They stopped shooting him as much once you get over there, but then as soon as they got a target on him again, it was like blah again, and the white lions just shoot through my whole front line. My range was useless. I couldn't shoot anything because as soon as the white lions got into melee with my longbeards, I didn't have any targets anymore, and it was just like everything didn't work. Basically, it was just like it was fucked.
Yeah, so this is a matchup we'll go through very, very quickly. We'll do what we did before. I'm just going to go through it on a little bit of a faster speed, and we'll talk about the matchup a little bit. But yes, as you saw there, the white lions they just don't die. It's very, very tough. There is actually a way to deal with this force, but without a lot of practice, which is why this is one of the ones you're going to be banning. Or I would advise you to ban. Without a lot of practice, this kind of matchup is going to be very, very difficult for you to learn in such a short period of time. White Lions and Sword Masters. You saw the Sword Masters just didn't get touched. 1.5k on one, and they got 880 on the other. We got 600, 300, 700, 950, and 600 on the White Lions. Archers in at 500, 670, and 400, with 480 for the last. And the bolt throwers at 850 and 700, and 950 for Elifanar, with 350 for the Lord Master of Hoeth. So even their caster has anti-infantry and armor piercing. So this was pretty much almost an entire armor piercing build, apart from 4 units of archers.
What was Elifanar shooting? Do you know?
Thoric.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Thoric's still got 500. I really like your Rune of Doom abilities. You got them in nice and early doors. You did really great there. Your guy still got values. As you can see, 880 for the Longbeards, double chevron. The rest kind of struggled a little bit. 615 for the Slayers, 1,000 for the Dragonbacks, 330, 140 for the Quarrelers. We got 350 and 200 for the Thunderers, but you saw when they punched through the middle, and you saw that your range was just, you just kind of had to drop with your range, and you're like, I have nothing to protect this.
Yeah, like pretty much the middle. Yeah, it was no good. Like I was hoping to use the Thunderers to shoot the White Lions, but they didn't have enough time to shoot them before they were in melee, and then once they're in melee, I couldn't really shoot them, and it was just like blah. I guess the only thing that did kind of work was going around the flanks with the Slayers and getting into the archers. I killed 2 units of archers and one of their equal bolt throwers, but you know, that was it. The rest of my army just collapsed basically. Rough.
Right, so I'm going to drop out again, and we're going to very quickly go through that replay. So if I go onto here and I share my screen again for you, so everyone at home can see, and then you can see on the Discord. Battles replays, and then we're gonna watch that replay. Tell me when you can see the replay.
Right, it's all right. Just trying to find.
No problem.
Maybe.
Are you able to jump onto my live stream, or able to see it in Discord?
I've got Discord up, but I'm not. I don't know if I'm maybe not clicking the right thing or something.
It should just be in our chat where the phone call is.
That's me sharing your screen.
Let me see if I stop streaming that, and I'll try it again. Share my screen. Screen 1, go live.
Watch stream? Oh, here we go.
Yes. Can you see that?
Yeah. Cool.
Awesome. So if we play, so if you can see the setup, tell me about the setup that you see here for No K No Gain. What do you see in his front line?
Archers?
Yeah. So he's gone with his archer front line. Why do you think he might have led with an archer front line?
Because he didn't care if they died.
So they've got 180 meters of range, which means they outrange all of your Quarrelers and all of your Thunderers. So his plan was to shoot your front line as it comes in. His plan was to do as much damage on the approach as he could before you hit the front line. And then what he did, you'll see his front line kind of comes forward like so, and then just kind of sits in front of his archers. So basically, you can't shoot his White Lions, and he's only got to worry about his archers at this point.
Yeah.
Bolt throwers are shooting, so we'll go through and we'll get a nice good juicy skip here. So you can see Thoric's getting shot, but you did some nice juking. You did some really nice juking. So what I really like here is you kind of angled yourself to meet up the force quite nicely. So we have Slayers here. What I was hoping, and you did do it, was to get the Slayers on the outside, which you did, because this is going to come forward. So as you'll see, so you can see the front lines coming forward. You're pushing here. You're getting your Thunderers into good angles. I believe there was also a little bit of terrain. Was a little bit of terrain? There was a little bit. There wasn't too much, I don't think. Nah, your Thunderers would have been fine there. Cool. One thing about Thunderers as well, they can also struggle to, of course, shoot over. But you've got a nice angle. Actually, you've got a nice angle. But yeah, you're charging quite nicely with the Slayers here. You're charging to the front. His archers have dropped and now are coming forward with his White Lions. He didn't get too much damage off you, but I think his hope was to shoot the Dragonback Slayers, etc. And he's done some lovely work on Thoric. Thoric gets into the trees, and you do some nice work there to kind of like protect him, and hope like a lot of the shots kind of hit the trees. But your priorities here, your threats are, well, I tell you what, you tell me what are your threats here on the battlefield? So we can see the battlefield now. You've got Ruin of Doom, it's looking lovely. What's your threats here on the battlefield?
Yeah, so I was floundering around here. I was like the White Lions. I was trying to shoot them so that I didn't have to 1v1 them with my Longbeards. But then I kind of like couldn't get any shots because they're all now covered up by my Longbeards. And I did see the Swordmasters, but I don't know if I targeted them properly or what. But yeah. The sword, but yeah, I was panicking kind of because I had the Swordmasters, but then I also got these bolt throwers still constantly shooting into Thorak at the same time, and
so you got the two of the Eagle Claws and two of the Swordmasters of Hoth. They're kind of your 4 priorities, along with Eliphanar. Because Eliphanar will just do chip damage all day against Thorak.
Yeah,
will do really well there. So here with your Thunderers, the target would predominantly be the Swordmasters if you can. I saw that here you tried to shoot into, you can see that red line, you tried to shoot into the White Lions.
Yeah, but then, I eventually realized that wasn't really going to work.
And you can see here he's got healing, so he's going to be healing there with the Earthblood, so 627 worth of healing whilst fighting up against your Longbeards.
Oh, okay, so that explains why
he had a bit of sneaky healing with his Lawmaster and some harmonic convergence, so he could buff up the front line. And he can also do pretty well himself in combat. So it's a really nice pick there from the Lawmaster. So you're kind of engaging the front line. You've got miners here fighting up against White Lions. What would have been better is to kind of get your miners through the middle and then have your Longbeards fight this fight. Because then the miners can get in and around the back and start shutting down this range, or kind of put some more pressure on the back line. Yeah,
that was a bit of a mess as well. That middle, like I didn't really target everyone properly. Like some of the Longbeards I think didn't charge, and I almost had my Thunderers and my Quarrelers like charging in until I had to quickly grab them all and try to organize them, And
it's really tough being the aggressor, especially when you are a slow faction like this, right? Where you can't always pick your engagements. So one thing I noticed in the trees, you've got 2 units of nice Longbeards here, really stacked on top of each other. If you'd had a point, which it is tough. It is tough when you're trying to micro, but if you'd had 5 of those fighting here in the front line in the middle pocket, it would have really held up this pocket a little bit longer for your Thunderers and the rest to get some. Look at that! That was a moonbow shot going straight down the flank there of your very unfortunate Thunderers. And what I was hoping for your Slayers is for them not to fight up against White Lions, because that's not particularly too great for them. If they'd been able to get around the side and then kind of get onto these archers, that would have been great, and then you could have moved your Longbeards in to fight. I
realized that. I did eventually do that, I think, but I switched it over sort of thing, but it was sort of too late.
But you did really well here. I love this play. You can see just a few units got caught, so they came back, but you were able to push them in the back in the end. So a couple of calls from my guys were like, "Oh yeah, Mercy's got a few too many Slayers." I'm like, that's fine, guys, that's fine. Like 1 unit Slayers is fine, but of course they're very susceptible to getting shot here just by these archers. These archers just do ground and pound here on the Slayers. So for me, Slayers aren't that cost efficient in this matchup, even though they are great. They're not always perfect, but it's a really tough thing to answer. But same here for the Dwarf Warriors. Having a heavily armored unit with no AP fighting up against a heavily armored unit with AP is never going to kind of as a cost efficiency point of view, it is never going to be great for them. So it's just another one of, if they were able to pull out and put some more pressure through, and then your Longbeards were able to get on and do a bit of a fight, then that also would have been, just a slight more bit of optimization, as it were. So what we did really well here from the side of No Cane No Gain, I loved this, by the way, in the back here. I loved this was really great with your Root of Afro, and you just really blew up his archers.
Cockmonkey's like old F4 and fight it again. Now that we've got that knowledge.
But it's the miners and the Dwarf Warriors, if they were able to kind of get around the outside and put some pressure on the back, whilst your Longbits did the fight in the middle. That would have been that would have been a little bit better, I think. And then just get your Quarrels to put some pressure on their archers as well. Or maybe even shooting over the top on the Eagle Claw. But as you can see here, this is where the battle fell apart. You've now broken here, and here. And that middle pocket section sort of here was kind of like, that's where it fell apart.
Yeah.
They had Sword Masters and 2 of the White Lions that are pretty healthy. See, these ones had Harmonic Convergence to like buff up the middle. So they kind of just sadly deleted your Dwarf Warriors. But yeah, and that's when you just saw your Thunderers kind of running away in Quarrels and just not shooting. And your Master Engineer was kind of just, he's a little bit by the trees. He'd just be hanging out. But yeah, hopefully that helped explain things a little bit more as to like maybe why that battle didn't go quite as well as you planned. Did this help or not so much?
So what should I have done? Probably is a more simpler way of putting it. You know, what would you have done?
I would have tried to reorganize my units on approach to organize the Slayers and the Dwarf Warriors and Miners to go more around the outside, whilst the middle pocket is held by the Longbeards, where they can fight up against Sword Masters and White Lions. And then I would have tried to reposition my Quarrels to shoot onto their archers, and just put some pressure on the back line so they can't keep shooting my Slayers.
Yeah.
With Thoric, I would have just kept juking and trying to get him into the front line to fight. I definitely would have got him to fight up against the Sword Masters where I can.
Oh, really? Because I was sort of afraid of the Sword Masters because of their armor piercing and stuff. I thought they would just surround him, and because he's large, there are like 10 of them chopping him up.
They pay a lot for anti-infantry.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think also Thoric has good like physical resistance. He was going to get shot by the bolt throwers, but I think it's a tough one. So the other thing as well is like we didn't go with any artillery, so of course you had to go to him. But if it was the other way around, then you would have had a bit more of a defensive structure. But yeah, I thought it'd be like a good match to kind of like show you how fighting an elite corps of infantry can be different, because not everything's super wide, and sometimes elite infantry could just absolutely punch through the dowie, and then kind of when that line falls, it's not so easy to protect your slow like backline middle corps range.
Yeah, no, it's definitely bad.
You played well, like considering a matchup you had no idea about. You played well, like you still put on a good performance. So I wouldn't worry about that at all. And like being that you're being aggressive, that's more things to factor into your micro as well. So not only you're not having to defend and react, you're actually having to be the engager. You are forcing these engagements on your opponent and trying to put him under pressure with a slow force.
Yeah. Should we try and get one more in?
Sorry?
Should we try and get one more in before?
Yeah, perfect. I was thinking we could try against Skaven next.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Cool. So if I get you back in, and then we'll also invite. Hey
Malone, yeah, training's going well. I've had a couple of victories, but I've also been learning humility.
I think you've won more than you've lost today. I think.
I think I've won two, lost two. I'm not sure. That felt. Or maybe I won. I don't know. Yeah, it felt bad when I lost that. So I feel like I hadn't lost in a while. So I'd forgotten what it felt like. And I was like, yeah, it feels bad, man. It feels bad.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's not always great when you lose, and that's why sometimes it's hard to say GG sometimes. But no, you played well, dude. You played really well. And I think you've lost one today, by the way.
Is it Pathetic Enterprise that I just played? Oh no, he's just who came in.
No Cane, No Gain. Is who
no Cane, No Gain. Yeah, no worries. Thanks a lot, No Cane, No Gain. Sorry, I didn't say good game at the time. I'm not a sore loser. I just don't know how to work the computer. But yeah, thanks for the game, man. Very good battle.
All right, so let me just double check the map we're on. We are on.
Actually, I can't play. Oh no, he's not happy about playing Skaven with no DLC units.
That's nice. Perfect. So, Mercy, if you jump back in with me because I had to leave, and then we'll get We'll get Cyrus back in.
Doc Karaz or Oakenhammer?
It should be on Doc Karaz map.
There's 0 out of 2 in Doc Karaz, but there's 1 out of 2 in Oakenhammer. Definitely in Doc Karaz.
If you join the 0 out of 2 one.
So which one? Oh, the 0 out of 2, yeah.
Yeah. There we go, you're in. Nice. So we're going to be playing against Skaven. So why don't you try and build a build for Skaven and let me know what you're thinking. What does Skaven do well? What does Skaven do not so well? Let me know your thoughts.
They've got lots of chaff. Maybe this is a good time to try our miners with blasting charges thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're definitely going to go for our fire in a Ring of Thori this time. We'll do some good work with that, I'm sure. We probably don't need our Rune of that. We'll keep that. Yeah, I know. I mean, mostly low armor, very low morale. They have Plague Claw catapults, says Nick. Oh shit, yeah, I hate Plague Claw catapults. What are Plague Claw catapults armor piercing? I feel like they just do terrifying damage to everything.
Plague Claw catapults. Yes, they are armor piercing, yes.
Yes. Do they outrange my cannons? Cannons are 440 range.
400 range, I think. Yes, they have 400 range.
Yeah. So would it be worthwhile me maybe going like double cannon and trying to snipe their artillery?
It definitely could be, yeah. Yeah.
I feel like we're going to need a lot of front line to try to keep them off us, because they're going to have a lot of crap.
Yeah, so you could definitely go like the Dwarf Warrior front line with some miners in behind. And then maybe think about doing double cannon, making sure they come to you. Because like the other game, he took 2 bolt throws. You could maybe force him to come to you. And you'll still have things you can shoot, I'm sure.
I suppose that's the thing though, once the double cannons have killed his artillery, then we aren't going to have much to shoot after that, I guess, yeah. I mean, obviously shoot his lord, I guess.
Yeah, they'll also have like rat ogres and things like that, don't they? So you can certainly shoot those things.
Yeah, true, okay. We probably don't need Thunderers as much, I guess. They don't have as much heavy armor, like most of the stuff's not that armored, right? Should we move some Quarrelers?
We could take a couple of Quarrelers. They do have some units that do have Stalk. But we could definitely go more heavily infantry if you wanted to, for sure.
Oh, they don't have any flyers, so we can get our Brimstone gun back in there, yeah?
Yes, I was so happy you were going to say that. So normally they would not be good in this game because they normally come with Warlock Giselles, but they don't have them. I need to tell my opponent, I need to tell your opponent that they're DLC only, please.
3/4 of the Skaven roster is DLC. Yeah, the Skaven got a lot of DLC, that's for sure.
They are super dependent on their DLC. I know this is going to be hard for you, Cyrus. I know, but it's. Oh, they should be.
Pathetic Enterprise has got to fight with like both hands tied behind his back, basically. He's just going to be he's going to be headbutting only in this fight.
Oh, so some of these definitely are DLC. Some of these definitely came with a DLC, I know 100%, but they've not been crossed out on the sheet, so I guess they can be used.
Oh, okay, from the thing from Creative Assembly.
Yeah.
What sort of thing? What sort of units are you talking about?
You know I can't tell you that.
Aren't I allowed to look at the sheet?
You could look at the sheet. Yeah. I can't tell you what units he's brought though.
No, I'm saying which units are the ones that you were saying that you thought were DLC, but that aren't according to CA.
Death Runners and like Assassins. Because I thought they came with Death Runners and Snicket.
Yeah, Shadow and Blade. Maybe they were maybe they were free LC that came alongside. Yeah, because they quite often have like one free LC hero sometimes as well. Like the High Elf hero is a free LC hero, even though it came out at the same time as the High Elf DLC.
I'll say you can keep them for now because if they're on the list, and they're on the list. I'll talk to Ducky afterwards. It's a bit strange, but yeah, Skaven are kind of screwed about these elements. To be quite honest, for the majority, they're the faction that relies on their DLC a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what we got so far. So how much money have we got left?
2,900. I'm kind of thinking, do I want the double cannons? Maybe because I got the gyrocopter, I only need one cannon. Maybe. I don't know.
It's just up to you. It's really, really up to you because, of course, you do have the brimstone gun. So it really depends if you. I mean, you could just go single cannon if you want. It just depends if you think you're going to win the artillery fight with the cannon and the brimstone gun.
Yeah, I don't know. I want the double cannon. Yeah, I really don't want to be taking like catapult shots the whole battle. Like that's not an option. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Well, let's take more cannons. We'll take 5 cannons. We'll just like make sure that we.
Also, here's a good tip for you. You know, when you press space, you can see how far your units can shoot.
Yeah.
Or like what angle they're facing. Make sure that the edge of your cannon is to the line of their deployment zone, because therefore you can use the maximal amount of range of your cannons. That's what I would recommend.
Yes, right. I get what you're saying. So don't set up within the range, because then you're not. Yeah, they get it. Yeah, if we're expecting them to.
Obviously, then there's longer for them to get from where they are to you, and you're going to be shooting them the whole time for the maximal amount of time. So
yeah.
So what are you going to target with your cannons if they don't have any cavalry? For example, rat ogres. What are you going to target? What would you say the next priority should be?
Probably like their lord, I guess.
Okay, what if their lord is really small?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess whatever the biggest thing is that they've got, or the most heavily armored thing, or the most expensive thing. Yeah, the smallest number of entities.
Or some range, or something like that. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. Just target the next most expensive thing and just try and destroy it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Do you want? It's like it's better to just get both the cannons like taking out one target at a time, sort of together, rather than spreading it around.
So, Here's another interesting fact for you. If you are going to shoot your cannons into artillery, make sure they're shooting different artillery pieces if there are multiple. The reason being, when artillery fire, they always fire at the middle piece first.
Yeah.
So what happened if you fire 2 of the same cannons at the same artillery? All 6 shots will hit the middle artillery, or they'll aim for the middle artillery, which means you'll be wasting shots there. So make sure you spread your shots out when you're fighting against artillery. Otherwise, in general, if you hit something with artillery, 9 times out of 10 you're going to knock it over. So having multiple fire on the same infantry is not going to be optimal. So I would say have them targeted on different units. I would say do a lot of damage to one infantry, bring it down to 3/4, maybe half health, and then move on to the next target. Try and really whittle down that army, get their damage in, get that negative to leadership across the army as a wide faction. For sure. So what we could do, you could bring in maybe, I think you just go cheap and wide with a couple of elite units, maybe like 2 units of longbeards, maybe a couple of extra blasting charges, maybe some more dwarf warriors. Because if you think about their infantry in general, do you think clan rats can beat dwarf warriors?
No.
I probably wouldn't think so. So I don't think we're going to need much more elite than dwarf warriors. I don't think so. Most of their infantry is pretty light armored. The only thing you would maybe have to worry about is storm vermin. So sword and shield don't have AP, but the halberds do. But the halberds also pay for anti-large, so they can also struggle. So yeah, I think that I think maybe, and it's entirely up to you. What do you think you'd like to do next on the build?
Should we give Felix a try, maybe? I'm gonna try that hero thing, but I don't want to take the thing.
I actually like Thanes in this matchup.
Just get rid of the engineer, you reckon? Or just take the Thane and the engineer?
All you could do is you could take the Thane and, for example, Felix is really glass cannon though. He's compared to the Dowie, he's really glass cannon. But you could take a Thane alongside if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you if you want to try some things. I'd say you've got the really great beginning of a build here, for sure. You could take a naked Thane and use him to protect the Master Engineer this game if you want.
Yeah, that sounds
give him
pretty
a
good.
bit of support.
That sounds pretty good.
What else would you like to take? Then maybe go a bit more cheap infantry, maybe.
I'd kind of like to take 2 more Quarrelers, just so I'd have lots of Quarrelers.
Cool. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Of course, you've got 2 cannons as well, and some gyrocopter brimstone guns. How much does that leave you with? And yeah, do you know what? I think that looks amazing in that build.
Yeah.
That looks even more amazing.
I guess we could just go normal miners. Full 20 stack.
Yeah, we have a very, very strong army here. So, or if you wanted to, did you want to try out the Akron miners for a game? See what they're like?
Yeah, so just get rid of them and take them instead.
So you could add those in. How much money do you have left over?
240.
240. What we could do is
I drop one of the Corralers for another blasting charges and another normal mana.
Perfect. Yeah, we give that a go. I think that looks good. I think that actually looks amazing. I think this is going to be really, really strong.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah. Amazing. All right, so I'm ready when you are. And I think, yep, he's ready as well. So let's do this.
All right, let's just see what we can put. Yeah.
Are you saying GG's already? That's bold, Mercy.
I mean, good GLAF. That's what I meant.
I'm only joking, dude. I'm only joking. All right, let's do this, man. Good luck. Have fun.
I still need to practice my my courtesy.
See you on the other side, dude.
No, isn't. See you later. What are we doing with my? Yeah, cool. Showing. Yep. Didn't be confused which screens I'm meant to be showing and stuff. Hope you guys are enjoying this multiplayer experience. For those of you who hate multiplayer, apologies. I've got this tournament coming up for Creative Assembly this week, and on Saturday, so I gotta try prepare. So I'm doing a bit of training. I think we're waiting for Logic. Yeah. Michael loves it. Awesome. Yeah, thanks a lot for all your help, Michael, and your advice and stuff. And thanks for doing your adminning stuff over on Logic's channel. Menace below. Oh yeah. I hadn't even thought about that. Are they going to menace below me? Is that a thing? I guess it is a thing. Shit, I feel like Logic should have warned me about that. Is that going to happen? Can they menace below me? Maybe I should park some Dwarf Warriors on my cannons. But oh man, it sucks. We need something that can kill them fast, because if they just keep menacing below my cannons and shut them down the whole fight, it's going to really suck. Excuse me. Yeah, so we want to be, he was saying we want to be setting up so that the cannons are like reaching right to their deployment zone. So that they can't, so they have to take cannon fire the whole time. Yeah. Well, yeah. So we kind of want to go like that, and I feel like I want my cannons about like quarreler distance apart, so that they can all fire. They can fire as much on each other. Not in multiplayer. No menace in multiplayer. Yes, Kane is right. Oh, excellent. Okay, cool. So we don't have to worry about putting camping stuff on top of our things. Okay, so we're going to do Logic's patented Dwarf Warrior frontline with, excuse me, with blasting charges behind, and hope that it works good. Hope that it works as he intended it to work. And then we're gonna have these guys here. We're gonna have dwarfs on the sides. Where's the other warriors gone? Do we have 2 unit warriors? Oh no, I only got 4. Okay, so we're gonna have miners on this side. No, no, we've got 2 units. Yeah. So we got them there. We got unit miners just as a back line, and we got Spain.
For the ancestor gods. Will of iron.
I'm pretty sure these cannons can shoot. They got a little bit of an arc, so they can shoot over those infantry. So it should be okay, I think. Get these guys up here, ready to cause some carnage straight away.
Master engineer. What? Let us bleed for the clan.
Something like that. And yeah, I want to remember to pull back my miners once they've shot their ammunition, so they can protect our back line. They might have some like sneaky hidey guys in the back somewhere.
Let the vengeance begin.
I need one more guy. Maybe I'll put this.
The ancestors watch. Dwarf warriors.
Something like that.
Yes.
Alright, I think I'm ready. Any chance lessons might end up being useful for this, but yeah, I think they will. I think next week after the tournament, I'm gonna, next week I'm gonna probably that's gonna be my main thing next week, of seeing what lessons from multiplayer can we use in campaign. That's gonna be my focus, and I think it's gonna definitely inform our campaign play a lot. I think it's gonna be fun. Okay, so they don't have any artillery. Okay, cool. So that's done. Now, I wonder if I can get in and shoot this guy a bit. Let's scroll. Skaven slave spears, death globe. Okay, the death globe bombardiers. That's probably what we want to. Probably what we want to use our artillery on, isn't it?
For the ancestors! Come on! Fly!
Where's he coming towards him? Is he gonna do something? Oh, his spell. He's gonna do a spell on me or something. Crap. Is he gonna win? Oh shit. What the hell is going on there? He's doing some kind of spell on me. It's cheating.
Yes! Shield bearers, home! Range far, range fast! Show us the target, Lord! Castle!
Man, he doesn't have anything worth shooting. I don't know if this cannon idea was a good idea. I'm still waiting to see what invisible crap he's got and it's going to come in my back line. Here we go. Hidden foes. Where are these hidden foes? Oh, they're right here.
Quarrelers! Get moving! Dwarf warriors! Satisfy the grudge! Charge! We demand blood! Attack the earth! Pump those dwarven legs! That'll do! It is an order! Hearth and forerunners! Fight! Go! Thoric Ironbrow! Menace! We demand blood! Pull out! Kill them! Ready to strike! Kaboom! Kill Urks! Pull out! Get it done! Nothing can stop us! Withdraw! Let me get my tools!
Shit, everything's collapsing really fast. Wow.
Let the vengeance begin! Nothing can stop us! Plow through! Yes, yes! Gyrocopter! Right! Yes! Pull out! Down! Vengeance! Dwarf warriors! Plow through! Wrath and ruin!
Pretty rough. Pretty rough.
Yes! There's nothing I can't fix. Aye, lad, I'll do it! Pull out! Brennan! Charge! For the High King! Miners! Nothing can stop us! Scoff! For the ancestors! Off we go! Scoff! Withdraw! Thoric Ironbrow! Pull out! Vengeance! Aye! I'm guild approved! Rage far! Rage fast! Pull out! Honored! Kazook! Gyrocopter! Strike out! Obey me! Will do! Attack the earth! Master of Runecraft! The Anvil's might! Gyrocopter! Axes out! Attack! Go! Vengeance! Dwarf warriors! Slay the Oathbreaker!
Mess him! Dagger Rocky scum.
By Grumney! Attack! Ancestor gods! How about that? Gyrocopter! Go! Go now! Aye! Thoric Ironbrow! Step to it! Move it out! For the cannons and jaw! Age, wealth, and skill! Oath and steel! Romney's hammer! Charge! Attack!
Ah, missed.
It is an order! Come together, lads! The clans unite! Strike the runes!
Nah. Ooh. Damn it. It was, yeah, that was good, that was a good fight. That's a good fight. Okay, I would like to play that one again, for sure. That was very well played by Pathetic Experience. Well done. Wow, that was very interesting. Rats, cocks, indeed. Yeah, that was drat. Yeah, that was really interesting. Yeah, I didn't really have anything to shoot at with the cannons, so I wish I didn't have the cannons really, kind of almost at all. They were kind of useless. GG the Globes. Yeah. Hey man, how's it going?
Yeah, good. How was that?
It was good. That was a really interesting battle. Yeah, you were trying to kind of warn me like about the cannons. I didn't have anything to shoot at with the cannons, so they were pretty much wasted.
That's okay. So like you've now seen both sides of having cannons. When you don't have them, what can happen, and when you have them, what can happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Cannons still got good kills. 680 damage value and 500 in the other, so it's not terrible. I didn't want to tell you, but the artillery pieces from the Skaven are really, really big, so they're actually quite easy to shoot down. So in most of these matchups, Skaven are probably not going to bring too much artillery against you, but they do have it for sure. So it is something to keep into the back of your mind when you're playing against them. Because with some of these matchups, I kind of wanted to allow you to kind of get a feel for what can and what can't be, and I feel like the more you play this, the more confusing it gets for a short while, because there's more you start thinking about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many different options to everything and like, different combinations, but I suppose once you play for a while, like you'll kind of just it'll be more like there's like two different basic main Skaven builds. It's going to be one of the other with a few variations. You know, it becomes less, and once you kind of know what's good, I guess, then it becomes less confusing because there's less options in terms of what's good, I guess, to a degree. Rather than at the moment, at the moment for me, it's just like, I don't know, I could be facing anything. I have no idea, Whereas once you've like you said, now I know that they're probably less likely to bring artillery, so I don't necessarily definitely don't have to take double cannons, if it's the Skaven probably. Yeah.
But no, I still like the army. It did some good stuff. There was like one or two mistakes, but of course. Also, how did you feel about the Death Runner, the stalked push? How did you feel about that?
Yeah, I kind of blame myself a little bit for that because, like, I kind of knew that my back was too weak. I should have had another unit, at least one more unit there. I put the Thane there, just kind of thinking he would kind of do as a unit, but it didn't really. I probably needed like 2 more units at least in the back line, and I kind of knew that, but I don't know.
The Thane did really well. He got 812 damage, and he was a good counter to thump up against the assassins.
Yeah, I was glad I had him in the end for that fight in the middle, like the end game fight kind of thing. But he didn't really.
He wasn't able to stop that backline push, though, was he?
No, that's right. Yeah, I really need like 2 units of infantry at least more. Like
it's that whole mix up of how much infantry should I bring, how much range should I bring, am I able to protect everything? I generally think if you dropped 1 cannon, and also I thought your gyrocopter was doing quite well. These are just like these are not like not turning you off or something, but these are some points for you to improve. Like for example, with Lord Scroll, he had like Liber Barbonicus and some abilities like that can delete gyrocopters. So just as an improvement for you, do you check the armies when you start? I don't know if you do that. I don't know if I told you to do that.
No, I didn't really. I mean, I tried to. I mean, I checked and I saw, he's got no artillery. Damn. And then I tried to look for targets, and I kind of thought, I kind of just looked like, oh my god, everything is just cheap shit. There's like nothing. There's nothing to even shoot at. And so then I started shooting at his like poison weed globadiers and stuff because I figured that's where most of the damage was. But but they're hard to kill with cannons. Unfortunately, I didn't really manage to really take any of them out.
I think for the dwarf in this build, a mobile box is really good. A box that has a good mobility. I actually generally think sometimes even just bringing it to the Skaven is not a bad idea. So a little bit more, so like sort of the build you got, but more the approach you took with the High Elves, where you kind of went forward and you tried to So, for example, if you brought 2 cannons in your last match and you did manage to beat the equal core bolt throwers, you then could have just shot their sword masters and stuff like that. You could have just like shot that down those elite units. Whereas here you only had like Skaven slaves and all those really cheap, dirty trash units. But yeah, the Death Runners was pretty hard to stop for sure.
Yeah.
You played well. I think that I saw you react when you saw, like, when they came around the flank, you reacted there, and it was so unfortunate. I saw your gyrocopters on one side. I was like, if they were on the left-hand side, you would have seen all of it, because they came from the left.
Okay, yeah.
You would have seen them, and that's why sometimes as well with the gyrocopters, it's really good to kind of like, not even just go straight into the front line, but kind of scout around a little bit.
Yeah. I should have, and I was fully expecting him to have some stalk units behind me. I don't know, I just didn't think to actually try and locate him. And also, as soon as I saw him, like, as soon as he saw my gyrocopter come up and start trying to harass his poison wing blobbies or whatever they were in the back line, he's Skrull just beeline straight for me. And so at that point, like, I knew that he was going to wreck my gyrocopters. I just didn't really know how. And then, as soon as he got there, he cast that spell that took off like 40% of the health or something straight away. I was like, oh yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, obviously with the multiplayer, as I said, we make those mistakes, and then we like, if you just kept them away from Skrull, there was nothing they could do. Like, a lot of the guys were telling me in my chat, like, just mass gyrocopters would have ruined this build. And in theory, they would have just ruined this build. Like, 3 or 4 units of gyrocopters would have done really well in this game. Because normally what they bring is, like, they normally bring Warlock Giselles, which should kind of snipe them out the sky. Or they bring Rattling Guns, which just slow them down and just do mass AP. But, of course, they don't have those options here. So, Yeah, it was an interesting game. It was enjoyable to cast. I was like, no, they're coming in from the left. I wanted to warn you, but I couldn't.
The gyrocopters seemed to be doing pretty good damage against the I don't know whether it was the poison wing globadiers I was shooting or the.
Yes, you were.
Yeah. They seem to be. It's because the shooting laterally across down their line seemed to be doing decent damage, but they were armor piercing, whereas I imagine the poison globadiers are not heavily armored.
Oh, I missed to tell you earlier. Yeah, so you can get some spells like Amber Spear that you can like shoot down flanks of units, and it will go through all of the units, and you can do stuff like that as well. And I saw you doing that with the gyrocopters, and it was nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Poison Wing Globes are very strong. Like, one of them got 1.2k, 870 for one, 680 and 680 for the other. So they rack up value, so much value, because they've got that poison effect that kind of ticks and takes 10 damage off every second. And then also it's got armor piercing burst damage. So it'll do an explosion damage for a set amount, and then it will do tick poison damage over time. So what most people do is they'll fire one volley into one unit, do the AP damage for the explosion, and let the tick do some more damage, and then they'll fire into another unit, and they'll just keep that poison damage ticking over time. And they're really, really good. But yeah, no, it was a great game, and I think you did really well considering Thorok Ironbrow. You've got so much better with him. He's up to 1.8k value now. He did really well there. Runa Dunes are coming in. I liked your fire rings. Oh yes, there was one thing. You did a fire ring of Tori on the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers.
Right, the one that I missed at the end, or the one that I literally landed. Yeah.
They've got 70% fire resistance.
Oh, I was like, whoops.
Yeah,
I didn't care about that.
The other thing from single player that I've noticed when watching Game or a few of the others is like some of the cheaper units that people don't know about because they never get used. It's like small things like that would like change the difference in battle sometimes. Because I loved what you did with the fire rings was really good, and it was really unfortunate at the end one. I think it's just an unfortunate click. But you used all 3. You were using them excellently. You were using them down the line when they hit the front line, which is perfect. They're pinned in place. You can get that fire ring down the front line because it's not going to damage your units because they're heavily armored, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, when I saw it go down the fire resistant tail slashers, I was like, no.
Yeah, I just wasn't very. I guess I'm just not that familiar with the timing of it because I don't really use it that much because it's not.
Yeah,
like,
of course. Of course.
But do you reckon if I had have landed that last one, it would have actually routed that unit? Or I don't know. Probably wouldn't have routed anyway. Maybe I don't know.
They've only got 20 armor. So they're very susceptible to damage like that. Like, that is actually one of the weaknesses of bending Death Runners. They can get shot by Quarrelers. They also have Weeping Blades. I don't know if you know about that, but Weeping Blades removes 50% of armor.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's pretty
Yeah,
brutal.
and then the anti-infantry armor piercing. Yeah, so with their stalk, it makes Death Runners really powerful. They've also got concealment bombs that gives them unspottable. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that makes it even harder to like find on the battlefield.
Would you use that like before you attack so that they get in closer before you know? Would
Yes,
you?
I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
You also got them on the assassins, and they've got some nice abilities as well, like with Assassin's Trophy, which you can pop on a lord or hero that reduces their melee attack and melee defense by 24. And they've got a nice ability which is Rival High Talisman. This ability gives a 40-meter radius of negative 40 melee attack for a short period of time for all units in that circle. So, like, you know, they've got some units here and some elements that have some really nice items about them that can do quite well. But yeah, you smashed Gorok in the end, and he just got deleted really nicely by your Thane and by Thoric. Yeah.
Do you think? So one thing I noticed, like when like his assassins got discovered like in the front line, right before the like kind of right at the start of the battle, and I don't know. I wasn't sure if he intended them to be visible at that moment or if he.
This is something that I was going to tell you about earlier, but we haven't got to yet because I'm trying to like build you up in tiers. But what he was trying to do, he was trying to bait out your blasting charges.
Yeah, I thought maybe that was what it was. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was that or, and then I was sort of considering taking him off Fire at Will, but then there was kind of too many things going on, so I just left it on.
A lot of people, when your micro gets a bit better, you can take them off Fire at Will, and then what you do is you click on the units you then want to.
Yeah.
So he was kind of trying to exploit your inexperience in the game to try and see if you would throw any blasting charges into his assassins.
Yeah. So at first I thought maybe he just sort of accidentally did it, and then I tried to focus him with crawlers to see if I could snipe them. But then, and then a bit later on, I saw he sort of janking around, and I thought maybe he was trying to lure out the blasting charges. And then I clicked on them to sort of, yeah, I was going to turn off Fire at Will, but then I just left it on because I figured I would just, yeah, it was too much shit going on, so I just left it. Right. I think I might have, I did click target on some things to get the fire off quicker. But I left it.
Some of them did go in front of the. So when you do that, also make sure that your other warriors go forward as well, because some of them like kind of stepped in front of the dwarf warriors. So like for example, your Urkrum miners did that, and they got off no blasting charges, but that's okay. Like it's a small mistake.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I said, you played really well. Yeah, and I really like you got your Master Engineer to start shooting up against the Assassins. I would say for the Quarrelers, if you have no other targets, then of course shoot single entities, but I probably wouldn't shoot small single entities because they can just dodge ammunition really easy when it comes to the player. If you can save ammunition and shoot them into like widespread sheep units, that's what I would advise shooting for sure.
Yeah, really well played, Hank, or a Pathetic Enterprise. Well done. It's a very good game. Good job. You definitely overwhelmed me.
It's another clan here in the community called PE, and PE doesn't actually stand for anything. PE can stand for anything you want, and all the guys have names with PE. So this one's called himself Pathetic Enterprise, and there's others that call themselves other things, you know?
Yeah.
So
nice.
Yeah, that's their gimmick. But yeah, well played, dude. I thought Skaven would be a nice, interesting experience for you. I thought it'd be something different because, of course, all of these, you know, obviously you see all of their different elements in campaign. And it's the same here for multiplayer. Every single faction, because you've played against all of them now, all of their different factions have like so much different approach and elements to them. Hey, Contente, how you doing, buddy?
Yes.
Yeah, what's your thoughts been about today?
Yeah, it's really fun. I'm not really able to analyze it, you know. It's just like all this information. I'm really able to take stock of it or anything in a way, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to absorb everything, and hopefully some of it sticks in there, you know.
You've done really well. Do you feel like you're getting better? Do you feel like you've learned a fair amount about the Dowie today?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just it's hard to put into words, but yeah, it's just kind of thinking slightly different about the units and stuff, and you know, especially like two-handed weapons and stuff, like just little things. Yeah, just I don't know, and like that thing with the miners as well, with the blasting charges and stuff. Like it's just I don't know, it's just different from single player basically, I guess. Like Yeah.
How would you, for the people at home, how would you describe your experience now for 2 days? Like, in theory, you've done 10 hours nearly of experience in the multiplayer scene. How would you describe your experience from playing multiplayer for a short while now compared to playing single player? What's been the majority differences for you?
Well, I guess the primary difference experientially, is it a word? Is that it's way more intense. You know what I mean? Like it's like I feel like this is kind of my thing with this. I think this is my thing why I historically don't play much multiplayer. I played a tiny bit of like Dawn of War 2 multiplayer, just a little tiny bit.
Nice.
And I can't really. And I used to play Counter-Strike back in the day.
Good game, yeah.
And like. Yeah, basically it's like it's much more kind of intense, I guess, in a way, or it's like, you've got to be ready to bring your game, like, whereas, I guess for a lot of people, maybe they use games as more of a winding down thing, like you get home from work, you're kind of tired or whatever, you just want to like play a few turns on your campaign and you don't really want to, have, I know a lot of people like they don't play legendary as well, maybe they play normal or something because they don't want to have a real intense experience, So if you don't want to have a really intense experience, then don't play multiplayer. That's probably the number one thing. It is intense, but also it's got that whole highs and lows thing. It's like sure it feels a bit bad when you lose, and sure it's pretty stressful. But that's kind of what it makes it so good if you do occasionally win, or even not even winning, like even just like if I had have pulled off that fire ring of Thori and like broken that unit that was chasing my engineer at the end, I would have had that little surge of joy in my heart of like, yes, even if I lost the game, they wouldn't be able to take away that fire ring of Thori cast that I did.
You lost. You did some amazing things. You did do some amazing things. You played up against a top player there, another one from another clan.
Nice.
You beat 2 clan members today. And I think as well, a lot of people get what I tell people in the community is there is multiplayer and then there's competitive multiplayer. There's 2 different elements there to the game. Multiplayer doesn't always have to be super competitive. It can be as competitive as you like it to be, the same as doing single player. You can go really, really hard, or you can have a gentleman's agreement where we'll relax.
Try out some things. Maybe I'm going to try a new build that's suboptimal. If you want to do whatever, yeah.
Some people might describe it as I might meme a bit, meaning I might take things that are suboptimal, but to have fun. Like I'm not here to looking to win, but I will play to win, but I will make a build that is suboptimal that I look to have fun with. Which quite a lot of people do. A lot of my King of the Hills, for example, will do. There's a Ranald's Gift randomizer where it will give them a faction, a law that they have to use, and then they have to fight against each other, regardless of what I give them. And it's just King of the Hill. You win, you stay. Next game, you get a new lord, a new player, and you play again on a different map. And it's just super fun. There's just a million different ways to kind of play multiplayer, I think.
Yeah, I mean, again and again, I keep seeing things the same as martial arts, and I feel like, I just more and more I just see things like, I think as well, like, I think, mate, whether you're in a clan or you're inside, I think it's much more, obviously it's more social in a way as well, even though, it's more oppositional. At the same time, like, everybody that I've played against in the last 2 days has been really friendly. They've been, like, encouraging, you're doing a good job, well played, whatever, glad to help, all that kind of stuff. And that's the same with, like, martial arts. Like, if you're in a good, good dojo or a good club or whatever, and, it's like, sure, you're fighting, day to day, you're fighting people and you're winning or you're losing or whatever. Maybe even you get hurt sometimes or you get your feelings hurt, or whatever. But, like, at the end of the day, your teammates are trying to help you get better as well as you're going to help them get better. And, so I think, if you can find a group of people that you can feel that way about, like, it's like ego. Like, if you think I'm a young bull and here's another young bull and one of us is going to win and the other one's going to lose, then it's not as nice of an experience, whereas if you go in thinking like, like the student-teacher relationship is a very universal one in humans, I think, and you'll find it all over the place. Even when you meet another guy that's like similar age to you, but they're better at, like, they know about banking or some shit, and they tell you about investing stuff, and you will like indicate to them that you don't know anything about that, and then you'll notice they take on this kind of like teachery or fatherly role, you know what I mean? Like they want to help you, they want to teach you, you know, and it's just like a universal thing with people. And if you're willing to give the respect to somebody that, you know, I don't know anything, tell me, you know, teach me, you know, and then quite often that person will also take on that role of like, okay, I'm gonna help you instead of, I'm not gonna smash you, I'm gonna, and they're gonna take that like they're going to get, if they see you do well, they're going to take value for themselves from that because they helped you in order to see that improvement. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, anyway.
Yeah,
but
that's happened here for me, you know. Quite a few of the guys, like, you know, we played against some of the ODM guys. They played against me, they've given me some feedback, other players in the community. You know, kind of Ducky brought me into the game of the multiplayer side of things and, you know, helped me grow. And that's why I kind of want to give back more to the community on the short bid side of things. And that's why I was really excited to do this with you. And, you know, maybe you'll take this forward and maybe you'll do a little bit. Maybe you'll teach some people as well if you feel like you have the time and you want to. And there's other things as well that some of the guys in my chat are telling me. Like, we also do other really fun things like a free-for-all, which is where actually 4 players get together and it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 element. It's a different game mode of multiplayer, but yeah, and on top of that, having the clan side of things, you can go to a competitive clan, you can go to a fun clan like we have here at DBD, where you just have to be a nice person, you just have to want to play, you get better gently, you play when you want, and you know, it's a family thing, it's a family, it's a friend thing. You know, we get together and we have fun as mates, and you generally join a clan that you get on with, and we do things like clan wars, where, you know, we might have DBD against ODM, and you know, we kind of just play against each other, and you know, it can build some nice friendly rivalries, which is really great. And,
yeah, I think that yeah, I gotta go, man. So I'm late for work, but yeah, no, I think that's really cool. We should talk more about that stuff maybe next stream. But yeah, I think we'll maybe talk more about how people can get into it if they're interested and stuff like that.
Well, dude, thank you very much for today. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I definitely did, and I'm looking forward to some more training tomorrow. Thanks, Coach Logic.
All right, dude. Well, I'll meet you up, and then we'll finish off here.
No worries. Catch you later.
Catch you later, dude.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming and watching and supporting me again with my continued journey in the multiplayer scene. I am actually late for work. My morning meeting has already started, which I'm supposed to be in. So I better go. But yeah, hope some of you will come back tomorrow, and yeah, maybe we can even do some multiplayer stuff in the future. But I'm not worried about that right now. All I'm focusing on is training. Go train every day, train hard, get strong. And then on Saturday we do this tournament, and hopefully we win glory for the clan. All right, thanks a lot, guys, and yeah, have a good day. See you later.